Finding Home by Jared Nathan Garrett. Book 2 in the Finding Home series, sequel to Beyond the Cabin. Copyright 2021 by Jared Nathan Garrett. All rights reserved. Cover design by Jared Nathan Garrett. Cover photo by Mikhail Dudarev and licensed from Deposit Photos. For Bev, Cherry, Shauna, Jane, and Karen. You took me in and cared for the weirdo who hadn't found a home yet. Eternal thanks. Other books by Jared Garrett. Beyond the Cabin. The Seer, A Story of the 36. In the Beat series, Beat and Push. In the Guide and the Sword series, Laconae, Usurper, and Red Prince. Chapter 1. Get some leaves. My audience burst out laughing. I grinned at their reaction. We didn't fit in the cabin anymore now that David and Ethan had joined in our meetings, so we were gathered outside in the biggest part of the clearing. I stood with my back on the rough logs, enjoying the chilly April air on my bare arms. I caught Mary's gaze and my heart skipped, like usual. Her lips were parted with laughter, and her cheeks glowed pink from the early spring air. Her deep green eyes burned in the mottled light of the forest. Typical nurturing Malachi, I said, doing my best to keep from staring at Mary. That would be a bit too obvious. I forced myself to meet the eyes of the gathered kids. But he was right. I slid down and sat with my legs extended, still leaning on the outside wall of the cabin. It wasn't that bad. I got the splinter out, and the blood stopped pretty quick. It was hard to believe that Malachi had left not long after that day he and I had been building this cabin in secret. Now, it was only a secret from the adults. David popped up and launched himself at the cabin.
Which log was it?
He lightly punched one of the tree trunks.
I'll get it back for you.
I stood and bumped David's shoulder. The kid was hilarious. Little dude, up here. I patted the log at the top of the wall, which was still nearly 2 feet above David's 7-year-old head.
Maybe it was just getting Josh back for cutting it down.
Saul stood and spread his hands as if protecting the trees around the clearing from all of us.
You might be surrounded by trees who want to get you back for killing their friends.
Like ants? Mary stood and stretched her arms, going up on her toes. She did that every time she got up after a long reading session. It was adorable and gorgeous, and I kind of wished she would do it even more. Then again, I didn't want to ogle her. Except that I did. But I shouldn't. Saul's brows drew down.
Ants? No, trees.
His eyes lingered a little too long on Mary as she stretched. He needed to keep his eyes to himself. Mary glanced at me, her lips crooked up at one side. She shook her head in mock exasperation. Saul, seriously? Dude. I crouched next to Sarah, who was leaning closer to the mountain laurel behind the cabin. Do you even know how to read? I leaned closer to Sarah. It's getting bigger, isn't it?
Shut up!
Saul said it in good humor, but his voice was still too loud. Sarah pointed at some pale green sprouts, pushing through the forest dirt.
These are new ones. They're earthquaking the ground here.
Ants, Sally, Mary sighed dramatically.
From the Lord of the Rings? You know, the ancient trees that go to war?
She raised her eyebrows.
From the greatest books ever written.
Earthquaking the ground? What a funny way to put it. They've got roots under there we can't see. And if they can make it through the hard dirt, they'll be pretty just like these ones. I carefully brushed the underside of the laurel's petals.
They're already pretty.
Sarah's small fingers caressed the sprouting flowers. I watched her profile for a minute as she gently caressed the flowers. Her voice was soft and her expression was completely unguarded. Not at all like the surprised fear that had painted her face this morning when Abraham had been yelling at her for dropping a bread crust while cleaning up. Then, of course, Penelope had joined in and piled on, making Sarah wilt even more. Why were the adults so awful? It was these moments that made what we were doing worth it. Getting everybody out from under the increasingly angry eyes of Miriam, Abraham, Penelope, and the other adults was important. Kids shouldn't grow up like that. I had. And so had Mary, Luke, and Saul, and the other older kids mostly. Saul seemed like he dodged most of the worst of it all since his parents were both in the cult and actually spent time with him. But his life still sucked too. I smiled at Sarah. You're right. Even before it's bloomed all the way, it's pretty. The poor kid needed to hear more kindness after all the anger the adults spewed. She had a long way to go in the faith. For me, though, that morning 3 years ago, after I'd spent the night in the park and almost got on that bus, that had been sort of the end. I was still physically in the faith, but in every other way, I was checked out. And I had no trouble keeping the adults who ran the fundamental faith out of my head. Mary seemed like she'd always been able to keep them out of her head somehow. She just seemed more chill than I had been, and she'd always been that way, as far as I could tell. Her quiet, but fun and silly, spirit were what made her so amazing. I glanced around at the gathered faith orphans, a name I'd settled on a while back. It was accurate for most of us, although for some of us we had living parents. Or parent. Miriam was still alive and still running the cult like a freaky mix of military and Peace Corps, mixed in with some fascism. My dad? I had no idea. And Mary's parents, nobody knew what had become of them. Mary didn't like to talk about that. Come to think of it, that was when I saw the most sadness and frustration in her, whenever parents came up. Why would they have just abandoned her into the fundamental faith in God and disappeared? I would never abandon her. Nearly 3 years of sitting on the porch reading, walking through the forest, talking about what we were going to do when we were out, making the plan that we were 1 month away from kicking off. It made me nervous, but I could take it. For Mary, anything. Which was why I'd agreed to let the other kids come out to the cabin that Mal, Aaron, and I had started on and nearly finished. Mary had helped put some final touches on it, of course. I'd initially balked at Mary's suggestion that we bring the other kids out here, but it made sense. We had the power to make life for the younger kids better than ours had been, so we had to. The other option was purely evil. I straightened and tapped Sarah's shoulder to get her attention. We should get back. I glanced at the sky. It's getting close to lunchtime, and Penelope's going to wonder where everyone is. Saul nodded and slid his guitar on its strap to hang at his back. It was obvious that he did that because he thought it looked cool. It kind of did look cool, but I would never tell him that. Luke slipped out of the cabin and caught my eye. I sealed up that corner. He'd learned how to seal between logs with some kind of mud mixture and had been doing the whole cabin bit by bit every time we came out. He was 19 already and didn't have to go to school anymore, but he still only came out here when the group did. Not for the first time, I wondered why he was still in the faith. He could get out any time. Was his father, Enos, somehow keeping Luke in? I almost never saw them talking. Enos and his wife Tabitha were always gone. They were already gearing up for another trip out west. Luke headed out, brushing his hands off on his jeans. I'm going to the island for a bit. Have fun. I led the way back into the dense woods, with Mary just behind me. Her presence was unmistakable. I always knew it was her whenever she got close. Maybe it was her smell, like the shampoo she used, or her breathing, or something. But I always knew. Saul strode past, his long legs eating up distance. He strummed his guitar and hummed. He was still a weirdo, but harmless. I angled left so Mary could walk next to me. I wanted to take her hand, but the other kids would see. Mary puffed out a soft sound. I glanced to her face. Her eyes were fixed on my face, and a half-smile stretched her lips. What? I spent way too long looking at her lips. We'd come really close to kissing a few times, but we'd sort of taken turns pulling back each time. I wasn't exactly sure why I kept pulling back, and we had only talked about it a little. We agreed that it was because we still had a year to go before we could both be out of the faith. And that would be a long time of trying to keep our relationship hidden if we were getting physical like that. So we'd agreed to hold off. But I had a feeling she had other reasons. And I knew I had something else holding me back, but I couldn't figure out what it was. You know they know all about us, right? Mary gave a small tip of her head backward. indicating the kids behind us, whose chattering voices were echoing off the trees. They needed to quiet down. Saul continued strumming his guitar while we walked. It sounded surprisingly good. He'd gotten a lot better, but the sound faded as he pulled farther ahead and disappeared around some trees. What? I glanced back and saw Sarah and David talking about something Sarah was holding. It looked like a flower. Rachel, maybe a year older than Sarah, walked along a little behind, studying the trees. You think they know? Mary laughed.
Oh my gosh, of course they do.
Are you sure?
Rachel asked me what it was like to have a boyfriend, Josh.
Mary bumped me with her elbow.
I'm pretty sure she knows.
A boyfriend? My cheeks warmed. I was blushing. For crying out loud, I was a month from turning 18 and I was still blushing. I'm your boyfriend? Mary rolled her eyes. I tripped over a root. Mary grabbed my arm.
You need to look where you're going.
I glanced ahead to make sure the path was clear of more roots, then looked at her face. A grin stretched my lips. I am. She raised her eyebrows.
Oh.
Her eyes met mine again.
Well played.
Thanks. We angled around a big pile of fallen trees, dark with rot and moss, flat, round mushrooms growing out from most of them. So, if they know, and aren't telling, I said, my heart pounding in my chest. I wrapped my fingers around her wrist and slid my hand down to hers. She flinched in surprise and glanced at me, her lips parted.
What are you?
I slid my fingers between hers and squeezed just a little and kept my hand there.
Josh.
Mary's cheeks blushed a little. She squeezed my hand.
Bold move.
She squeezed again, just a bit. I like it. I mean, I turned my face to the path ahead. If they know, why hide it from them? We kept walking like that, leading the faith orphans through the woods and back to the house that felt so much less like a home than the uneven, mud-daubed cabin buried in the trees behind us. At the edge of the woods, where the long grassy slope up to the house began, Mary and I paused for a moment and met each other's gaze. She bit her lip and sighed softly. We let our hands fall free and headed up the slope. My right hand felt emptier than it had ever felt before.
Whose car is that?
Mary pointed at a dusty, dark blue SUV I'd never seen. Dunno, I said. I glanced at the license plate as we started up the slope. It wasn't Pennsylvania. This plate was white with a light blue shape on it. Maybe somebody has a relative visiting. I angled toward the back of the dark SUV. Mary followed.
Why would anyone ever visit here?
For sure. A few years ago, somebody had visited one of the adults. We kids never knew why, but rumor was that it had been a sibling of one of the adults in the faith, with news about a relative who had died. We got to the top of the slope, and I got a good look at the license plate. Washington. The blue shape on the white plate was a mountain. Mary looked at the plate.
Evergreen State.
She glanced at me and shrugged. Must have a lot of evergreens or something. The other kids had spread out before leaving the woods, as was our standard protocol. We didn't need the adults to see us coming out of the woods together and raising suspicions. I watched Ethan and David sprint up the slope, laughing. Rachel and Sarah walked slower, their heads bent toward each other as they chatted. It looked like they were heading around back to the kennels we'd all built a couple years ago. Saul had already disappeared, and Luke was nowhere in sight. Ethan and David pelted through the front door, slamming it behind them. If Mary and I listened closely enough, we would for sure be able to hear someone yell at them to stop slamming doors. Mary and I headed to the big tree which Chewy used to be chained to. I still couldn't believe the big hairy dog was gone. Stupid thing had broken his chain and disappeared. A couple days later, Miriam had announced in a Sunday celebration that Chewy had been hit on the road a few miles away. Poor dog. He'd been so friendly and sweet, but way too strong for his own good. Mary perched on a root that arched out of the ground, and then back in, providing a weirdly convenient seat. I leaned on the tree.
We can't stay out here long,
Mary said. Yeah, it was lunchtime. If an adult had to find us and call us to lunch, it always resulted in an angry lecture about being considerate.
So you think it's somebody's sister? Or brother?
Mary cocked her head, studying the SUV. No idea. I pictured the USA map I'd seen in our old second-hand geography textbooks. That car's filthy. They must have driven the whole way. She nodded, running her finger through the dark green, soft moss that grew in the hollow between roots of the huge tree.
That's a couple thousand miles.
Probably a week of driving or something. Mary's profile was a combination of delicate and strong. Straight nose, but not long. Her chin was soft and almost perfectly round. I thought her cheekbones were maybe a little high, but I wasn't sure what that meant. Looking down at the ground beneath her, one hand brushing the moss, she looked like a wood elf, a gorgeous wood elf. I crouched and took in our surroundings. The dark SUV conveniently hid us from the house's front windows. I took her hand and watched her face until she turned to me.
What?
She smiled. These last 3 years would have been torture without you. I ran my thumb up the back of her hand, lightly brushing her knuckles. Her eyes and smile grew warmer, softer. Something. They changed.
I know.
I rolled my eyes. You're funny. She rested her other hand on top of my hands, which still held hers.
You're sweet.
1 more year is a long time. I kept my gaze fixed on hers. She cocked her head a little to the side.
Yeah, 12 months and 2 weeks until I'm 18. And 2 weeks until I'm 17.
She gave me a sideways look. But who's counting? I let out a breath and changed the subject. I still hadn't figured out what to give her for her birthday. Did you already finish all the books you got from the library's free shelf?
It's been 3 weeks.
Mary pulled a tiny white clover flower.
But actually, no. I'm saving the last one in the Anne of Green Gables series until I've read all the others.
Mary!
A loud voice rang out from the house. Miriam.
Where are you?
Mary's eyes widened.
Crap!
She handed me the tiny white flower and gave me a concerned expression. She scampered back, staying low.
Am I in trouble?
I hope not. Mary had learned to ignore what the angry adults yelled, but she didn't enjoy it at all. I had actually learned to enjoy pushing their buttons. As Mary crouched and slid backward, I stayed put. Mary would go inside, and I would follow a minute or two later. Mary slipped around the tree. Her voice shouted out, "Coming!" She darted out from the tree, jogging quickly.
Where have you been?
Miriam's voice was as sharp and sounding as betrayed, as always.
Just going for a run,
Mary gasped out. I watched her through the SUV's windows as she stopped in front of Miriam at the bottom of the wood porch stairs.
Someone is here for you.
Miriam sounded extra angry. She glared at Mary as if Mary had murdered her cat, which was nothing new for Miriam. For a person running her own personal cult, you'd think she would be happier. Wait, the SUV was someone visiting Mary? I instinctively rose, shocked curiosity getting the better of me. Mary slipped past Miriam into the house, but in that same moment, Miriam glanced over at me. She must have seen me stand up. Miriam pursed her lips, her eyes turning to slits as she regarded me. A strange, smile-like thing curled one corner of her mouth. What the heck was that about? She turned on a heel and went inside. I counted to 10 and followed. I truly didn't care what Miriam thought of me, but I needed to keep the heat off Mary. My feet crunched over the gravel driveway as I hurried to the porch stairs. I took the stairs in 2 strides and went inside. 3 people were in the living room. Miriam, standing behind a couch, looking at Mary. Mary, sitting on one of the small, upholstered chairs that had been added to the space to make more sitting space. And some guy I didn't know, on one knee, in front of Mary. Mary's face was slack, her eyes wide and tight. Her gaze darted to me as I walked in. Miriam also turned as I closed the door. I ignored her, watching Mary. Something in Mary's expression set off alarms for me. "Hey, Mary." I forced my voice to be casual. "What's up?" Mary swallowed. She opened her mouth, but only a strange croaking sound came out. She swallowed again, staring at the floor for a few long seconds, then looking up at me again. "Everything okay?" I tried to sound only slightly concerned. Miriam was right there. She couldn't suspect. "Josh," Mary finally said. Her eyes swiveled to land on the man's face. He'd been looking from me to Mary, then to Miriam, then back to Mary. If I wasn't imagining things, it looked like he had tears running down his face. "Josh," Mary said again, This
This is my father, her voice faltered.
Mary's father, Miriam said, her voice crawling through a poorly hidden sneer, has come to take her to live with him.
Chapter 2. The man stood with some difficulty. He walked over to me, favoring his left leg. Josh, is it? He extended a hand. I'm Christopher Sanders. Christopher Sanders. My mind was completely frozen. I shook his hand. Josh. I stared at Mary. Her face was still slack. Her eyes darted to mine, then to the back of the man's head. Her father? He nodded. Right. He made a show of looking around the house. You grew up here too? I had no idea what he was talking about. Mary's father. Here to take her away. The edges of my vision were going dark. I shook my head, trying to clear it. This was some kind of joke. Or I was hallucinating, having a nervous breakdown after spending my entire life in the stupidest cult on the planet. So, you and Mary are friends? The guy was talking. Who was he again?
Mr. Sanders, Miriam said.
I flinched. Her voice, directly behind and above me, somehow pushed back at the fog that was pressing me on all sides.
Will you be leaving today?
I jerked to the left to get away from Miriam's looming presence. Today? Something skittered inside my chest, reaching up to claw at my throat. What? I cleared my throat, forcing a breath through. The man shook his head. I don't know. I guess she'll need some time. He looked back at Mary, who was still sitting, looking like a lifeless painting of Mary, rather than the girl whose hand I'd just been holding. This stuff is all she's ever known. He turned to me. I imagine she'll need to say goodbye. Goodbye? That word snapped me completely out of the fog. Hold on! I put out a hand. What was your name again? I took a small step back to put some distance between the guy and myself, and to keep Miriam farther away too. The man raised his eyebrows. Surprise? Irritation? I couldn't tell. Christopher Sanders. But Mary's last name is Baskin. I finally realized that Mary was in complete shock. I dodged around the guy to stand next to her, catching her eye. She looked up at me, anguish all over her face. I reached for the strength I'd found 3 years before when I'd confronted Abraham, then Miriam. I stood as tall as I could. I glared at the man who was maybe 2 inches taller than me, with dark brown hair and a strong, beat-up nose. How do we know you're her father? It's a long story, Sanders said.
One he has already told me, Miriam said, anger in her voice. He doesn't need to tell you, Joshua.
I spared Miriam a quick, dismissive look, then met Sanders' gaze again. Yeah, actually, he does. Sanders snorted, glancing from me to Miriam and back. When he faced me again, he gave me a nearly imperceptible nod. You're trying to protect her. Of course I am. I gave Mary's shoulder a quick squeeze, silently daring Miriam to notice and react. I want to hear all of it, Mary said. She scrubbed at her eyes and cheeks with her sleeves. Rachel and Sarah chose that moment to appear from the kitchen, chattering quietly about one of the dogs in the kennels out back.
Bogart looks like an old man,
Sarah said as they started into the living room. Rachel looked up first. She saw Miriam, then me. She grabbed Sarah's arm. Sarah! Sarah went immediately quiet, obviously knowing exactly what that tone and squeeze meant. She kept her head down as the 2 girls hurried through the living room and up the stairs. Sanders watched them go, his eyes hard. Mary's been here for 17 years, I said to Sanders. Where the hell have you been if you're her father? Sanders closed his eyes for a moment and grimaced. The muscles in his jaw worked as he glared at Miriam. I was lied to. Not by me, Miriam said. Oh, that is some fresh BS, lady. Sanders advanced on Miriam. He winced when he put his left leg down. You knew the whole thing. Admit it. He flung a hand in Mary's direction. You knew she had a father, and you chose to do nothing about it.
It wasn't my place.
Miriam's voice was quieter than usual. Her back was still ramrod straight, but she wouldn't meet Sanders' gaze. Whatever was happening, seeing Miriam nervous around someone else was all right. Shovel those turds down someone else's throat, lady! Sanders closed his mouth and took a noisy breath through his nose. He turned his back to Miriam, basically dismissing her. Look, Josh, right? I get it.
You've known the kids here all your life." He pulled one of the upholstered chairs across the hardwood floor, closer to Mary. He dropped into it and massaged above his left knee. His pant leg seemed strangely loose below the knee he was rubbing. "This is all any of you have ever known, and you're going through it together. You're like brothers and sisters, right?" He leaned closer to Mary, his hard eyes softening. Mary and I exchanged a glance. Brothers and sisters. She managed a small smile. "Whatever," I said. Sarah and Rachel were like my sisters, not Mary. But this wasn't the time. "What do you mean you were lied to?" "Like I told Mary earlier, me and her mom dated in high school, married right after. When 9/11 happened, I joined the army. Got deployed to Afghanistan. After my first tour, things were hard at home, and I thought a second tour would help me clear my head." Sanders hunched his shoulders, still massaging his left thigh. I felt like I was playing catch-up, trying to figure out what he was saying. "What's a tour?" He frowned. "What's a tour? What do you mean?" "You went on a tour of Afghanistan as a soldier?" His shoulders relaxed and he raised his eyebrows. "Oh, no, not traveling around to see the sights. A tour is basically a period of service, the time I was deployed there with my division." Understanding dawned. "Oh, okay." I checked on Mary. The shock had left her face now, and she was mostly just clenching her hands together, staring at them. "Go on." "I guess Lizzie got pregnant when I was at home between tours." Sanders ran his fingers through his hair. "Lizzie's my ex-wife. Mary's mother." Mary flinched at that last bit. This must be insane for her. She'd never known anything about her parents or why she was in the cult, and she'd never wanted to talk about it. Her whole world was changing. I gave her shoulder a supportive squeeze. "Lizzie left me right after I deployed again. Never told me she was pregnant." Sanders bent closer to Mary. "I only found out you existed a week ago." He clenched his jaw and swallowed. He scuffed a sleeve of his button-up shirt across his eyes. "I'm so sorry. She never told me." "Maybe just slow down," I said. I dropped to my knees next to Mary. I wanted to wrap her in a hug and protect her from this. She looked fragile again, like a twig that could snap in a strong wind. "Are you okay?" Mary's green eyes slowly found mine. Her hands clenched tight enough that her knuckles were white. She shrugged, her lips parting with a shaky breath. A tremble cut her words short. Sanders put a hand on her knee, but pulled back when she flinched. I folded my hands around hers. "Do you believe him?" She was shaking. I held her hands and gently squeezed. "It's okay. This is crazy. It's all right." I caught her eyes again with mine and took a long, slow breath. "Just breathe with me." She nodded. "I'm okay." She took a shaky breath in time with my breath. The tightness around her eyes relaxed the slightest bit. She slipped one hand out of the bundle of our hands, but immediately set it on top of mine. Her trembling lessened with each breath. I felt like I could read her thoughts as our eyes searched each other's. If Sanders was telling the truth, if Mary believed him, she was gone. Our plan was over. And even if she didn't believe him, Miriam did, and it seemed like she was trying to get rid of Mary. 3 years of planning, and walks, and reading, and being close enough to hold but too nervous to do it. 3 years, and it was all gone. Mary swallowed and squeezed my hands. She turned to Sanders. "Tell the rest." Sanders didn't say anything, just looking from her face to mine, then to our hands. The corners of his mouth turned down in a thoughtful frown. He glanced over his shoulder at Miriam, who I had forgotten completely about. She was seeing our hands together. I didn't give the slightest damn about that anymore. Sanders nodded at me. He spoke quietly. "Not sister and brother, then?" He raised his eyebrows. I shook my head. "Nope." He sighed. "Sorry, kid." "Just finish it." Mary's voice was firmer now. "Sure." Sanders leaned back and ran his fingers through his hair. "Lizzie had always wanted to live an exciting life, more than I was offering, and ran off with my best friend, Robbie Baskin." He rolled his eyes, jaw clenching again. "They'd been carrying on for a while. She convinced him the baby," he nodded at Mary, "was his." Sanders swore, then swore again. "My best friend. What a damn cliche." "But how did Mary end up in the faith?" I turned to face Sanders, keeping my hands wrapped in Mary's. They followed Lizzie's sister to Boston. After her sister talked up this new group she and her boyfriend had hooked up with. Sanders threw a glare toward Miriam and took a long breath. This. He gestured around us at the house. Whatever it is. Lizzie and Robbie joined up. Sanders ran his tongue across his teeth, visibly angry. His hands clenched the chair's armrests. She had the baby, Mary, a little while later in a hospital in Boston. They moved with this whatever every time it moved while Mary was a baby. But when Mary was 2 and you people had settled here, Lizzie got bored. Now he turned to Miriam and spoke directly to her. You idiots seem to think parents shouldn't raise their own kids. So bored old Lizzie convinced Robbie to leave Mary with you people and take off to New York for more excitement. She justified it by saying Mary's aunt would make sure she was taken care of until Lizzie got back, since her sister had her own kid that was a year or so older. Sanders cocked his head to the side. It was exactly the same thing Mary did sometimes. Tell me, lady, did Mary's aunt take care of her? Mary's aunt? What? I flashed a look at Mary. Her eyes were narrowed, her brow furrowed. Wait, what? Mary pushed to her feet. What are you talking about? She glared at Miriam, then Sanders. I don't have an aunt. Sanders nodded. So she left too, abandoning a little girl to this stupidity? Bitterness dripped from every word he spoke. I don't need to listen to these insults, Miriam said. She turned sharply, aiming toward the hallway to her office. You take her and be done with this. Miriam! Mary's voice cracked, ringing off the hardwood floor and walls. Did you know this? I'd never heard Mary raise her voice so loud, not even when we were laughing our heads off deep in the woods. Her face looked carved from stone. Her nostrils flared and green fire seemed to blaze from her eyes. Did you know all of this? Miriam jerked up straight and spun. What does it matter? She threw a hand outward toward Sanders, who had also stood up. I pushed to my feet. You've got your daddy now, she snarled as she said daddy, so you can leave. Nope, no way. She was not going to dodge this. Miriam. I crossed the room and stood in front of her, blocking her way. I was an inch or two taller than her now, and I took advantage of that. Something about how she'd reacted when Sanders had talked about Mary's aunt was chewing inside of me. I knew Miriam's face. I'd studied it closely over these 3 years and enjoyed her increasing frustration with me. What I'd seen just now, I had only seen 2 times before. Once when that police officer, Ambler, dropped me at home after my first time running away. The other time was when I'd faced her down after not getting on the bus. Fear. Miriam was scared. Miriam, what happened to Mary's aunt? Josh, what? Mary came up next to me. Tears dripped down her face, but she looked ready to chew nails. I want to know if she knew all of this and just decided I didn't need to know any of it. I found her hand and squeezed softly. She definitely knew. I'm so sorry. I turned back to Miriam and glared. What about her aunt? Get out of my way, Joshua. Miriam put a pale hand on my arm, trying to push me aside. I looked down at her fingers curling around my bicep, then very pointedly back in her face, not moving an inch. Take your hand off me. I leaned closer. Now. I put all the grief and rage and frustration of all the years into that one word. Her hand fell. What's going on here? Abraham appeared in the front door. Penelope next to him. They must have just been getting back from an errand. How could Saul look simultaneously exactly like both his parents? I gave Abraham my usual glare to make sure he knew I still hadn't forgotten that he'd beaten me up 3 years before. Miriam's pale face lost every last bit of color as she looked at Abraham and Penelope. She said nothing. She didn't move a muscle. No way. Sanders crossed the room in a blink, stopping in front of Penelope. His brows drew down, fury popping in every muscle. Penelope dropped the bag she held to the floor, open terror making her face slack. Sanders growled, Heather? What the hell?
Chapter 3.
Penelope?
Mary's voice shook. She stared at Saul's mother, taking a step toward her. I went along with her. I wanted to scream at Miriam, who still hadn't moved. The red rage erupting inside me ached to burn Miriam to ash right where she stood. But Mary needed me with her. I took her hand, willing strength into her, and she reflexively squeezed back. Abraham moved in front of Penelope, putting himself between her and Sanders. "What is going on here? Who are you?" His words sounded forced, like an act. Did he somehow know Sanders? Abraham tossed a nervous glance at Miriam. "Miriam, what is all this?" Sanders ignored Abraham, swearing, "Heather, you've been here all along?" Mary and I exchanged a look. Horror and lots of other emotions boiled in her eyes. "It's Penelope?" She pulled me along as she stood next to Abraham. "You're my aunt?" Sanders swore again, looking from Mary to Penelope, then to Miriam, then back to Mary. Fury mottled his face. He sputtered and choked on the next thing he was going to say, glaring at Miriam. Penelope was Mary's aunt. That was insane. A thought struck me so hard that I almost stumbled. That meant, Saul's my cousin? Mary's face had gone completely pale. Her fingers, tangled with mine, tightened. "You!" Sanders' nostrils flared. He clenched his teeth. He seethed fury at Miriam, Abraham, and Penelope. They all glared back, stone-faced. "You all knew! You let her think she had nobody!" He rolled his shoulders, his thick arms tightening under his shirt. A vein in his neck throbbed. He swore, calling them a name I'd wanted to yell at them all for years. "You miserable, petty tyrants! Who the hell do you think you are?" "You need to leave." Abraham put a hand on Sanders' chest, trying to push him back. Sanders' eyes went wide. In the split second before Sanders moved, I saw it coming. I pulled Mary back. Sanders' left hand flashed up and grabbed Abraham's right hand off his chest. He jerked to the left and twisted, and Abraham yelped and dropped to a knee. Sanders slipped a thumb under some of Abraham's fingers and lifted, making Abraham yelp again. "Get off!" Sanders twisted harder on Abraham's hand, forcing the jerk to both knees and making him whimper. I could have sworn I heard a crack. "Stop!" Miriam's voice rang out. Sanders ignored her, his face a snarl. "Still a bully, Joel?" He twisted again. I definitely heard a crack. "You like to put your hands on people still?" Abraham gasped and whined louder. Penelope grabbed Sanders' arm, pulling at him. "Chris, please stop." "You broke my finger! You're breaking my wrist!" Abraham's voice sounded just like Saul when he whined. I wondered if Sanders might twist just a little more. If I told him what Abraham had done to me 3 years before, maybe he would. "Please, Chris." Penelope pulled again. Sanders glared at her. "Not gonna act like you don't know me, Heather?" Joel. Heather? They're real names. And Penelope definitely knew Sanders. So did Abraham. I felt the strength go out of Mary the moment before she dropped to her knees. I followed her down and pulled her close as sobs began to tear through her. "Sanders!" I held Mary as her shoulders shook, her long brown hair spilling everywhere. He caught sight of us and let Abraham go, pushing him away, an expression of disgust on his face. He leveled a furious glare at the gathered adults. "I'm not done with you yet." "Just take her and leave." Miriam straightened her spine and rolled her head back in her usual tyrant pose, physically looking down her nose. "Joshua, leave her be." She made as if to leave. "Miriam," I said as Sanders with difficulty went to his right knee, "I'm not done with you yet either." She raised an eyebrow at me but turned and stalked down the hallway. Sanders put a hand on Mary's shoulder. "Mary, I'm so sorry." She shrugged that shoulder, her intent obvious. Sanders pulled his hand back. "Joshua," Penelope said, her voice shaky, "why are you even involved?" She and Abraham stood next to each other now. Abraham massaged his wrist, one of his fingers at a strange angle, his eyes tinged red. He'd been crying. Sanders had brought him to tears. Abraham's breath was coming in gasps. I should have felt bad for him, but delight at Abraham being pushed around finally, was making me giddy. Movement above them caught my eye. All 4 of the little kids were gathered on the second-floor landing. Deeper in the house, Joan stood at the entrance to the kitchen, her eyes wide. Penelope! I shook my head at her in disgust. I'd thought she was all right, but not anymore. I mean, Heather. Shouldn't you have been more involved? You have no idea what you're talking about. Her feet shifted as her eyes traveled all over the room, except to me. You need to butt out of this. No, Auntie Heather. I forced as much venom into my voice as I could manage. You and Uncle Joel need to butt out. They stood there, shocked expressions on their face. I glared at them, first one, then the other. The sight of them disgusted me. Sanders' words rang in my ears. Miserable, petty tyrants. Who did they think they were? Just deciding to never tell Mary the truth about her family. Pretending they had no relation to her for 17 years. Numerous foul names tumbled through my head, aching to be screamed at them. Instead, I ignored them and turned back to Mary, whose sobs were growing quieter. The trembling was finally slowing down too. I bent my head closer. It's okay. I've got you. I tightened my arm around her shoulder. I wished I could cast a spell of protection, throw up a stone wall all around just us, and keep these people away from Mary. Got some steel in you, kid. Sanders put a hand on the nearest wall and levered himself up. I caught a glimpse of his left ankle. It was not skin. At least that much of his leg was a prosthetic. I rolled my eyes, trying to ignore the shot of pleasure his compliment gave me. Whatever. He surveyed the room. Abraham and Penelope had disappeared, probably happy to get away with their tails between their legs. How many people live here? About 20, usually. Mary was sniffling now and shifting so she could wipe her face with her sleeves. Usually? Sanders glanced up and saw the kids on the landing above. A few are traveling a lot. I rubbed Mary's arm and helped her straighten. Her eyes were red-rimmed, her cheeks puffy. She swallowed and sniffled, giving me an embarrassed look. They bought a small ranch in Arizona last year. What? Sanders raised his eyebrows. With what money? There's another branch in Dallas now. I forced a smile to my face, trying to comfort Mary. She let out a shaky breath. The beggars there make a lot of money. They're doing an animal rescue thing on the ranch. Rescuing animals and trapping kids. Real good. His attention landed back on me and Mary. Here. He extended a hand. Mary took it and stood. I pushed to my feet, one of which had started to fall asleep. You doing okay? Sanders looked unsure as he talked to Mary. It was obvious he had no idea what he was doing, and he didn't know her at all. Mary nodded. She swallowed again and wiped a tear. Why? She sucked in a ragged breath and held it. Why couldn't they just tell the truth? I don't know. Sanders rubbed his face. It makes no sense to me either. She turned to me, more tears falling down her cheeks. They're just liars. All of them. Yeah, my throat tightened. How could the world have changed so much, so fast? How could she have gone from smiling and laughing in the woods an hour ago to this? She looked so betrayed, so broken. I'm sorry. Don't say that, Mary said. You're not one of them. She took one of my hands and squeezed. You're the best, the only good thing here. The sadness in her voice tore at my heart. You too. I reached up and carefully brushed one of the stray locks of hair back from her face. Her next breath was more controlled. She kept her eyes fixed on mine. I don't want to leave you. Shock jittered in my chest. What? I glanced at Sanders. He's your father. He can take you away from all of this. Mary. Sanders reached for her. You'll have a real life, not this bizarre garbage. He snorted. It's all lies here. Dangerous lies and manipulation. I can't leave you here. She turned on him. Josh isn't a lie. Or a manipulation. He's good and strong. He stayed even when he could have gotten out. For me. She whipped her head around, tears flying from her cheeks. For all of us. She caught sight of the kids upstairs. To keep them safe. Heat built in me as she spoke. I hadn't realized how much she understood. I'd never really shared everything that had gone through my head at the bus station 3 years before, but she'd somehow figured it out. Good. I'm glad to hear it. Sanders licked his lips. He squared his shoulders. But
I'm your father, and I'm taking you out of here.
I'm not going. Mary moved back and pressed her side against me. I don't know you. I'm staying with Josh. Mary, I turned to face her. This is your chance. You can get out of here a year before our plan. Shock and hurt slashed across her face. You don't want me to stay? Oh, no. That's not what I mean. I thought fast, grabbing her hands. I want you to be with me. I want to be with you. Every day. I spared a glance at Sanders. He looked offended. What else had he expected? Did he think Mary would call him her hero and take off with some father she'd never met without a problem? But don't you want to get away from these people? They lied to you your whole life. Penelope is your aunt, for crying out loud. I've always wanted to get away from here, Mary said. Now even more than ever. But we're making it work, aren't we? I chewed on that. She was right. Her dark green eyes shimmered as I stared into them. We were making it work. We could find a way to get past today and still make our plan work out. You're right. The small, hopeful smile that stretched her lips made my heart pound. She was everything. Everything. Facing Sanders, I took her hand and squeezed it. She's not going with you. Sanders' heavy gaze went back and forth between us for a long, quiet time. His shoulders slumped, and he shook his head. I found out I had a daughter a week ago, and she doesn't want anything to do with me. He looked sad and angry. A week ago? I glanced at Mary, confused. How? Mary stepped a little closer to Sanders. I believe that you're my father. I want to get to know you. She paused. I'm sorry, but Josh is here. Wait, though, I said. How did you find out? Sanders ran his fingers through his dark hair. Robbie Baskin. He searched me out. He closed his eyes and blew out a noisy breath, then settled a sad look on Mary. Lizzie, your mom, she passed a few years ago. Mary barely even reacted. Not my mom. I never knew her. Sanders pursed his lips. Fair. Go on. I kept hold of Mary's hand. Anyway, Robbie found your birth certificate when Lizzie was in the hospital after overdosing. Apparently, she had put my name as your father, even though she was with Robbie at the time. Sanders shook his head in exasperation. I guess she and I were still technically married. A weird thought struck me. Miriam and the adults were at least a little right. The world outside the faith was bizarre. Why couldn't people just be with the person they loved forever? It seemed simple to me. Of course, Miriam, Penelope, and Abraham were a big part of why this was such a mess, so they had no place to judge from. Robbie confronted Lizzie. She admitted I was your father. He gave a short laugh. Robbie divorced her while she was dying. Gems, both of them. So then he went and found you. Mary sounded resigned, like she wanted to get this over with and be done with it all. No, he didn't do anything for a few years. Sanders scrubbed at the stubble on his chin. But then he was diagnosed with liver cancer. He'd been an alcoholic for a lot of years. He found me, I guess through the internet. I got a letter last week with the whole story and your birth certificate. Deathbed repentance or something. Still too much of a coward to talk to me, even over the phone. This is ridiculous. Mary pulled away and dropped onto the nearest couch. I joined her. You know that's right. Of all the convoluted parent and kid relationships in the faith, this was the most insane. A small grin stretched her lips. Saul's my cousin. She raised her eyebrows at me. I can't believe it, I smiled back. Although maybe there's some similarity. She punched my shoulder. Take that back. I take it back. She huffed. Saul ogles me all the time. Saul's Joel and Heather's kid? Sanders pulled one of the upholstered chairs closer and sat. Yeah, I glanced at Mary. And finding out she's his cousin won't stop him from ogling her. Gross! Mary punched me again. I'm not wrong. Silence filled the living room. I felt stretched, like a rubber band that had been overused. And if I felt like that, Mary had to be feeling 100 times worse. Look, Sanders began. I get you wanting to stay here. He nodded in my direction. Josh is obviously good people. That was a strange thing to say. I ignored it.
But you're my daughter. He clasped his hands together in his lap. I'm your father. I've always wanted a family. He met her gaze, then looked down. He straightened. And there is no way on God's green earth I'm letting you stay here. Especially not now. He looked around and gestured upward. I saw how those girls acted when they came through here. They were petrified and have obviously suffered abuse of some kind. This place is not healthy. He sure had that right. You said you always wanted a family? Mary said. You're not married? I glanced at his left hand. No ring. Never after Lizzie. He settled back in the chair. I was stupid. Made some dumb choices when I was younger. I know why Lizzie left me. She was crazy, but I wasn't much of a catch either. He paused. I had a lot of work to do after I got out of the army, to try and become, normal. Sort of. Sort of? Mary pulled my hand to rest in her lap. What do you mean? Sanders lifted his left pant leg, revealing a fancy-looking prosthetic. Goes all the way to the knee. I haven't met a woman yet who only wants part of a man. Whatever, Mary said. That's dumb. You're still a whole person. Did that happen in Afghanistan? The prosthetic leg looked space-age. I wanted to lean closer and poke at it, but held myself back. Yeah. Sanders closed his eyes for a moment. IED. It was a long time ago. He leaned forward again. In any case, I know this is fast. It's fast for me, too. It's nuts. But I'm your father, and I want to be your dad. And seeing this place gives me the creeps. I have to get you out of here, as soon as possible. Mary nodded slightly. I know it's bad. It's always been like this. She fidgeted with my hand that she still held in her lap. But I can't. I don't want to leave. She was amazing. Sanders sighed. His nostrils flared. Mary, if you knew how you sound when you say that. He trailed off, rubbing his face. I can tell you've been through a lot here. His gaze flicked to me, then back to her. And you two have bonded. Bonded? This was more than bonding because of a bad situation. I opened my mouth to protest, but he cut me off with a raised hand. Okay, sorry. You've been good for each other. He licked his lips. What if... He trailed off. I can't believe I'm going to suggest this. But what if I moved to Cooperton? I could come here every day to see you, Mary. We could get to know each other until you're ready to come live with me. I could shield you from these awful people, too. He gestured at me. But you could still be with Josh. Hell, I could even take both of you out of here sometimes. And we could maybe get an ice cream or see a movie or something. Holy crap. Even in profile, I could tell Mary's eyes widened. Her mouth dropped open. What? I could move here. I can do my job from anywhere. He made a face. Well, as long as Cooperton has good internet. You would move across the country? For me? Tension filled Mary's shoulders and hands. Why would you do that? Sanders scowled. He stared at her, then me, then back at her. Because you're my daughter. Well, sure. But really? I tried to imagine Miriam, or anyone, doing something like that for me. Just to build a relationship with me and to protect me? Miriam had already proven what she would do for me, and that was a whole lot of nothing. Mary sat quietly for a moment. I mean, that would be amazing. A smile split Sanders' face. It'd be okay. You would be all right with that? A couple tears slipped down Mary's cheek. She wiped them away. Of course. And these idiots? How would they handle that? Sanders rubbed his left thigh. Frankly, not that it matters. I'm your father, so what they say can take a piss. Exactly, I said. It's not like they could stop you. This was amazing. How Sanders could just uproot his life and move to Cooperton, I didn't get. But it was an incredible thing to do. And we would suddenly have an ally outside of the faith. Besides, if anyone got in your way, you could just do what you did to Abraham. Sanders waggled his eyebrows and grinned. Or worse. Chapter 4. Mary slumped to the back of the couch. My hand was getting sweaty, so I extricated it from hers. Are you okay? She looked exhausted. Yeah. She blew out a noisy breath that caught in her throat. She rubbed her splotchy face and eyes and shoved some hair behind her ear. Somehow, yeah. Sanders looked chagrined. Look, I'm sorry to have brought all of this on. He took in the house, but this is terrible. It had to come out. I stood and stretched. I knew this was all a joke, but I never realized how they just straight out lied all the time. Now that the shouting was over, the smaller kids started filtering through towards the kitchen and dining room. It was lunchtime after all. Why are they like this? Mary's voice was so quiet I almost didn't hear her. It just doesn't make sense. The lies are so useless. Her lips pressed tightly together. It's a tyrant thing, Sanders said. Control of everything. It's all about control. I heard Luke's voice from the kitchen. He must have come in the back. Where was Saul? Hey, I'm going to clean up and get some lunch going. I caught Mary's eyes. I'll make you a sandwich? She nodded. Thanks. I need to clean up too. Sanders rose and looked around. Well, I've caused enough chaos here. I better go make some calls. He pulled a cell phone out of his pants pocket. It was thin and sleek-looking. Adults in the cult didn't even have phones. The leader of the beggars usually had one, and it was an old-style flip phone. Miriam would call the leader for the day, usually Ezekiel or Estelle, to check in and see if they had reached the quota for the day before they could come home. I'd seen Miriam's cell. It was nicer, but nothing as fancy as Sanders' phone. He stepped outside, already tapping out a number. I headed toward the stairs. Mary did too. Going up? She smiled wanly at me. I'm so tired an elevator would be great. I could carry you. We started up the creaking stairs. I don't think so. Mary slid her hand up the smooth old railing. Are you saying I'm weak? I bumped her with my elbow. How dare you? I'm saying we're practically the same height. If you could carry me, I'd be impressed. Well, we reached the landing. I made a show of eyeballing her up and down as if I were measuring her. We'll have to check sometime. I'm stronger than I look. A lazy smile spread across her face. I know. Her hand suddenly cradled the side of my face, warm and wonderful. Thank you. I basked in the sensation of her touch on my cheek for a moment, then took her hand and gently kissed it. Anything for you, my lady. She looked at me from heavy-lidded eyes, and my heart pounded, and sweat sprang out at my hairline. My hero. No, you're my hero. I lowered her hand and gently released it. You're staying for me. I'm staying with you. Mary brushed a thumb across her hand where I'd kissed it. For me. Still my hero. My stomach growled. I'll make food. I turned to my door. See you down there? Mary nodded and slipped across the landing, down the short hallway, and into her room. I opened the door to my room and found Saul sitting on David's bed. The room still had 3 bunk beds, but Luke had finally moved to the top bunk, Mal's old bed, a year or so ago. David and Ethan shared one of the bunks still, while Saul slept above me. Saul's expression was strange. He held his guitar as if he were about to play, but had somehow forgotten it was in his hands. Dude, I said, aren't you getting lunch? He blinked and appeared to somehow just notice me. He didn't say anything. What's up? I crossed the room toward our bathroom. What's up? His question sounded sarcastic. I turned at his tone. I heard that whole thing down there. Tingles of surprise slid down my neck, giving me gooseflesh on my arms. You did? He had made it back inside before us and up the stairs. Yeah. He glared at me. Why the heck would he be mad at me? So you know the truth. Whatever. I stood taller, taken aback. What do you mean, whatever? If you heard it all, you heard Miriam and Penelope and Abraham. They know Sanders. He called them by their real names. Their real names are Abraham and Penelope. Saul didn't stop glaring at me. And there's no way Mary's my cousin. I thought you said you heard everything. What was he talking about? He'd just heard a bunch of lies get destroyed, and that he had a cousin he hadn't known about. You have a cousin. Isn't that kind of cool? It's dumb. Saul set his guitar down. That guy's full of crap. That was the dumbest, fakest story I've ever heard. What the hell was Saul talking about? You literally just heard your own parents confirm the story. I mentally reviewed everything that had happened. Dude,
Penelope called Sanders by name. She knows him.
Saul huffed. Whatever. She's not my cousin.
I rolled my eyes. Solly, honestly, what difference does it make? Nobody ever treated her like family anyway. She's only your cousin by blood. I bumped the bathroom door open. It's probably even legal in some states to marry your cousin. I snorted a laugh and walked into the bathroom. Saul's big feet thumped against the floor as he threw himself at me.
Shut up!
I spun and fended off his flailing hands. Saul, what the hell? Back off!
She only likes you because you both read all the time.
Why was Saul reaching for my neck? Was he trying to strangle me or something? He lunged again. I caught his wrists and tried to hold him still. Saul, get a grip! Apparently, he'd not only been ogling her, the poor guy was in complete denial. Mary and I are together. We have been for 3 years. Please, let it go.
You need to let it go.
Saul jerked his arms out of my hands.
With your stupid hero act and crap.
My hero act? I stepped back, palms up, and turned out to face him. Relax, man. I'm sorry all that came out, but it's obviously true. I reached for the bathroom door to close it and lock him out. I didn't realize your feelings were like that. I met his mud-brown eyes, still getting used to him without glasses. How he'd been able to get contact lenses, I had no idea. I don't want to fight, I shrugged. Mary made her choice a long time ago. I closed and locked the door. A thump sounded from the other side.
People change their minds sometimes.
He smacked the door again, then I heard him walk away. I used the bathroom and went to the sink, turning on the water. Man, today just kept throwing punches. How could Saul think he and Mary could be a thing? Setting aside today's revelations, Mary and I had been together for 3 years, and she was right. It had to be obvious, at least to the kids. I dried my hands and went downstairs, noticing out the front window that Sanders wasn't alone out in the driveway. Miriam, Penelope, and Abraham were all out there talking at him. They outnumbered him and seemed like they were trying to crowd him, but he stood tall and his face showed impatience. I crossed through the living room, the images of Mary's face returning to me, her shaking hands, then her tears wetting my pant leg while she cried against me. This room would never be the same. The other kids were all gathered around the small table in the weirdly named breakfast nook. I strode through to get to the bread and peanut butter.
What happened, Josh?
David asked with his mouth full.
Why was everyone shouting?
I glanced over at him. All the kids were looking at me. Luke was nowhere to be seen, and Mary hadn't made it down yet. Rachel lowered her sandwich and swallowed.
Why did that man hurt Abraham?
I spread peanut butter on whole wheat bread and thought fast. Why hide the truth? I could keep it simple. That man is actually Mary's father. He came here to meet her. I spread grape jam on the sandwiches and closed them. I was pretty hungry, and Mary never had any trouble keeping up with me, so I started making 2 more. It turns out that nobody had told Mary that Penelope was her aunt. Sarah gasped.
Her aunt? Penelope is that man's sister?
Ethan shook his head.
Didn't you hear them? Mary's mother was Penelope's sister, but she died.
Dang, the kid had understood pretty well. Yeah, and Mr. Sanders only hurt Abraham because Abraham was trying to push him. The image of Abraham on his knees, whining in pain, returned to me in all of its glory. But Mr. Sanders was a soldier and didn't let him. I closed the sandwiches and put them on 2 plates. But he only hurt Abraham a little to make him stop trying to push. Pushing's bad. Rachel nodded. She grew thoughtful.
Is Mary okay? She was crying.
Yeah, I went out to the dining room to wait for Mary. It's going to turn out okay.
Get off me!
Every hair on my neck stood. Alarms clanged in my head. That was Mary's voice. She sounded scared and hurt. Chapter 5. I ran through the dining room and was halfway across the living room when 3 people appeared at the bottom of the stairs. Penelope and Abraham were physically pulling a flailing Mary toward the wide-open front door as she shouted for help. "Hey!" I yelled, jerking to a stop. "What are you doing?" I was still holding 2 plates of sandwiches. I dropped them on the couch. "Get off her!" Mary twisted. Fear and shock filled her eyes. "Josh, help!" Abraham snarled at me.
Back off, Joshua!
Penelope ignored me. I got a hold of Abraham's arm and pulled. He tugged away, and they kept dragging Mary. "Stop it! What are you doing?" Panic made my voice crack. "Christopher!" Mary's terrified shout pierced my heart. "Help!" She managed to get a foot hooked on the door jamb, making it harder for Penelope and Abraham to get her outside. "Dad!" Miriam appeared on the porch just outside the door.
What on earth are you doing?
She glared at Abraham, then Penelope.
Let that girl go.
Sanders pounded up the wooden porch stairs. "Get your damn hands off my daughter!"
I said let her go.
Miriam's quiet voice pierced the mess. Penelope and Abraham released Mary, and she sagged away from them, toward me. I put an arm around her waist to hold her up. She was shaking like a wind-blown leaf. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" Sanders stomped in front of Abraham. "You need another lesson, Joel?" Abraham shrank back, cradling his hurt wrist and fingers. Sanders turned his glare on Penelope. "Heather, you're a bully now, too?"
She said to bring her down, Penelope said. I didn't say to drag her bodily down here.
Miriam's flat face screwed up with frustration. She sighed and shook her head.
But what's done is done.
Sanders rounded on Miriam. "What's done is done?" He pointed at Mary, who was still leaning on me. "What the hell is wrong with you, lady? They just dragged her down the stairs."
"That was never my intent."
Miriam fixed a glare on Sanders.
"Just leave and be done with this."
"Wait, what?" I kept Mary held tight against me, but pushed us between Abraham and Penelope to get to the porch. "What's going on?" Miriam's face relaxed back into its flat angles, and she turned to Sanders.
"Why don't you tell them?"
Mary tensed against me. She was struggling to catch her breath. I held her tighter. "Tell us what?" I glared at Miriam. Satisfaction had flattened her mouth. Sanders turned to us. I didn't like what I saw in his expression. His shoulders were squared, but resignation was painted all over his face. "We had a plan." Mary's lips were drawn tight and thin. She must have seen the same thing I did. "What changed?" Sanders let out a breath. "It has to change." He sneered at the adults gathered on the porch. "Now that you know the truth, they want you gone." His eyes settled on Mary, softening. "And I'm your father. I can't let you stay and get what they'll dish out if you're here." "But that's not fair." I blurted the words, infuriated. "We'd had a plan. It was going to work out. Mary was going to stay, and she was going to get to know her father." "If you're my father, and you get to make decisions, what they want doesn't matter." Mary looked pleadingly at Sanders. Her voice was choppy. "Does it?" Miriam scoffed, but we ignored her. Sanders shook his head, his brows furrowed. "Of course it does. This is their property. I can't come here if they don't want me to. Besides, this one," he indicated Miriam, "says she won't tolerate outside influence in her faith community." He said the last thing with serious derision. "What are you saying? This couldn't be happening." Sanders shrugged, his hands clenched together. "I came here from my daughter." He looked at Mary. He spoke in a matter-of-fact tone. "They've just revealed 17 years of emotional abuse and have made it clear they're not going to change. I'm not leaving you here." "What?" Mary stood tall again. Anger flared her nostrils. "This can't be." Miriam waved a hand toward Abraham and Penelope, who were still behind us.
"Get her things."
Creaking stairs signaled their obedience. Miriam dismissed us with her gaze and walked inside. Sanders rolled his shoulders. He closed his eyes and spoke. "I made this harder than it should have been, and put you and me in a bind." He opened his eyes again. "But the fact is, I'm your father. I have your birth certificate in the car. It's my responsibility to keep you safe, even if you don't agree or understand." "What do you mean by being in a bind?" Mary advanced on Sanders. "What aren't you telling us?" He glared at the house behind us. "First off," he thought for a moment, "those people are not okay. That woman is evil. Audaciously so." He muttered, then fixed his gaze on us again. "Also, they've got me over a barrel." "We don't understand." I stood next to Mary again. "Come on." "I was too rough on Joel," he seethed as he spoke. "I know better, but I let myself get out of control. I think I broke his finger.
Big deal. I mean, Abraham deserved it.
They've threatened charges against me.
Sanders spat over the porch rail into the gravel driveway.
I was in their home, and they can make a pretty good case for assault, especially given my military background. He shook his head, and with my work, I actually can't afford any kind of criminal charges brought against me.
Your work? Mary clenched her jaw. It's more important than what we planned. She furiously scrubbed tears from her cheeks. Your work. Her voice was quiet now, seething.
It is not that simple.
He reached for Mary, but she dodged back. Sanders swallowed hard.
I have certain government clearances for what I do. Those evaporate within an hour of criminal charges being filed against me.
Government clearances? I stuck next to Mary.
They don't know that stuff. But they're saying that if I don't take you now, he pointed at the SUV, literally right now, they're going to bring charges against me.
He cocked his head to the side, raising his eyebrows.
And that's some BS, and I don't like being manipulated. But the truth is, I can't leave you here now that I know what these people are like. Not a chance.
But we had a plan. Mary's earlier anger had dissolved into desperation. They ruined everything. How can they do this?
Because they're horrible people.
I shook my head. But just say you didn't assault him. I'll go to court and say the same thing.
This was insane.
Sanders shook his head.
I can't even have legal action brought against me, especially assault. Add perjury to that, and I'm hosed. I can't do my job.
Wait a second. I'll go with you, I said. I'm almost 18. They must want to get rid of me, too. Mary grabbed my hand. That's a great idea. Sanders' expression deflated both of us.
That Miriam lady, she specifically said if you two had contact and she found out about it, she would file the assault charges the same day.
I stood speechless. She was the devil. She just wanted control. If Miriam didn't get her way, she would ruin all of us.
She's your mother?
Sanders glanced up as the front door opened. I followed his gaze. Abraham and Penelope each dropped a black trash bag on the porch, glared at us, and went back inside.
That Miriam lady's your mom?
Biologically. The trash bags had to have Mary's clothes and belongings in them.
She's a piece of work.
Sanders grabbed the two bags.
I don't know what made her that way, but get out of here as soon as you can. She's a sociopath.
I know. Sanders went to his SUV and put the bags in the back seat. He stayed there and looked up at Mary and me still on the porch.
I'm sorry. I know this is fast, and isn't at all like I'd imagine this going.
There has to be something we can do. This couldn't be happening. No way was he about to take Mary and put her in his car and just drive off with her. Another day flashed in my memory. A crappy old hatchback, Malachi dropping his duffel and backpack in the car. Then, gone. And months later, truly gone. My heart compressed. My breath wouldn't come.
Kid.
He rubbed at his face, pressing the heels of his hands into his eyes.
Josh, look. They're awful, but remember, I'm Mary's father. She's coming with me. My first act as her father is going to be freeing her from manipulative, abusive people who have proven they'll do whatever it takes to have their world and narrative be reality. He shook his head. I know that's hard to hear, but it's the fact.
He fixed a sad look on us.
This is happening.
Please, just leave her here. We'll be okay. I sounded desperate. I was desperate. Let's act like this never happened. The edges of my vision darkened. Sweat slid down my spine. Josh. Mary's eyes swam into view. Tears ran down her cheeks. Her face had gone slack with defeat. It's too late. We know all the lies. She hiccuped, trying to catch her breath. They want me gone. She tipped her head toward Sanders. And he... She trailed off. I mean, he is my father. I can't lose you. I grabbed her hands and held on. You can't go. Tears soaked my face. I didn't care. Something was squeezing my chest hard enough to break ribs. Everything was squeezing. The world was breaking open. You can't leave. I turned to Sanders, Mary's father.
Why had he come? Why had he ruined everything? Please.
Son, I'm sorry this is upending your world too.
He looked me up and down.
You seem like you're getting through this okay, but the world outside of this insanity is really big. Really big. Mary needs to get out and see it.
What are you saying? I glared at him. A chill or something kicked through me, making me flinch hard.
She needs to heal from all of this.
He dropped his gaze to the gravel for a moment and then flicked his eyes up to the right.
Just give all of this some time to cool down.
Something in his expression, his voice, was setting off an alarm deep in my head. Mary pulled at my hands. I turned back to her. Josh, I think I have to go. I squeezed her hands tighter, shaking off the alarm Sanders had set off. No, wait! I was trembling. I couldn't stop. I had to stop this. If she drove down that driveway, she would be gone. I'd never see her again. That's how it worked. That's how it worked. Everybody I loved left down that stupid, stupid driveway. Her eyes closed. I don't want to go. Sanders must have heard.
Mary, come on.
He cleared his throat.
We have to go. Say goodbye.
Renewed anger stiffened her shoulders. She rounded on him, pulling free from my grip. No! She screamed. Her voice sounded like it was tearing a hole in her. You leave! This is all your fault! You get out of here! You can't take me! She faltered on the last word. You can't! I couldn't see her like this. It was shredding me from the inside out. I caught her. Or she caught me. We collapsed into each other. Her arms wrapped around my shoulders and neck. Mine encircled her waist and pulled her close. I pressed my face into the crook of her neck. She did the same. Warm tears spilled down my neck and under my shirt collar. I scrubbed my wet eyes and cheeks on her shirt. The soft, perfect pressure of her tight against me, holding me up, fighting back the rage that threatened to turn everything black. Her smell, like a perfect spring day in the woods, alive and crisp and full of promise. Her hands on my neck. She filled every sense. I commanded every millimeter of skin and muscle to remember the sensation of holding her. Never forget. And hold her again, no matter what it took. Hold her again.
Guys,
Sanders' voice broke in.
Come on.
We ignored him. I loosened my grip, and Mary did the same. Her face was dry, but red from crying. Her amazing green eyes glowed only inches away. A bit of her long, wavy brown hair was stuck to one of her cheeks. I carefully brushed it behind an ear. Her hands slid from the back of my neck to my cheeks. Her eyes went from my chin to my forehead, studying me. I drank the sight of her face in, committing it to memory so deep it would never disappear. Muscle memory. Her hands on my cheeks pressed gently, then pulled. I stepped in and drew her closer. My heart pounded. Breath stopped. Her lips touched mine, soft, warm. The world froze. Mary. Her name filled my head. Her lips moved on mine. I pushed closer, pressing against her perfect, amazing lips. Silent thunder rippled through my body, cracking the earth open. It could swallow me, us, whole, as long as this never ended. Sweet warmth was all I knew as our lips lingered for another moment. Then we parted, both leaning back a few inches. Her eyes glowed. Her cheeks were more flushed than before. My cheeks burned, and my breath suddenly came back in a gasp. Mary. I stopped. Big, important words flashed through my mind, crowding and trying to get out. She stopped me with an amazing, hooded look. Say it when we're together again. She leaned in and kissed me again, harder, something like hunger behind it. It was amazing. I drank everything about her in. After a few seconds, we parted again. If our eyes never broke contact, she wouldn't be in the car, wouldn't be driving away, out of my life. Her hands slipped from my face down my arms to rest in mine. She smiled. It didn't seem forced. You're beautiful. Another moment like this returned to me. That night, I left the house, intent on running away. The night before her birthday. I brushed my fingers down her cheek. You're beautiful, too. Come on, kids. Sanders opened the driver's door. That's enough. She glanced at him, breaking the connection. Wait. His eyebrows rose. She turned back to me. That note, you remember? The one you put in my math book? I nodded. 3 years and a week ago. I'll use that email address. Nobody else knows about it. Mary squeezed my hand tightly. I'll tell you where I am. Find me. I will find you. I glanced at the house. Dark shapes stood beyond the windows. I made sure they saw I was looking at them. I turned back to Mary, pulled her closer, and kissed her again. Each time was better. How could her lips be so soft and perfect and warm, but burning hot? Why hadn't we done this before today? We separated and I let her go. I will find you. I pitched my voice low so only she could hear. I know. She went around the SUV and climbed into the passenger seat. I followed her, watching her face, memorizing everything about her. The engine started and her window opened. 1 month. I nodded as the car began to roll. I walked with it, then broke into a jog. 1 month! The dark SUV quickly outpaced me and disappeared into the woods. I shook away the dark premonition, or memory, whatever it was. This wasn't like Mal. I would find her. 1 more month until I turned 18, then I was gone. Chapter 6. I watched the driveway until the dust kicked up by Sanders' SUV settled. How had this day gone so completely wrong? I scuffed my feet in the gravel and kicked some of the small rocks onto the nearby grass. That was a lecture right there. Any adult would yell at me if they saw me do that, but Ezekiel would be the worst. He bleated over and over about how things have their place, as if he didn't remember that he'd said the same thing hundreds of times. I mean, I knew what he was really saying. Things were kids, and kids were supposed to be robots who followed the will of their masters exactly, or there was something horribly wrong with them. My fists clenched and unclenched. She was gone, disappeared into the trees. I had to spend an entire month without her. I crossed the driveway, deliberately kicking gravel into the grass, and headed down the grassy slope toward the rough, old stone bench. The pond, completely thawed by now, reflected the pale sky. A sharp odor of goose crap, mud, and water plants wafted up at me with a light, chilly breeze. A sharp bang sounded from behind the house. I glanced up the hill. Luke emerged from one of the storage sheds, a worn, old tool belt on his waist, and a beat-up bucket in one hand. He was doing maintenance. I could help, take my mind off how evil the adults were and how stupid today had become. I turned from my path and met him at the corner of one of the 5 kennels we had now. All 4 dogs in the kennel ran toward us, barking and whining and jumping up against the fencing of the kennel wall. "Hey, man!" I had to raise my voice to be heard. He nodded in my direction. "Dude." He set the bucket down and reached for a pair of weird pliers, but then straightened and actually looked at me. The dogs kept barking. Now the dogs in the other 4 kennels were barking too. Great. "Mary's gone?" Luke glared at the bouncing and yapping dogs of all sizes and colors. "Shut up!" A few actually quieted down for a moment. Luke's 2-word question felt like a poisoned spear digging into my chest. Yeah, saying it aloud made it worse. "Like, gone? Luke opened and closed the strange tool. Yeah, Luke. Had he heard everything while it happened, or just been filled in? She's gone. She went from faith orphan to having a wicked aunt and uncle, and a father who actually cares about her, who took her to freaking Washington. I slid my fingers through the chain link fencing surrounding the kennels. So yeah, she's gone. I squeezed the rough metal links hard, the anger in me wanting to tear them apart. I relished the pain in my fingers. One of the black lab mixes in the kennel put his paws up on the chain link and sniffed and licked my fingers. Poor caged dog had no idea he was trapped. Caged. That was how this felt. "Sucks, man." Luke could be a man of very few words. Sucks.
We stood there watching the dogs run around the square kennels, which were about 20 by 20 feet. The ground under their paws used to be grass, but now it was mostly just mud, unearthed rocks, and a few dry areas. Each kennel had a low house on one side that the dogs could all sleep in. It was like a long bunkhouse with a wide rectangle on its side for an entrance. They were rough and ugly, but they kept the dogs out of the weather when it got bad. Better than my first night in the cabin all that time ago. I shook the memory away. Any adoptions today? I glanced at Luke, who had bent to his task repairing a place where the chain link looked like it was coming free from the metal corner post. The dogs had mostly clued into the fact that we weren't there to feed them or play, so had settled down, except for a few. Bindi, the feral black lab on her own in the next kennel over, had not settled down. Her head was bent low, her teeth exposed as she growled deep in her throat. She was staring at me. She hated me. I had no idea why. A lot like Miriam. Hell, a lot like the rest of the adults, too. Why did they do all of this to us? Luke shook his head. None this week. Damn. I scanned the dogs. Oh, we got a new one? A smallish dog, maybe 18 inches tall at its shoulder, with a white body and different shades of brown patches on it, was in the kennel on the far side of the one Luke and I were standing next to. Yeah. Luke grabbed one of the chain links and pulled as hard as he could, but let go, frustrated. Penelope found one on the edge of Cooperton yesterday. It looks sad. The little guy was wandering along the kennel fencing, whining. Not a happy camper. Luke grabbed the chain link and pulled again, grunting. I put my fingers through the fencing and leaned in, pushing it Luke's way. He hooked the link over a tab in the steel post at that corner. Thanks. So, what do you think? I wandered toward the sad dog. Did it have a collar or not? Did Penelope grab it, even though it had an owner probably looking for it? I clicked my tongue and crouched at the chain link, reaching fingers through to scratch the little guy's head. I glanced between his legs. Yeah, little guy. No collar when it got here, Luke said. But he had one before. He grimaced in my direction. Hopefully she didn't take it off again. Luke had found a dog's collar under the passenger seat in the car Penelope usually drove. Why she was picking up dogs that had a collar and were probably chipped, then taking off their collars, I had no idea. I surveyed the dogs. How many of these do you think somebody's actively looking for in town? Dunno. Luke twisted a heavy wire around the metal post, securing the chain link to it. It might help if we put up signs. The adults in the faith had always been willing to pick up stray cats and dogs and care for them, sometimes finding them new homes. But a year ago, Miriam had announced on a Sunday that the faith was going to start a formal animal rescue operation. She called it the Mutt Ministry. What followed were several months of lots of work, building the dog houses and kennels. We kids did a lot of the grunt work. The scar running from my wrist to halfway up my forearm was evidence of that. I still wondered if there were wood bits in the gash the falling plywood had opened up in my arm. When Mary saw the bleeding gash, she had nearly fainted. Luckily, a roll of chain link had been right there, and she sat down hard, and I found myself in the funny position of squeezing my bleeding arm while talking Mary down. When she got sick of me trying to comfort her while blood dripped into the grass, I went inside. Miriam had treated the wound, surprising me. It was about 4 inches long and kind of deep. She had taken me to the kitchen sink and had me hold my arm over the sink. Then she poured hydrogen peroxide the length of the gash several times, which hurt more than I would ever admit. When the bubbling stuff was wiped off, I thought she was going to wrap a clean towel or something around it and take me to a doctor for stitches. Instead, she had brought a box of Band-Aids with her, and she had me squeeze my arm as tight as I could as she stuck Band-Aids on the length of the cut. She told me to leave the Band-Aids on until the next day and sent me back out to work. Before I'd gone back out, I ran up to my room and wrapped my oldest shirt around my arm and then went out. The other kids saw me, shrugged, and kept working. Mary came up and seethed. She didn't take you for stitches? Nope. I handed her my old shirt. Nobody here is surprised. Will you tie that around it? Mary called Miriam a few choice names under her breath while tying the shirt/bandage around my arm. You can't use that arm for a bit, she said, glaring at me. You have to let it close up, at least. Yes, ma'am. Miriam changed the Band-Aids the next day, pouring more peroxide over the wound, then told me to do the same thing for about a week until the gash seemed like it closed. And that had been the end of the saga of my arm. Once 3 of the long dog houses had been built, we got to work on the kennels. We'd built the next 2 kennels a little while later as the operation grew. And it was because things had grown so fast, and the Faith branch in Dallas was so effective at begging, that the Faith had bought the ranch in Arizona. Apparently, Luciana, who had joined the Faith 3 years back, was amazing at recruiting and motivating new Faith members to go and get people to give them money for animal rescue. What nobody, except for us kids, ever talked about was that the Faith said they were running an animal rescue operation. And that was probably true in most cases, but some of these dogs were really well cared for, which meant somebody loved them and missed them. As far as we knew, nobody from the Faith ever put up found dog signs or anything. The Faith just held onto the dogs for a few weeks, feeding them, then adopted them out, charging a fee of some kind for services and care. Of course, those services and care were provided entirely by us kids. We had a poop scooping rotation as well as a food and water system. I'd already scooped more dog crap than I cared to think about, and dodged and dealt with angry, aggressive dogs more than I had ever wanted to. But some of these dogs got more pleasant attention than any of us kids ever did. What a joke. At least most of the dogs were sweet, like Bogart. He was shaped like a basset hound with the long, low body, sad eyes, and floppy ears, but he was hot chocolate brown all over. He loved to play, and his ears flying all over the place when he ran to fetch a stick made the little kids laugh more than anything else I'd seen. "Dude, Josh, wake up!" I blinked and looked around. Luke appeared annoyed. I pushed to my feet. "What's up?" "They've been calling for you for like 5 minutes." Luke had moved to the kennel I was crouched next to. "Who?"
"Joshua!"
That was Joan's voice. I glanced over at the house. Joan stood in the back doorway. "Coming," I called out. "What now?" "Luke," I said, swiveling back to face him, "I've been meaning to ask you something." He raised his eyebrows. "What?" He tightened one of the simple wire loops connecting lengths of chain link. "Wait, let me guess." I waited as he straightened and gave me a bored look. "I'm about to turn 19. Why am I still here?" Okay, so I was predictable. Could he blame me for my curiosity, especially with what had just happened with Mary? Yeah. Luke closed the distance between us and glanced around. He seemed to want to make sure nobody else could hear.
"Joshua, now!"
Joan sounded exasperated. "Be right there!" I leaned closer to Luke. "I'm leaving in another month or 2, as soon as I have my GED. Luke grinned his wide, toothy grin. "I've been studying at the library, and I'm taking the test next month." We'd talked about GEDs before, since the Faith's school wasn't giving out diplomas. "Really? That's awesome. Where are you going?" He waited a beat, then answered. "I'm joining the Marines." "What in the world? Luke, what? Why?" "You've seen those posters at the library." Luke stared intently at me. "They'll pay for me to go to school. There's tons of opportunities." He licked his lips. "You should come with me." I recoiled. No way, not a chance. That was nowhere near the plan. I had to make it through the next month here, then go find Mary. I backed away and turned toward the house. No way was I going with him, even though his plan was a good one. "Think about it, dude," Luke called after me, "but don't tell anyone." I waved a hand backward. Of course not. But I would not be thinking about joining the Marines. Mary would be waiting for me. Chapter 7. Walking slowly, I made my way to the house. Joan was sometimes nice, and she'd tried to comfort me when Mal died, but that's kind of a minimum level of being a human, and she rarely went beyond that. I'd decided a while ago that I wasn't going to let their idiotic tyrannies and ever-changing moods control me, so I had made a habit of being slow when called. "Come on, Joshua." Joan scowled at me and shook her head. "It's rude to keep people waiting." I snorted a humorless laugh. "You mean how everyone kept Mary waiting for 17 years to learn the truth about her family? That Penelope, or Heather, I guess, was her aunt?" Joan groaned.
It's not the same thing and you know it. Let's go.
She turned into the house. You're right, I said. It's 1,000 times worse than waiting a few extra seconds before you can treat one of us like a slave.
Joshua!
She stopped and spun around, her small, stout form looking a lot like one of the small people from Wizard of Oz.
That is not called for.
I raised my eyebrows and held her gaze for a long moment. Neither is lying, emotional abuse, physical abuse, neglect, and destroying families. Neither is deciding to throw Mary out of the only place she has ever known from one moment to the next. Her face hardened with each word I spoke. Shall I go on? Joan glared at me and turned around, leading me through the kitchen and dining room to the living room where, surprise, surprise, Miriam sat in her usual throne. Interestingly, Abraham was near the front door with Enos and Tabitha. Those two must have just come back from their errands preparing for their next trip, Dallas and then Arizona, from what I'd heard. I stopped in front of Miriam. I said nothing. Instead, I reached for a chair and dragged it in front of Miriam and sat. I met her stony glare, setting my mouth and eyes in a desultory, bored expression. Angry stuff swirled in my brain and heart, aching to get out. I wanted to shout at her so loudly that she tipped over backward. She was to blame for all of this. She'd started the faith. She had her people lying all the time, doing whatever it took to keep her precious, idiotic cult going. And now, because of her lies and insane manipulations, Mary was gone, stolen from me. But I kept this all contained. She would have to break the silence.
Joshua, God bless you.
Holy hell, was she serious? I stayed silent. She sniffed.
Your actions have been unconscionable.
Miriam held her hands completely still in her lap.
You have proven you are not willing to learn from your mistakes, and your antics with Mary were directly against our rules.
I forced my mouth to not drop open in disgusted shock. My actions were unconscionable? My antics with Mary? Antics? She was off her rocker. What had Sanders called her? A sociopath. Yeah, no question.
Not only did you raise your voice to me and other adults, to whom you have been taught perfectly well to show respect, you also put your hands on Abraham.
She took a breath. I laughed. I couldn't help it. It just burst out. She flinched. I leaned closer, keeping my voice and expression calm. The acceptance step. Abraham and Penelope were putting their hands on Mary. They physically dragged her down the stairs. Nothing wrong with that, huh?
You are children. We are adults.
That was it. That was the only explanation or defense she was going to offer. Unreal. She was insane. We are people, and you're people too. In some cases, we are your children. That doesn't mean anything to you? That doesn't change the way you treat us?
All are alike here, Joshua.
I laughed again, this time happy to let it out. You have got to be kidding me. All are alike, except for us kids, who are treated like enemies, who don't get to have a safe family life, who have to do all the work you don't want to do, and who get to hear you and these other people yell at us all the time. I took a slow breath and let it out, willing my heart to slow down. No, Miriam. All are not alike.
I'm sorry you feel that way.
She sat in silence for a moment.
If only you had listened to us more as you were growing up, instead of having your ear bent by Malachi's anger.
That landed like an invisible plywood board slamming into me. I squeezed the armrests of my chair and bit back my anger. The red fury was building, though, so I had to get done with this and take a walk before I blew up at her. Malachi was the best thing about this place for a long time. The anger he helped me with got me through a lot of the crap you guys shovel. I wanted to tell her to piss off and shovel her turds down someone else's throat. Man, Sanders had some great lines.
You won't believe me, Miriam said, but I only want what's best for you.
I snorted. As I said, she sighed theatrically. If you could only give us a chance, I think you could find a happy place here. Just listen more.
I've been here my whole life, remember? I couldn't help it. And you just threw a temper tantrum and got rid of my happy place. I pushed to my feet. All the fury from earlier, seeing Mary broken and crying, then being driven away, it was building and squeezing me from the inside, and I needed to leave. We're done here?
No, Joshua. Miriam's eyes followed me as I stood up. We're not.
I took a slow breath, focusing on keeping it under control. Breathe in, breathe out, like the book I'd gotten from the library had said. What else is there?
I've decided a change in scenery will help you gain a more helpful perspective.
Miriam's eyes flashed over to Enos and Tabitha. What? I looked over to the couple. Where was she going with this? A prickle of alarm began at the back of my neck.
You'll be going to Faith Valley with Enos and Tabitha.
Miriam nodded their way.
There's plenty of work to do there. We could use your help, and the work will do you good.
You're sending me to Arizona? To the ranch there? I had no idea what to think. This was nuts. But away from her? Away from these awful people? How could that be bad?
We have some caretakers there, but the work is too much for them. They will watch over you and direct your labors.
She was sending me away. I not only knew about a bunch of lies they'd told, she knew I didn't care what she and the other adults thought or did. I was a troublemaker, and she, for crying out loud, she was banishing me. This was hysterical. She was flailing. She had no idea what else to do, so she was trying to get rid of her problem by putting it somewhere else.
My hope, Miriam continued, is that you'll find a measure of peace there. I think after a few months at Faith Valley, you'll understand what a special life you have available to you in the faith.
This sounded like she was talking at me, but saying those things aloud for anyone else who might be hearing it, including herself. What a bunch of BS! But it sounded great to me. I couldn't have asked for anything better. I'd stay there for a month, maybe less, then take off and go to Washington and find Mary. Simple. I sat down, leaned back, and crossed my legs. Sounds good. It didn't take much to shape a genuine-looking smile on my face. When do we leave? She blinked, and her eyes went wide. This was not the reaction she was expecting. Then a small smile stretched her thin lips.
Right away.
She nodded toward the front door.
Your things have been packed.
I glanced over, seeing the trash bags behind Abraham. She was getting rid of me right now. Banished immediately. The troublemaker, out of sight and out of mind. I caught sight of Abraham's crappy, satisfied smile. His wrist and hand were wrapped in some kind of brace. He would be delighted to see me go. No more Josh appearing every time he yelled bloody murder at one of the little kids. No more Josh showing up when he was reaching for a wooden spoon to take to a room and spank one of the kids. No more Josh staring him down. I turned to Miriam, taking a careful breath. I reached for the rage, and I imagined I was opening a small faucet. I absorbed it into my veins. It was time. Okay. I scooted forward and leaned closer to her. Happy to go, Miriam. I stared at her until I had her gaze trapped. I'll go because I'm happy to get out of here. I made a show of looking directly at Abraham, then Penelope, then back to Miriam. I squared my shoulders and straightened my spine. A couple of important things first, Miriam. She looked confused. First, I will stay in touch with my friends here. I will know if that coward bully Abraham over there, Joel I mean, lays a hand on any of them. I will know. I fixed my glare on Abraham. He tried to hold the stare, but couldn't. His muddy eyes dropped. And if he touches anyone, there will be hell to pay. I turned back to Miriam. I opened the fury faucet wider. That goes for every one of you. Do not touch any of these kids. Spout your impotent rage lectures like the petty, useless tyrant you are until every one of them learns to ignore you like I have. Make them march or clean or whatever. But touch one of them, and I will bring hell to this house. I paused for a slow, careful breath. Hell.
Get out!
Miriam rolled her head back, trying to command me. She had no idea. She hadn't been able to command me for years. I told you earlier that I'm not done with you yet, Miriam. The flat planes of her face drooped. Her snake tongue flicked out and moistened her lips. I leaned closer. You killed Malachi. She flinched as if struck. Your need for control, your temper, your constant verbal abuse. He watched you abuse his brothers and all of the kids here for years. He tried to get you to stop. He watched you enable these other bullies to treat all of us kids like the enemy. But he remembered the kind of life kids are supposed to have. Loving parents, physical affection, not abuse. A house that's actually a home.
It's time for you to leave, Joshua.
Miriam signaled to the adults at the door. Don't even think about it, I said to the three who began to move toward me. I'm not done yet. I took a breath and shoved the fury faucet on full blast. You think your cult is a better way? That you're changing the world? I snorted. You preach a God that hates people, but loves this group? You tear kids from their parents and have an addict and an abuser watching those kids. You think families are obsolete and this is the way to live. But you are the proof that you're wrong. Dead wrong. You drove your first son out of here as fast as he could go, to drugs, then to death. Aaron left the day after he turned 18, straight to college. Did you ever think about the years of planning and preparation that had to take for him to be able to do that? You killed one son, drove another away, and now you're trying to get rid of me because I won't bow to your BS. Because you refuse to do what you know, deep down, you're supposed to do. I leaned back and let the silence build, not budging my eyes from hers. Seconds passed. Miriam glared at me, but there was nothing behind it. Her shoulders had collapsed as I spoke. Finally, she cleared her throat, trying to do it discreetly.
And what am I supposed to do, Joshua?
Forced, bored sarcasm bled from every word. I waited a beat, then leaned closer. Be a mother to your kids. I held her gaze until her eyes flicked down. Maybe consider showing love. She didn't look up. I stood. I'm done now. I headed for the stairs, then turned. Actually, one more thing. I stopped at the bottom of the steps. I have learned a lot here. Miriam raised her eyebrows. I've learned that when I start living the way I choose, I'll be doing everything the exact opposite of what you people have been doing. I took them all in, sullen anger on every single face. And I'll have a big family and hug my kids every single day. I turned and looked at the 2 trash bags with my things.
Take him out of here, Miriam said. Now.
I shook my head. She had to command all the time, didn't she? No, I'm going to check to make sure you got everything. I started up the stairs.
Right now!
Miriam's voice cracked on the second word. Her volume was shockingly loud. I turned just as Enos reached for me. I put up a hand. I'll be right back, Enos. She said now. He came up a step to grab me. I knocked his hand away. And I said I'm going to make sure you got everything. Joshua, don't make this harder. Enos reached for me again with both hands. He was only on the first step, so I grabbed his flailing hands and pushed him backward. He lost his balance and had to drop down to the floor to regain it. Tabitha put her hands on his back to help him. Don't be stupid, I said as Enos and Abraham exchanged a look. Remember, I did a lot more work on those kennels than you. They had to know I was stronger than them. I didn't want to do this, but I kind of did. They both lunged at me. I kicked out at Enos and knocked him back down, this time right into Tabitha. Abraham got a hand on my shirt and pulled. I grabbed the railing and leaned back. Abraham, I said, already out of breath and still seething. I pictured what Sanders had done. You beat me up one time. Never again. I grabbed his hand and twisted it in toward his chest, then kept twisting. He yelped, and I twisted and pushed as hard as I could. A crack echoed off all the hardwood. Abraham screamed and fell to his knees, his non-bandaged wrist hanging limp. I ignored his whimpers and went up the creaky stairs,
one last time. Chapter 8. I made it up the stairs without anyone chasing me down, so that was good. I opened the door to my room and closed it behind me, then dropped to the empty bunk under Luke's bed. I gasped and struggled to catch my breath. My whole body was shaking. Sweat dripped down from my hairline and down my back. If I wasn't fast, they would come after me, and I didn't want to have another confrontation. The sound of Abraham's wrist breaking still echoed in my head, making me nauseated. I couldn't believe I'd done that. Was I the bully now? I pushed the question away and put my head down, forcing my breathing to slow. I pictured my heart slamming against my chest, calming down. The shakes dissipated, so I got up and dug through my drawers. They'd gotten all my clothes and the non-library books I had. My black horse figurine was knocked over on the dresser, so I put that in my pocket. I went to my bed and reached under the mattress. They hadn't found my flashlight and batteries, or the envelope of money I'd been adding to over 3 years. I'd been tempted to skim a little money here or there from the beggars, but the last time I tried that had gone badly. So I just kept my eyes open for dropped money. And every so often, I found some. Coins, dollar bills. I had once found a folded $5 bill stuck in a couch cushion. I figured I maybe had $20. I pocketed the envelope. I lay on the bed and reached up to the underside of Saul's bed, pulling the picture I'd drawn of Mary down. It wasn't great, but she had been sitting on a stump outside the cabin, and the forest light had caught her eyes and profile, so I tried to draw her. The crap drawing reminded me of that perfect moment. No way was I going to leave the picture. I hurried into the bathroom. They'd forgotten to get my toothbrush and junky razor, so I grabbed that. I snagged a clean towel from the corner shelf and wrapped my toiletries and the flashlight and batteries in it. Closing my door behind me, I glanced down the hallway to the girls' room. Mary wouldn't ever go in there again. Enos and Tabitha glared up at me from the bottom floor. Abraham was gone. So was Penelope. Had they gotten all of Mary's stuff? I wasn't sure I'd be able to tell what was hers, but she told me her bed was the lower bunk nearest to the door. I looked downstairs at Enos and Tabitha. "I'll be right down." I knocked on the girls' door. Nothing. I knocked again. "Hey, it's Josh. Anyone in there?" It was a tried and true practice for us kids to go silent and get out of sight if someone knocked on the door. It was always best not to be seen by the adults, no matter what. The door cracked open. Rachel looked up at me. "What's happening?" I gave her a reassuring smile. "I'm going on a trip," she gasped. "Are you going to see Mary?" Eventually. Rachel opened the door wider. "They left some of her stuff. You should take it to her." "Smart kid." I went in. Rachel pointed. "That's her picture. It was a really nice drawing of a mountain laurel." "And that's hers too." It was another drawing of 2 chairs next to each other on a porch. Tears sprang unbidden to my eyes. I collected the drawings. "Anything else?" "They left one of her books." Rachel climbed up the bed to the high shelf and grabbed a book. "I think because it wasn't on the dresser." She handed it to me from the bed. Anne of Ingleside. This was the book Mary had been saving. I grinned at Rachel. "Thank you. This is perfect." I looked around. "Is this everything?" Rachel was climbing down. "Yes, they got all her clothes and shoes and other stuff." "Thanks, Rachel." A thought stabbed at my heart. This was the last time I was going to see Rachel. "Hey, I'll see you later. Remember to help the others, okay?" Rachel nodded. "I will." She threw her arms around my waist and squeezed. "Say hi to Mary for me." My throat tightened. I tried to hug her back, but my hands were full. "I will." She stepped back. I made for the still open door. "Josh?" I turned a bit back to her. "Yeah." "Thank you for protecting us." That was too much. Tears dripped down my cheeks. "Always." "Stay safe. Help each other out." She nodded. "We will. And we'll take care of the cabin." I forced a smile and headed out of the bedroom. As I crossed the landing, I shoved Mary's things into the towel holding my toiletries and flashlight. Tabitha and Enos glared at me the entire time I thumped down the creaky stairs, and bent to put the stuff in one of the trash bags. I tightened the bag and straightened, a heavy trash bag in each hand. Without looking at anyone, I pulled the front door open and stepped onto the porch. The cool, spring air filled my lungs, loosening the tension and knots that had been squeezing my chest. Penelope was helping Abraham into the Subaru that she usually drove. He saw me on the porch and sneered. I thumped down the porch stairs. Tabitha and Enos were right behind me. Without turning, I asked, "The minivan?" That was the car they always took when they did their traveling. "Yes," Enos said. My feet crunched on the gravel as I made my way to the car. As I got nearer to Penelope's Subaru, I stopped and turned abruptly. Abraham was in the passenger seat, Penelope just about to close the door. I squinted at Penelope. "You know, I used to think you were all right, but you're a liar, too. Worse in some ways. You left a little girl all alone." "All alone?" Penelope opened her mouth with a retort. "Shut up." She flinched and snapped her mouth closed. I shook my head. "Keep your lies to yourself." I shifted my attention to Abraham. "And the difference between you and me, Joel, is that you would have enjoyed breaking someone's wrist. I don't regret it because you deserve it, but it made me sick." I looked from him to Penelope. "You both make me sick." Abraham swore and called me a colorful name. I ignored him and started kicking him out of my brain completely. I tossed my bags in the back of the minivan and went around to get in the back seat. Luke, Saul, David, Ethan, and Sarah were all at Chewy's tree, somewhat out of sight of the house because of the cars. You would have to be looking for them. Luke lifted his chin. "I heard the whole thing."
"I did too,"
Sarah said. I nodded and fixed a meaningful look on Luke, then Saul. "You have to keep them safe." Saul made a face, but Luke nodded. "I'll do what I can." "Saul, listen to me." Saul's expression changed to irritation. "You know things can suck here. You're bigger, and you know. So be a hero."
"Whatever," Saul shook his head. "See you when you get back."
He looked at Rachel, David, and Ethan. His slumping shoulders straightened a little. Luke snorted, but was smart enough not to contradict Saul where others could hear. David and Ethan crossed the grass, then gravel, at a run, followed by Sarah. They all wrapped their arms around me, and I hugged them back. "You guys, be smart." "We will." The voice was muffled, but I was pretty sure that was Ethan. "I have to go." Sarah stepped back and wiped tears from her cheeks.
"I'll take care of the Laurel."
I smiled, my throat tight. "Thanks." I got in the minivan, hunching in the space where the middle seats used to be. They'd been taken out in favor of cargo space. I shoved a heavy cardboard box to the side and deeper into the van. Sarah took a step closer and stopped me from closing the door.
"Josh, you're like the mountain laurel."
"What?" Mischief glinted in her eyes and made her grin impish.
"You earthquaked the ground, too."
She let go of the door and stepped back, joining the others. I maneuvered around the large amount of stuff in the van and made space on the back seat for me to sit comfortably. I earthquaked the ground. I watched the kids as the minivan drove down the driveway, tires kicking up dust clouds. Then, it was my turn to disappear into the woods. Chapter 9. Pennsylvania was entirely covered in trees. It was like a desert of trees with oases here and there of cities and towns and gas stations and big, wide open shopping centers. As we got started, I stretched to see the odometer on the old minivan. It said 125,739. 300 miles later, as we drove into West Virginia, the trees still covered everywhere there wasn't a road, city, shopping center, rundown warehouse district, or river. And some of those rivers had trees leaning so far over them that they could be used as natural bridges, if you didn't mind jumping. Was this the route that Mary and her father had taken? If so, I wondered how far we could be behind them. Enos drove fast enough that Tabitha reminded him at least once an hour to slow down so he didn't get a ticket and get yelled at like last time. They talked a fair amount, lapsing into silence intermittently. I couldn't make out much of what they were saying from the back of the van, what with the road noise. Tabitha glanced my way a couple times while they conversed. So she was probably describing how cool it was that I told Miriam off the way I did and served cold justice to Abraham. Or maybe they were talking about something else. I had no real idea. They didn't talk to me at all. It was like I was an animate piece of luggage who they had to wait for sometimes because it needed to use the bathroom. The first time we stopped for gas, I watched them closely. I was going to be on my own in a month, so I had to learn as much as I could about the world outside the faith. Buying gas had to be something millions of people did every day, but I'd never seen it outside of a movie. It looked simple. What struck me, though, was that they used a credit card to pay for it. I didn't think anyone in the faith even had a credit card. Not long before leaving Pennsylvania for the first time in my memory, the highway had taken us through an area with a lot of exits, and other highways shooting off in all directions. There'd been loads of signs saying Pittsburgh 20 miles and other distances. That was the home of the Steelers. I'd seen them play on TV sometimes when Ezekiel or Ruth sat down to watch the football games on Sundays. During the home games, the camera would often show parts of Pittsburgh with its three rivers and neat-looking bridges. I wouldn't mind visiting it sometime. But Washington was on the other side of the country, and that's where I was going after a brief time in Arizona. Pittsburgh would have to wait. As night fell and the miles of rolling hills of trees just kept going, I realized how hungry I was. I hadn't eaten lunch. I dropped mine and Mary's sandwiches on a couch in the living room at the house. What if someone sat on them? I hoped it was Abraham, or Penelope, or any of the adults, even Joan. She had made it clear that while she might be nice sometimes, she was all in on the faith and their stupid tyranny. Whatever happened, it would be funny to have an adult find the forgotten lunch and wonder why 4 peanut butter and jam sandwiches were on the couch. That thought cut my quiet laughter short. The idiot adult would for sure blame the nearest kid. My sandwiches would be another lecture for the faith orphans. Great. Maybe one of the kids would have found them and eaten them, or given them to the dogs. Except, with my luck, that was not going to happen. About the time we left Pennsylvania, Tabitha handed Enos a sandwich from a cooler between their seats. She unwrapped one too, and made quick work of it. Light was fading, so I assumed that was dinner. It was, but not for me. It was like I wasn't there. No food or drink came my way. I tried to picture in my mind how long the trip was going to be. I'd once checked at the library how far it was from Cooperton to the middle of Arizona, and it was well over 2,000 miles. I had no idea where Faith Valley was, so it could be even farther if the place was on the west side of Arizona. So it had to be at least 3 days for sure. Were Tabitha and Enos seriously not going to give me food or something to drink the entire time? If they didn't want to talk to me, I got it. But going the entire trip without food would be pretty awful. Although I would survive. They would at least have to give me water. By the time we hit West Virginia, the wide, sloped, round-topped mountains had multiplied, although it was getting harder to see them. 15 minutes later, we drove over a bridge above a wide river, nestled between long, low, tree-covered hills, and I got confused. Was West Virginia tiny? We drove under a wide, well-lit blue sign that said, "Ohio, find it here." Strange. As dark fully fell, I could see that some of the mountains were now sharper and taller. In the darkness, lit only by street lamps and headlights, it looked like we would be driving straight through them, which was the last thing I remember for most of the trip for that night because I stretched out on the back seat and tried to ignore my hunger pangs and go to sleep. I doubted we would be stopping to sleep at a hotel somewhere, but if we did, I'd be surprised if Enos and Tabitha woke me. They would be happy to have me sleep in the van. I sat up for a moment, spread my old ratty hoodie over one of the trash bags of my stuff, and lay back down, using the hoodie-covered bag as a pillow. After all the adrenaline and insanity of the day, I got lucky and fell asleep almost right away. I woke when the van shifted suddenly to leave the highway. A giant, sprawling city spread out ahead of us, lit by an ungodly number of lights and the very beginning of dawn. I sat up and checked the clock on the dashboard, just after 6 a.m. I'd been sleeping for almost 10 hours. No wonder I was so stiff.
Tabitha was driving. Enos's passenger seat was completely reclined and he wasn't moving, tucked tightly into a pillow propped between his seat and the door, a faded blanket covering him. The green signs just ahead said we were close to St. Louis, which must be the massive city ahead. Tabitha had to be stopping for gas. How could I possibly need to use the bathroom when I hadn't had anything to eat or drink for something like 22 hours? Thinking about food made my stomach do a backflip. I needed some sustenance, or my growling stomach was going to be louder than the road noise. Tabitha guided the minivan to a gas station attached to a store called Casey's. She pulled alongside a gas pump, and I picked my way forward to the sliding van door. Tabitha must have seen or heard me. She turned and put her finger to her lips.
"Stay quiet. Enos is a deep sleeper, but I don't want to take any chances."
The first thing I'd heard spoken in 12 hours, and I had no idea what she meant. She must have been able to see my visible confusion.
"Just get out quietly."
I slid the van door open as softly as I could, watching Enos. Why we didn't want to wake him up, I didn't know. Maybe he was a grouchy bear if he didn't get enough sleep. I stepped out into a chilly morning that felt like I could taste the air. How could it be humid even when it was cold out? I stretched, then made for the store.
"Joshua."
Tabitha grabbed my arm. I flinched and pulled away. "What?" She held out her hand and I glanced down. She was offering me a wad of bills. Was she telling me to just take off, giving me some money for bus fare and sending me on my way? I looked around. Was this Illinois or Missouri?
"Take it."
Tabitha grabbed my hand and flipped it over, pressing the money into my palm. "What's this for?" Was she going to at least let me grab my stuff? She rolled her eyes and shook her head.
"Enos thinks we should make you suffer for the whole trip," she huffed, "which I don't agree with."
This was unexpected. What am I supposed to do with this? I held up the money and shivered. The wet cold felt like it was sinking into my skin, and it smelled funny.
"I'll get you water. That's money for food."
Tabitha was already turning back to the gas pump.
"Make it last the whole trip."
She was sneaking me cash, so I wouldn't starve. Thanks. I guessed this meant no fast food during this trip. Was Sanders feeding Mary her first fast food of her life during their trip? Cooperton had its share of fast food joints, but we'd only ever driven past them. The kids had sometimes made a game of imagining the food that each place served. Donuts that evaporated if you didn't dunk them within seconds of picking them up. Burgers shaped like a king's crown. I wondered if Mary had tried some of that stuff by now. She was probably in a hotel at this moment. Probably still sleeping at this hour. Enos shifted in the minivan. I caught Tabitha's eyes. "Really, thank you." Tabitha shoved the nozzle into the minivan. She kept her voice pitched low.
"You shouldn't have done that to Abraham."
I nodded. "I know. But he shouldn't have beat me up 3 years ago." I swiveled to go into Casey's general store. And he shouldn't be abusing Saul, or threatening all the little kids all the damn time. I didn't bother to see her reaction. She had already given me the money, so what was she going to do? Take it? Besides, she was being a real person by giving me the money. It was possible she didn't know how much of a jerk Abraham was. I counted the money in the bathroom. $18. I would try to be really careful and add any that was left over after the trip to my envelope. Returning to the minivan, I found Enos stretching. Tabitha nowhere to be seen. I nodded at him. "Good morning." I thanked whatever gods existed that I'd thought to stuff the cheap ham sandwich and apple I'd bought in my pockets. It helped that my jeans were old and loose. The pockets were bulging, but my hands were in there too in an attempt to hide the shape. The guy at the cash machine had given me a confused look when I'd stuffed them in, but no more confused than when I'd let someone go ahead of me so I could see how to buy stuff. I kept my hands stuffed in the pockets and walked past Enos. "God bless you, Joshua." I almost said it back to keep suspicion away, but I thought better of it. After what he'd seen me do and heard me say, he might find it more suspicious if I said the stupid phrase back. Instead, I raised my eyebrows in acknowledgement and climbed back in the van. Tabitha came out of the store. She and Enos exchanged a couple words and he went in. She climbed into the passenger seat and craned her head around to see me. "Did you find something?" "Yes." I took in the gas station and all the activity in and around it. City life. "That's all the money I can give you." Tabitha handed a water bottle back. I took it. "So it's up to you to make it stretch." "Why are you helping me?" It seemed bizarre that she would defy Enos for me. I watched a big pickup truck rumble into the gas station, an American flag plastered on the back window. The driver gunned the engine, expelling some ugly, dark exhaust, then shut it down. The cloud of exhaust floated toward the minivan. I smelled it almost immediately and put my arm on my nose and closed the door. That was awful. Tabitha hadn't answered. She was just staring at me. Finally, she huffed. "You have to eat, at least." A motorcycle, loud enough to rattle the minivan's windows, zoomed by. I dug in my pockets for the sandwich and apple. "How far have we come?" "About 800 miles, Tabitha said. "What?" I did some math. "How? Didn't you stop to sleep?" "We almost never do." Tabitha took a sip from her diet soda. I wondered what those tasted like. Maybe I should buy a soda next time around and see. "We just trade off when the other gets tired." "How much farther do we have?" I stuffed the plastic wrapper of the sandwich back in my pocket. Enos came out through the automatic doors, so I slid the sandwich and apple under my trash bag luggage. "We're about 1/3 of the way." She opened the small cooler between the two front seats. "Now keep quiet." Tabitha gave Enos a small smile as he got in the driver's seat. He said nothing and got us moving right away. I hunched low in my seat so I could be hidden by the bins and boxes and bags in the minivan. I figured if I couldn't see Enos's eyes in the rearview mirror, he couldn't see me eating. I scarfed the sandwich and apple. It was nowhere near enough food. We'd been driving for about 15 hours with stops and had another 30 to go, so like a day and a half, and I only had $13 left. Unless I could be creative, I was going to be hungry the whole trip. Chapter 10. I wasn't hungry the whole trip, but I did have to stuff a loaf of cheap white bread under my hoodie and a small plastic jar of peanut butter in a pocket and try to walk casually that way back to the minivan at our next stop. The plastic spoon I took from the coffee area fit easily in my pants pocket. I assumed it was okay for me to take the spoon, since there was a cup of them right there. I'd found the bread and peanut butter on a shelf deep in the big convenience store we stopped at, but it had taken me a while to track it down, as I searched for something more economical than big ham sandwiches. So Enos was already out of the bathroom when I was ready to buy them. The fact that I had to hide basic food to not have Enos find out I wasn't being starved successfully was probably one of the stupidest things ever. A few miles into Oklahoma, I opened the bread and peanut butter. The peanut butter was creamy, which was all the store had in stock, so that was too bad. I used the spoon to spread the peanut butter and washed the sticky bites down with water in the bottle I'd refilled. After this morning, Enos hadn't said a single thing to me. Neither had Tabitha. I was back to being animate luggage. I didn't mind. Missouri didn't seem to have any mountains. It had plenty of trees as well as massive open fields that were still brown from winter. There were also long, gently sloping hills that seemed to cover the entire state, at least as far as I could see. Some of the dells between hills were filled with fog, which reminded me of the fantasy books I'd read over the years. I found myself, my stomach full of terrible white bread and smooth peanut butter and water, able to let my mind wander back to some of those worlds. I imagined myself tracking a band of raiders through a foggy glen, leaves scattered beneath scraggly brush. Mary was by my side, with her bow in hand and staff on her back. She'd chosen those weapons during one of our conversations, just the two of us, out at the cabin. Were she and her father talking a lot? They had a crazy long drive too, so they had tons of time to get to know each other. He'd better be treating her well, but how could he not? She was amazing, and he seemed like a good guy. When she'd screamed "Dad" during the scuffle at the Faith's house, it had shocked me, but Sanders had come running. It had been a brilliant thing for her to do. I dozed off again sometime after we passed a sign pointing to an amazing-sounding place called Broken Arrow. When I woke up, we were in the middle of literally nowhere. It could have been Oklahoma,
or Texas, or maybe the moon. It was so flat, and the road stretched out ahead of us so far that it felt like we weren't even moving. I couldn't even come up with a daydream to get lost in. It had to be the most boring place on the planet. What shocked me was that there were still little towns here and there. Who, in their right mind, would live in such a place? The clear answer was farmers. And ranchers, literally as far as the eye could see. Boring. Endless. How had Enos and Tabitha done this so many times without going insane? Maybe they had. That must be why they were still in the faith. I remembered there should be books in my trash suitcases, so I dug through them until I found one. I managed to read for about a half hour. How I started getting car sick on some of the straightest roads possible, I did not know. But I had to put the book down and sit up straight, breathing through a need to puke for a while. Enos and Tabitha wouldn't want to stop to let me barf, but they also wouldn't want me to do it in the car. I wasn't sure which would be worse, so I held it in and breathed and willpowered that stuff away. As night began to fall, we were driving through a place I first thought was called Armadillo, but the next sign told me it was Amarillo. We stopped for gas and the usual, and I sneakily bought a soda. I had just less than $8 left and was hoping to keep it all for my envelope. Back on the road, I waited until Enos and Tabitha were talking and carefully opened the bottle of cola. It hissed, so I pulled a trash suitcase onto my lap, my hands and bottle under the bag, and opened the bottle the rest of the way. I slid down on the bench seat so I was out of sight and took my first ever sip of soda. Mary had probably tried some by now too, since it seemed like that's what people always got with fast food in the commercials. It was really bubbly and felt strange on my tongue, but it was good. I stayed out of sight and had my feast of peanut butter sandwiches, washing it down with the soda. This wasn't half bad. It was pointless trying to watch the terrible scenery as night fell, so I lay down on the bench and zoned out. Sometime later, the first tight mountain curve pulled me out of my stupor. I looked out the windows, but couldn't see much of anything beyond what our and other headlights illuminated. We were definitely going up a steep mountain, and whoever built the road thought it was a great idea to make the highway as curvy as possible. Maybe that was how you had to get cars up a mountain? Except it wasn't just a mountain. My ears popped at least 1,000 times over the next few hours as we climbed and descended an endless range. The minivan struggled up the steeper parts, and Enos always had to pull over to the right lane to let the faster cars go by. During those times, I got a better look at the mountainsides. So many crags and huge outcroppings. I rolled my hoodie into a ball and set it against the minivan window. I leaned on it and tried to breathe carefully, telling the returned motion sickness it needed to go away. It 100% did not go away. I had come close to disaster several times before I finally called out, "Tabitha!" She turned around. I couldn't see much of her face in the illumination from the dashboard.
"What?"
I grimaced theatrically, but she probably didn't see it. "Can we stop?"
"Next pit stop is in about an hour."
She relaxed back into her seat. "That's not what I meant." Talking wasn't helping. She turned around again.
"What are you talking about?"
"Carsick." Saying those two words brought it on even worse. "Bad." She reached over and touched Enos.
"Pull over. He's going to throw up."
Enos swore. "Next pullout is in half a mile."
"Hurry."
Tabitha turned on the van's overhead light.
"He looks bad."
I held very, very still. My jaw muscles were getting sore from being clenched so tightly. After what felt like several more hours, but had to be maybe 30 seconds, the van slowed and pulled off the highway into a rough graveled space next to the road. I lunged forward and jerked the sliding door open, landing in the gravel and taking a few steps. A few minutes later, my stomach was empty of all the bread and peanut butter and soda. And somehow more. "Good Lord, Joshua," Enos said. "That took forever." I met his gaze, exhausted and gripping my stomach, which was sore from all the heaving. Sorry. He didn't turn away, just kept looking at me, as if studying me. He appeared confused. Well, get in. We need to keep going. I got back in and fell into blessed sleep before long. When I woke up, it was still fairly dark, and the van was stopped in a parking lot with several other cars just off the highway. Both Enos and Tabitha were asleep in the front. They must have both been tired, so they'd opted to pull over and rest. I got out of the car as quietly as I could and walked around the rest stop and used the bathroom. Cars and trucks hummed by on the highway 100 yards away. I breathed in crisp mountain air and stretched until the tightness in my stomach eased. The cool, almost morning air here tasted much different from the stuff near St. Louis. It was lighter and drier. I liked it more. It didn't feel like it was coating the inside of my lungs. I couldn't believe I'd puked. We'd never driven enough for me to know that I would get carsick. I didn't feel hungry yet, and had a feeling it might be a while before hunger returned at all. Where was Mary now? How had it been 2 days? We had probably covered more ground, since Mary didn't have a license, nor did I, and Sanders would have had to rest both nights. The memory of Mary's lips returned to me. Somehow my lips remembered hers, and I could almost still feel her kiss. I wandered the rest stop long enough for the sky to the east to start to get just a little lighter. It occurred to me that Enos and Tabitha didn't seem worried I would run away. Nobody in the faith had shown any worry about that. Maybe that was because I'd sort of done it before and chose to come back. Things were different now, of course. Maybe they just didn't care if I took off. At least I'd be out of their hair. Unless Miriam somehow believed the crap she'd been saying about me finding a happy place in the faith. As far as I could tell, nobody had found a happy place in the faith. Which got me wondering why anybody ever joined. I'd heard from Malachi and Aaron that when the faith had begun, it had been a lot different. Apparently, people used to come and go from the group all the time. Malachi figured the changes started happening after Aaron's father had left Miriam and the faith. So why didn't everybody else leave? I never heard laughter from the adults. Every so often, I'd see the married adults smiling at each other, and we sometimes had heard Ezekiel and Laura in their room. Otherwise, they all looked morose, tired, and worried all the time. A string of 18-wheeler trucks roared past on the highway. There had to be at least 10 of them in close succession. Was it possible that even as crappy as life for the adults was in the faith, their life before it was even worse? Maybe that was what attracted them. Their life sucked, and they thought the faith offered more. I laughed aloud at that, sitting on a rubber-coated metal bench at the edge of the rest stop. Congratulations, you joined a cult. Nobody was around to hear me. Now, go beg on the streets for money to support the mutt ministry. Or if you suck at that, take care of all these kids that aren't yours. I shook my head and stood. Or maybe they are yours. They'll never know. Truly, what a weird way to live. I wandered back to the minivan, half expecting it to be gone, either because they didn't notice I wasn't in it, or because they just didn't care. But Tabitha was doing some funny stretches, and Enos was nowhere to be seen, probably in the bathroom. By the time I'd refilled my thin plastic water bottle, Enos was back and in the driver's seat. I climbed in and gave him a nod to acknowledge his existence. He looked at me, but said and did nothing. How brainwashed did you have to be to act like I didn't exist for 2.5 days on a cross-country road trip? What did Miriam do to get such control over these people? 4 hours and hundreds of tall, awesome-looking cacti later, we turned left off a small highway onto a rough gravel and dirt road. The minivan thumped and bumped slowly around a few long curves, going around rock outcroppings from a giant mesa off to the right and another smaller one off to the left. Scraggly, tough-looking trees, bushes, and grass, all colored pale brown and green and yellow, covered much of the pink sand and dirt. The minivan drove up a curve that sloped upward and around a gathering of boulders, and it turned out this wasn't a road. It was a long driveway. We had arrived in Faith Valley. Chapter 11. The minivan drove into a wide gravel and dirt area that transitioned to a huge grassy area, which was still brown from winter. On the right was a house that was easily the same size as the house in Pennsylvania. It had all kinds of levels to it and a deck that ran all the way around the main floor, which was the ground floor, except that the gravel area dropped into a sloping approach to one side of the house, which had a carport and at least one door leading in that I could see. The exterior of the house was some kind of stone which I'd seen on a bunch of other houses in Arizona as we'd gotten closer. The roof was faded red, curving clay tiles. It was easily the coolest house I'd ever seen. Enos guided the minivan to the right, toward the big house, and parked at the top of the sloping approach. 2 dirty pickups and a Jeep were already parked there. Tabitha called over her shoulder, "We are here." I grabbed my stuff and climbed out of the minivan, the familiar sensation of my feet crunching in gravel strangely comforting. I turned a full circle to take it all in. The day had grown warmer, but still had a chilly edge to it, which made sense since we were in mountains. Across the gravel and dirt parking area from the first house was a small grove of trees that someone must have planted years before. They were in 3 perfectly spaced rows and looked really well cared for. They didn't look at all like the scraggly trees we'd been driving through minutes before. The wide grassy area was like a big, ragged square with rounded edges that was at least a couple 100 feet long. A small, obviously artificial, canal lined with dark stones cut a diagonal line down the middle of the huge lawn. Curving over several parts of the canal were carved stone bridges. On the far portion of the lawn grew at least 4 more rows of the different types of tree that I'd already noticed. And on the opposite of the lawn from the first house was another house, this one long, wide, and mostly kind of low. Part of it was probably about 20 feet high, but overall, the house was 1 story with the same exterior and roof, with big windows and a bunch of stone walkways around it. A carport was on the far side of that house, and what had to be the front door of the long house faced a big, pretty pond with a dock that extended about 20 feet out. Music was coming from somewhere, but I couldn't tell where. It was rock and roll, something Miriam had been strict about for my entire life. No rock and roll was allowed in the house or cars. I'd only heard the stuff when Malachi would play it on his illegal radio, and when we were in Cooperton. Mary would love this place. I kind of did. "Joshua, let's go." I turned to see what Enos wanted. He was at the back of the van unloading stuff. Might as well help out and keep things peaceful. I set my trash luggage down on the grass near the minivan and pulled a heavy box out of the van, following Enos across the brown grass to a tall steel building that had one whole side completely open. This was the source of the music. The open side made sense when I saw what was in it. It looked like a warehouse, but it was mostly a garage for a tractor and a bulldozer, or whatever. I wasn't sure what those things were called. It had a long, bending arm on one end and a wide bucket on the other end. There was plenty of space between them to get to the deep, somewhat dark part of the building, and I followed Enos in. Storage shelves lined the walls, and bins were stacked in tidy rows back here. We set our loads down and went back to the minivan for more. We had the minivan empty within 20 minutes, and I was about to go get my luggage bags, but then some guy I'd never met before had me help him move cardboard boxes from the giant garage shed to the long, low house on the far end of the lawn. The music in the garage was coming from a small, simple-looking speaker with a phone next to it. I liked the music. Nice, heavy guitar and drums, and the singer had a great voice. The man patted the nearest box. "Gotta get these unpacked now." He lifted 2 stacked boxes. He was stronger than he looked. "Cardboard won't last out here." I tried not to sound too snarky as I followed him across the lawn. "Shouldn't we have taken these directly to the house?" "Sure." The man crossed the canal on one of the carved stone bridges. "But that assumes Enos thought to ask where to put this stuff." He braced his load against the house and opened a side door. "But he didn't, probably because he just finished a grueling cross-country drive and is tired." He glanced my way and led the way into the house. The door closed behind me. "So it's not a big deal." "Okay." The kitchen was just cupboards with big empty spaces for a stove and a fridge. We were in the kitchen, and I followed the guy through it to a wide, deep room with a vaulted ceiling. This had to be the tall part of the house that I'd seen outside. The man set his boxes down in the living room. "Put yours there." I set mine down next to him and looked around. The room had no furniture, and the carpet felt really springy and new under my shoes. The smell of fresh paint filled my nostrils. "I'm Philip, in case you're wondering." The man was opening boxes as I studied the house. I turned my attention to him. He had long black hair which hung loose past his shoulders. He wore comfortable-looking jeans and a button-up blue t-shirt, with white sneakers that were stained red from the sand. The way he spoke sounded different, not as if he was from a different country, but different. "I'm Josh. How had the Faith owned this ranch for a year now, and this house looked like nobody lived in it?" "I know." Philip pulled a bunch of flat pieces of wood out of one of the boxes. "Miriam called to let me know you were coming." Miriam had called. Made sense. "Why does it look like this house is new?" "It sort of is," Philip said. He pointed down the hallway. "Go down there all the way to the last room, and then hang a right through the utility room. Go out the door, turn left to the carport. Grab the black toolbox and bring it in here." I followed his instructions, getting the layout of the house as I went. The hallway stretched almost the length of the house, with 2 rooms on either side of it. The last room Philip must have been talking about was a giant room that filled the space from the front to the back of the house. I took a quick tour and found a huge bathroom on one end of it, with the biggest tub I'd ever seen and a separate shower. It was like a bathroom out of a mansion. I ducked through the utility room, which was also a laundry room, and stepped out the door, finding myself at the edge of the brown lawn. The dirt and gravel road ran past the house, following the base of the nearby mesa and curving around it. I wondered what was past there. The black toolbox was easy to find, sitting next to a few long, heavy-looking boxes. A long dumpster filled the front end of the carport. By the time I got back to what was obviously the living room of the house, Philip had 2 boxes emptied. He handed me a paper booklet. "These are the instructions. Put these together, then come find me in the steel building." Miriam had said they could use my help here, for once, not a lie. I held the booklet up. "I have no idea how to do this." Philip grinned, his eyes sparkling with actual humor. "That's why I gave you the instructions." He walked briskly out of the house. That guy was not what I had expected. I tried to imagine him in the house in Pennsylvania and couldn't. He would look like a colored photo stuck in a bunch of black and white pictures. I flipped through the booklet. It had no words except a language I had never seen. The instructions were all pictures, and there were like 30 steps. The finished product was going to be a set of shelves. No, wait a second. This was 2 sets of shelves. I poked through the parts referring to the instructions, and it finally clicked. This wouldn't be too hard. Screwdrivers were right at the top of the toolbox, with utility knives, 2 kinds of tape, a bunch of wrenches, and some hammers taking up the rest of the space. I spent the next intermittently frustrating 2 hours building 2 sets of shelves. The first one had a screw that hadn't gone in quite right, but it was at the back of the piece, so nobody would know unless they were checking my work. I set the shelves against the wall and used one of the utility knives to open the box I'd carried in. It had 2 lamps. Nothing to build there. I folded up the cardboard from the empty boxes and carried it out to the dumpster in the carport and went to find Philip. As I crossed the lawn, I realized the minivan was gone. Enos and Tabitha had already left? Were they going back to Pennsylvania already? That was nuts. I saw 2 other people as I went looking for Philip. One was a tall, incredibly thin and narrow woman with longish steel gray hair. She ignored me. The other person was a man with a big mustache, big glasses, and a big cowboy hat. 2 dogs, one a dark lab and one a German shepherd, followed him, their tongues lolling as they trotted along behind him. He tipped his hat at me and said hello and kept walking down the gravel and dirt road, past the first house I'd seen and out of sight. The dogs paid no attention to me and followed him. Philip was in the steel building, under the hood of the tractor. Music still echoed off the metal walls. It must be Philip playing it. "Don!" I had to raise my voice a bit to be heard.
The building smelled like exhaust and oil and something metallic. What could they possibly use that big of a machine for? Philip pulled his head out of the tractor and straightened.
Good work, thanks.
You're not going to check them?
Why would I?
Philip grabbed a rag from a pocket and wiped his hands off.
You followed the instructions, right?
Yeah, this was bizarre. I mean, it took a minute to figure it out, and one of the screws was weird, but they seemed good.
Good enough.
He shoved the rag in his pocket.
Go get the blue pickup, bring it over here.
He nodded his head at some long boxes on the concrete floor.
We'll use that to bring these boxes to the residence.
My heart skipped a beat or two. Me? I glanced out the building to the pickup trucks. You want me to drive that over here? Philip raised his eyebrows.
Hold up. You don't have a license yet, do you?
I shrugged. No. How could he have possibly thought there was even a minuscule chance that I had a driver's license?
You're 17, aren't you? Almost 18?
He sounded both amused and confused. Yes? Had he been in the faith for a week or something?
We need to fix that.
Philip laughed. What did that first thing he'd said mean? He jerked his head for me to follow him.
Come on, time for a driving lesson.
What the hell? He wasn't joking. We got in the truck, which had its keys sitting in the ignition.
Okay, Josh, it's the easiest thing on the planet.
He wiggled a stick with a knob coming out of the floor between the driver and passenger.
This is the stick shift. 5 gears and reverse.
He went on to explain the clutch, brake, and gas pedal, as well as shifting and something he called easing through it, for a few minutes.
Watch.
I watched how he started the truck and got it moving. It did look easy, except after we got it loaded with long boxes, I learned it wasn't all that simple. I got the truck started, barely believing that I was learning to drive within hours of landing in Faith Valley. The whole easing through it to get the pickup moving was ridiculous. Every time I tried, I stalled the truck. Sometimes I got a foot or two, then the whole thing jerked and balked and stalled. Philip just sat there watching and saying,
Ease through it,
every so often. After at least the 5th time stalling the stupid truck, I turned off the engine. My cheeks were burning and sweat trickled down my temples and back. Why don't you just do it? Don't we have something more productive to be doing than this? I got a raised eyebrow in response.
Are you saying you're a young man at the ripe old age of 17 who doesn't want to learn to drive?
I threw my hands in the air. I don't know. I popped my knuckles in frustration. I never thought about it. The same raised eyebrow.
What?
Philip sighed and shook his head.
No big deal.
He leaned over and pointed at the pedals.
This time, just rest your foot on the gas pedal and carefully ease up on the clutch. Don't press the gas at all. Just wait to feel the power of the engine start to move the truck.
It was an actual miracle. It worked. I wished Mary could see me. A couple tries later, I actually drove the pickup truck to the other house's carport. Slowly, not smoothly. Halfway there, I remembered something Philip had said. Did you call this house the residence? Philip grunted.
Yep. The other's the main house.
It's called the residence. I turned the steering wheel carefully. But nobody lives there. Philip laughed.
She told me you were a smart-ass.
I whipped my head around, shocked. What?
I mean, not in the same words.
Philip pointed to where he wanted me to stop.
But she warned me.
He was still laughing. She? Miriam? I stopped the truck pretty much where he wanted me to. I had run my speech to her over in my mind a few times during the drive. Her reaction was going to be a gem of a memory for a long time. That's nice.
That's a lot of anger there, Josh.
Philip reached for his door handle.
You might want to let it go sometime.
I sat in the truck for a few long seconds. Let it go? Was he joking? The guy had zero idea of what I'd been through, and now he was telling me to let it go. Unreal. We unloaded the truck, and I found myself building more shelves, these ones 6 feet tall. Then a giant heavy dresser in the huge room at the end of the residence. After that, I assembled an ornate, heavy bed frame and another set of shelves, this one much fancier, also in the big room. Philip came and found me as I finished the shelves.
Time for grub.
I followed him out of the residence, my hands sore and beat up from all the heavy work. Dark had fallen, but the residence and the main house, as well as the steel building, all had big, bright lights on them.
so it was easy to see where we were going. I grabbed my trash luggage and followed Philip to the main house. We went down the sloped driveway and in through the door at the bottom. A set of stairs went off to the left, heading up, and another short set was straight ahead. We went down, turned an immediate right, and down another flight of stairs. I hadn't realized it, but the main house was built on the edge of a tall hill, so it felt like there were 2 basements. Philip led me down a short, narrow hallway. He pointed at the first door we passed.
That's your bathroom.
He pushed open the next door and flicked on a light.
This is you.
He stepped aside to let me pass. I went in. A simple mattress on a box spring, on a metal bed frame, with a couple sheets and a blanket, along with a small dresser, were all that was in the room. Wait, what?
What's up?
Philip had already turned to go. I'm not sharing a room?
Josh, there's 10 bedrooms in this house, and now with you, 4 people here.
He laughed loudly.
No, you're not sharing a room.
This house was massive.
Clean up and come all the way up.
Philip walked off.
Follow your nose and you'll find dinner.
I set my bags down and took in my first bedroom that was mine, and mine alone. I couldn't help the grin that spread on my face. Had Miriam actually thought this was going to be a punishment? Chapter 12. I rolled out of bed on my second day at Faith Valley. Mary and her father had probably made it to Washington by now. How long would it be before she could email me? Come to think of it, when would I even be able to get on a computer to check my email? I hadn't seen a computer here at Faith Valley yet, although there had to be one. No way were they setting up such a big operation without a computer. I stretched, my muscles and joints popping. It had been a while since I'd put in a workday like the day before. I couldn't decide which had been harder work, the kennels at the house in Cooperton, or building all that furniture by myself. I got a shower in and headed upstairs in clothes I'd pulled from my trash luggage. I'd considered putting my stuff in the dresser, but what would be the point? I was going to be leaving as soon as I could. Sure, I probably ought to wait until I was 18, which was 4 weeks from now, but what could they do about it if I just left whenever? Were they really going to call the police to bring me back? Doubtful. I kept a lookout for a computer as I got upstairs and crossed the big hardwood floor of the vaulted living room. Nothing in there, and the dining room just had a long, sturdy wood table and folding chairs around it. I would have to explore the house sometime if I could get away. The clock on the stove in the kitchen said it was 8:13. No wonder I felt rested. I'd never slept that late. Miriam had us waking up at 6:30 a.m. every day for prayer circle. Hold on. Did they not do prayer circle here? I hadn't seen anybody yet, and nobody at dinner had said anything about prayer circle or a wake-up time. Conversation had been entirely focused on stuff that needed to be done. Tyson, the guy with the mustache, glasses, and dogs, had mentioned that he could use some help with a laying project, whatever that was. Philip had nodded and looked at me. What? My mouth was full of spaghetti and meatballs. You want to help Tyson out or work in the residence some more? I got to choose? Insane. And no kids' table here, which made sense since there hadn't been any kids here until I arrived. Except I wasn't really a kid anymore. I was bigger than Philip, although not as strong. So I was supposed to meet Tyson at the steel building after breakfast, but nobody had said anything about when. And Bethany, the skinny woman with iron-colored hair, had barely spoken. I wasn't sure what she did around here yet. Breakfast, apparently, was on your own, which made me think that lunch was probably the same. I looked through the kitchen cupboards and fridge, finally settling on fried eggs and toast. I ate 4 eggs and 3 pieces of toast, worried the entire time that someone would show up and tell me not to eat so much. But if I could spend a day without being hungry a lot of the time, I was going to do it. It was nearly 9 by the time I was done and had cleaned up after myself, putting everything away so it didn't even look like I'd been in the kitchen. Philip was in the steel building, his head under the hood of the tractor again. A box of greasy parts lay open at his feet. The music was playing again, and this stuff was great. The singer had an amazing voice, and the guitar and drums felt like they were smacking into my soul. "Hey!" I raised my voice to get Philip's attention. He peered out at me from under the trunk. "Josh, how's it?" He straightened and wiped his hands on his cloth. "Get enough sleep?" I studied his face. Was he giving me a hard time? It didn't look like it. "Yeah." "Did you eat?" He crossed to the small, powerful speaker and picked up the phone, turning down the music. "Yeah," I said again. "Good stuff." He climbed up the big, yellow construction vehicle. "Is there a time we're supposed to get to work here?" There were still a few stacks of furniture kit boxes, even after all I'd done yesterday. And so many bins. Philip pushed a button on the dashboard of the machine, and a loud horn blasted. "Not really." He dropped down lightly. "I mean, we'd like to get started around 9, so you're good." I nodded. The song playing changed. Philip had really good taste in music. "You know, I should have told you a little more about this place," Philip said, "although you're doing pretty well." Good. Why he had honked the horn on the machine, I didn't know. "Work starts about 9, done around dinner time." Philip swiped around on his phone while he spoke. "Breakfast and lunch are on your own. Eat when it makes sense to you. Clean up after yourself." He gave me a pointed grin. "But dinner, we rotate making it." "Okay." Why was he looking at me like that? "So, you're in the rotation now." He was going to tell me I had to make dinner tonight. "But you get to choose what to cook when you're on it, and we buy what's needed from the menu we all make. So you're on Saturday night, which is shopping day." 3 days. That was better. "Think about what you want to make. Plan on 4 people who are pretty hungry." He laughed. "Although, even a hungry Bethany doesn't even eat half of what a stuffed Tyson eats." Okay. I had to decide what to make for 3 adults and myself. Any suggestions or things I need to know? Maybe I should leave sometime Saturday so I didn't have to do this. I shook the thought away. I had time to make a good plan and follow it. How hard could it be to cook for 4 people? I'd helped cook in Cooperton. "Bethany's a vegetarian," Philip said. The sound of a truck revving could be heard over the music. "So make sure you have an option for her." Great. Tyson drove up in the pickup I hadn't been trying to drive the day before. His dogs roamed around the bed of the truck. He parked the truck to the side of the steel building and hopped out. I turned to Philip. "So, I'm just wondering, why would I feel nervous about this? Who was that band playing when I came in here?" Philip raised his eyebrows in the expression I was getting used to, amused and confused. "Man, you gotta get out more." He laughed and swiped at his phone. The song came back on. "This one?" I nodded. Man, that was so good. "That's it." "You've at least got good taste. This is Journey." He cranked it louder. "Oldies are where it's at, my brother." The singer's voice soared to the top of the steel building and echoed all over. It sent tingles up and down my arms. How could a person sing like that? Mary would probably love this stuff. Sanders might even have had music playing during the entire drive. That would have been way better than road noise and the occasional grunt from Enos and Tabitha. Tyson walked in, his dogs milling around outside the building. "You ready?" His glasses were dark and his hat was pulled low, but as I looked, the glasses somehow grew lighter and more see-through. That was the coolest thing I'd ever seen. "Sure." I looked around. What are we doing?" Tyson climbed up the construction vehicle. "Get in." He gestured to the other side. "We've got to move some pipe." Holy crap. I found an easy handhold and hauled myself up toward the seat, which was clearly designed for only one person. Tyson got himself settled, and I stayed standing on the running board on the side. There were a bunch of levers with shiny black knobs sprouting from the floor of the cab. The whole thing was covered in a thin sheen of pink dust. Philip tossed a couple shovels into the bucket of the machine as Tyson started it up with a rumble, then a roar. It vibrated so much it felt like an earthquake beneath me. Tyson moved a couple levers around, more to loosen them than anything else it seemed like, then pressed the gas pedal. It roared again and blasted a cloud of smoke. Tyson got us moving backward, doing exactly what I'd been trying to learn to do the day before in the truck. There was a clutch pedal, a stick shift, a brake pedal, and a gas pedal. That part seemed simple. He turned the giant machine around and we headed down the rough road that seemed to circle the entire property.
"You ever been on one of these?"
Tyson had to shout to be heard. I shook my head. Was he serious? No?
"Pretty cool, huh?"
Tyson's dogs ran all around, easily keeping pace with the giant machine, and sometimes getting dangerously close to the tires. Tyson was totally unconcerned about them. Yeah, there were more levers with knobs behind the black cushioned seat. The seat must somehow swivel to be able to control the digger arm. What's it called? Tyson pulled his hat down as we rounded a rock outcropping.
"It's a backhoe."
I held on, my hands feeling like they were vibrating so much the skin would fall off. We drove for another few minutes until Tyson angled off the dirt and gravel road. We kept going on what was basically a sandy path that cut between an open meadow of yellow brush and grass and boulders at the base of the mesa. Tyson's dogs ran all over the place, tongues lolling. They didn't have a care in the world. Life for them was just moment after moment of fun and excitement. One stopped and lifted its nose in the air, its ears angling this way and that. It dashed away, the other hot on its heels. You could almost be jealous of those dogs with their freedom and carelessness. Nothing like the people in the faith. Except that the adults here acted so much different than the ones in Cooperton. Those beggars and the people teaching school were always morose, or seemed nervous. The backhoe rumbled closer to the base of the mesa, and Tyson slowed and started a wide turn. Cowed. The adults in Cooperton acted cowed, like they had to be super careful about how they acted or talked, or Miriam would have a fit. A lot like us kids. They probably took their fear out on us, really, which didn't make it okay. Just understandable. They still needed to be better. I needed to find a way to stay in touch with Luke and Saul and the kids there like I told Miriam I was going to do. I didn't believe that Miriam would have let my threat change her behavior, but I didn't want it to be an empty threat. I wanted to know if Abraham hit any of the kids and if the constant yelling ever stopped. Tyson completed his wide turn and stopped the backhoe, then looked over his shoulder as he backed closer to the mesa's base. He put the gear shift in neutral and set what I could only think was a parking brake. He lifted his hat and grunted.
"That ought to do her."
He shut the engine off. What are we doing? All I saw was the big, wide, scraggly meadow on one side of us and the rocky base of the mesa on the other side.
"Some of the water supply pipe is too shallow. Froze over the winter."
Tyson hopped down and I followed suit. He patted the backhoe.
"We're going to sink it lower, probably about 3 feet or so."
He grabbed a shovel and led me to the base of the mesa and tapped what I'd thought was just a white rock, but was actually white pipe that was about 3 inches in diameter.
"This PVC here is tapped into the water table."
He gestured and walked back away from the mesa about 4 yards or so, his hand pointing at the ground.
"It runs under here to the egg that we sank into the ground last year."
The egg? I looked around, confused. He stomped, and his work boot made a hollow thud rather than a dull thump.
"It's 1,000 gallons under here."
In an egg. Tyson laughed and shifted his hat. His dogs appeared at that moment, barking and jumping around.
"We call it an egg because it's oblong and white, just a lot bigger, and it has a water pump to send the water our way."
He pointed over the mesa back toward the main house and residence. I nodded. Okay, so what are we doing again? Tyson took a big, careful step and ground his heel in the dirt. He handed me the shovel.
"Dig here until you find the 3-inch supply pipe. It's PVC like that one."
I started digging. Then what? The dirt was hard and rocky, which made sense since it was right next to a big 100-foot-tall mesa. Tyson came back with the other shovel.
"Then we start lowering it deeper and fixing any broken parts."
I still didn't really get it, but the task was simple. Dig until we found a pipe. We dug for at least 30 minutes, until we found the pipe, and we had a hole at least 2 feet deep and 4 feet wide.
Got her,
Tyson said. I wiped sweat from my face with my sleeve. This beat school, lines, standing in the corner, being yelled at, and always being on my guard by a long shot. It would have been 1,000 times better with Mary to talk to. She probably would love this kind of work. She'd had a great time building the kennels.
Keep going until we get a good idea of its trajectory.
Tyson wiped his face. His glasses had darkened again in the bright sun. So cool. We dug for another half hour or more until we'd exposed at least 2 feet of the pipe. It was about a foot deep in the rocky, hard-packed earth.
First, we gotta put an elbow here to get it headed deeper.
His boot tapped the pipe where it came from a rounded white thing, which I assumed was the egg.
Course, to do that, we're gonna have to turn off the pump for a bit.
He pointed with an elbow.
You want to get the tool bag from the bucket?
I climbed up out of the hole and found a heavy canvas bag with tools, odd-looking metal cans, and pieces of the PVC the pipe was made of. When I got back, maybe 30 seconds later, Tyson had scraped dirt off what must have been the egg's lid. He scraped the dirt back quite a ways from the edge of the lid. I assumed because he didn't want dirt falling into the water that must be in the egg. He took the tool bag and set it on the ground. Using a ratchet, he pulled 8 bolts from the lid of the egg, and then I helped him pull the lid off. Water filled the egg to a little more than a foot from the top of the big container. He reached into the egg and to the underside of the top part.
One of these days we'll put the switch on the outside.
I heard a click. He stood again.
That ought to do her.
He climbed into the hole we'd dug and used a strange tool with 3 sharp wheels to cut the pipe that came out of the tank. A lot of water came out, but he had me hold the cut end as high as I could to try and keep the water from coming out so much. It sort of helped. My arms and feet got nice and wet, though. Tyson worked fast and put an elbow-shaped piece of PVC on the pipe still attached to the tank, using some foul-smelling purple glue. Then he stuck a foot length of pipe in that elbow, gluing it. Then he put another elbow on that piece. We stood there for a few minutes, waiting for it all to dry. Then he dried the end I was holding, slopped the glue around it, and we wrestled it into the bottom elbow and pushed hard to make the seal tight. He got up, leaned back into the egg, and switched the water pump back on. I helped him get the lid fastened again.
All right,
Tyson said, wiping his hands on faded jeans.
Let's see if that took.
He glanced at the hole and the work we'd done on the pipe. He jumped back into the hole and pulled a rag out of a pocket and cleaned off the pipe and elbows, then watched for a minute or two. He nodded.
That's got her.
Tyson pushed out of the hole. His dogs had found comfortable places in the shade and had been lying down, but seeing him get out of the hole, they jumped up and ran to him. He scratched their heads and told them to get out of the way, then climbed into the backhoe and swiveled the seat around.
All right, I'm going to use this to dig through that rock and dirt, and you're going to direct me so's I don't break the pipe.
How do I do that? I saw where this was going. It was going to be my fault that Faith Valley lost its water supply.
Tell me how deep and where to dig.
He pointed.
We want a trench about 3 feet deep that runs parallel to the pipe. So I'll scrape you off some dirt, then you dig and expose the pipe. Then show me where to use this monster.
It made sense, but it seemed a little risky.
Okay.
I lifted a shovel. I guess.
We can fix it if we break it, but I'd rather not.
Tyson swiveled around again and turned on the engine, then turned again to face me. He shouted,
I'm pretty sure this'll work.
He pushed a couple levers and 2 feet went down, one on each side of the backhoe, planting firmly in the ground. He was pretty sure this would work. He had never done this before. This was some crazy experiment. I shrugged and shouted back, Okay. It went far easier than I'd expected. Tyson was ridiculously good with the backhoe. He could carve an inch of dirt exactly where he wanted to. By the time the sun was directly above us, we'd done at least 50 feet. He scraped about 6 inches of dirt off above where we thought the pipe was. Then I dug and exposed the pipe. Then it was just a matter of him setting the digging claw down precisely and cutting through the desert dirt like it was pudding.
Let's get some lunch.
Tyson hopped down from the backhoe.
Climb on up there and drive us back.
What? I froze. Driving a pickup was one thing, but this giant machine was another.
I could screw up and break what had to cost tens of thousands of dollars, not to mention get us killed.
It's a cinch.
Tyson whistled for his dogs and pointed at the bucket. They jumped in. He went around and climbed up to where I'd stood on the way here.
Come on, I'm hungry.
He flashed a big grin. I pulled myself up and into the seat. I reached for what I'd seen him do and found a handle under the seat. I pulled it and swiveled the seat around.
See?
He grinned again.
You're already a pro.
Sure, at turning a seat around. I studied the levers. I knew which was the stick shift, and the pedals were just like on the pickup yesterday. I pressed the gas experimentally. The engine rumbled, and black smoke belched out of the exhaust pipe.
Try 'em out,
Tyson said. He nodded at the levers. I did, and found it was much easier than it looked to lift and turn the bucket the dogs were in. I carefully lowered it back down so I could see where I was going.
Now,
Tyson said,
ease through it.
I rolled my eyes and got started. It took us at least twice as long to get back to the steel building as it had to get to the work site, but I drove that backhoe. It was somehow much easier to get going than the pickup had been. We washed up and had lunch. I found some tortillas and refried beans. I added cheese and microwaved them, then dipped them in salsa while eating. Easily the best lunch I'd ever had. Bethany wasn't there, but Philip came just as we were leaving the kitchen.
Here, how's it?
He slipped his phone in his shirt pocket. Tyson nodded.
Making progress.
Good enough.
Philip caught my eye.
Having fun yet?
Sure. I didn't want to admit it, but I was having more fun than I'd had since Mal and I had been first building the cabin. I had driven a backhoe.
Stay hydrated out there.
Philip tossed me an empty water bottle.
Fill this up. You're looking red.
I did, and we went back to work. By the time the light started to fade, we'd started around the bend of the mesa, and Tyson was showing just how good he was with the backhoe as he avoided the rocks and boulders, but still dug a precise trench.
Okay,
he said, dropping from the backhoe's cabin.
Let's go do something fun.
He led the way back to the supply egg and jumped into the hole.
Use your shovel and slide the pipe out of its trench into our deeper one.
I hooked the shovel under the pipe and pushed. The pipe easily dropped off what was essentially a ledge that it was sitting on in its original position. The weight of this portion of the pipe dropping pulled the rest of it down, and with a hissing sound followed by thumps, well over 100 feet of pipe flopped down into the deep trench we'd dug. I laughed.
That is awesome. Thought it might do that.
Tyson grinned as he climbed out of the hole and kicked dirt in behind him.
Let's at least cover it over a bit for overnight.
We walked toward the backhoe, booting dirt into the trench and somewhat covering the long white pipe as we went. After a dinner of chicken in gravy over rice, with lots of vegetables on the side and a hot shower, I slept better that night than I had slept in my entire life. Chapter 13.
Ooh, hey, Josh, how we doing?
Philip came into the kitchen, waving his hands at the smoke that poured out of the oven. Fine. I pulled the stupid lasagna out of the oven and set it on the stove. The cheese on top was black, but the smoke was coming from the oven itself. Philip ignored my snarled response. He pulled the kitchen window open as well as the door.
What happened?
I don't know. I looked around, trying to find a way to blow the smoke out the window. Philip left the kitchen and crossed the dining and living rooms, then opened the front door. The cloud of smoke shifted immediately. I peered into the oven to try to figure out why so much smoke was coming out of there. This was a great, great start to my cooking career. Maybe this would turn out so badly that the others would kick me out of the rotation. No, that would be embarrassing. There's spots of grease or something on the bottom of the oven. I straightened, angry at myself. I rolled my shoulders to try to loosen my neck. There, what's smoking? This was frustrating, as was the absurd mess in the kitchen. I was an idiot. I'd helped make lasagna in Cooperton, and it looked simple to make, and could be something impressive to people who thought I was cooking for the first time. It wasn't simple.
At least it's not a fire.
Philip looked around. Lasagna, I nodded, poking at the charred cheese on the top. It wasn't too thick, but it covered almost the entire top. I started prying the stuff off to see if the rest of the dish could be salvaged. I'd written down everything I could remember from helping in Cooperton, but I obviously had done something wrong. It wasn't supposed to be charcoal on the top, and the bread that had been in the oven at the same time probably tasted like smoke. Plus, my steamed broccoli looked way overcooked. It was going to be disgusting. Looking around the house for a computer had taken way too long, and I got too distracted, and I was so freaking tired. This stupid valley was beautiful, but there was always so much to do. I'd gotten everything cooking and the lasagna into the oven, then explored the top floor of the main house. There were 4 bedrooms up here and a few bathrooms. 3 of the bedrooms looked occupied, so I figured that was where Philip, Bethany, and Tyson were sleeping. The other bedroom was empty. I peeled the last bit of blackened cheese off the lasagna and used the same fork to pull a small bite out of the casserole dish. I blew on it and tasted it. Smoke. Smoked lasagna. I chucked the fork at the sink. It bounced off a pot and hit the floor with a clatter. I swore quietly and picked it up, anger making my jaw tense. I'd opted to go all the way down to the bottom floor because I thought it would be good for me to be closer to the oven if I ended up finding a computer on the middle floor. So it made sense to eliminate the bottom floor first. That was the floor my room was on. It had 3 bedrooms, one of them mine, and 1 bathroom, as well as a wide-open room that a pretty large group could comfortably sit in. None of those had a computer. I'd made the mistake of stepping into my room and saw the 2 pictures I'd grabbed from the girls' room in Cooperton, and the bad drawing I'd done of Mary. They were peeking out of one of my trash luggage bags. I'd picked them up and sat on the bed, looking at them. Mary was with her father in Seattle, about 1,000 miles or more from me. We should have spent more time together. We should have tried the kissing thing much earlier. What was my problem? She was off in Seattle and starting a new life with an actual family, or at least part of one, and I was stuck here working all day to make this place ready for the idiots in Cooperton to eventually move here with their dogs. I'd started building a massive kennel earlier and was exhausted and had pulled a bunch of splinters out of my hands. I'd stared at the picture I had drawn, then the picture of the 2 chairs on the porch. If I closed my eyes, I could almost feel her presence next to me, warm and happy, and with her big grin she would get when we talked about our books. How could her face already be so hard to pull up in my mind? We'd been apart for a week, and it took me staring at the drawing I'd done and reaching for memories in the cabin and on the porch to get her face in my mind. I was the worst. My brain was stupid. This whole thing sucked. I needed to see her. My hands needed to hold hers, and I needed her hand on my neck and cheek again. Every damn day without her felt empty, and I was betraying her every time I realized I was enjoying the grinding, hard work I was doing every day. I should just leave tomorrow. But with what money? And how would I get to Seattle? I'd set the drawings on my dresser before the anger building in me made me crush them. I headed up the stairs to check out the middle floor, but the smoke smell was already strong. I ran upstairs and found this disaster. I was such an idiot. I bent the fork I'd picked up, needing to break something. "Smoked lasagna's fine," Philip said. "It's your first time anyway." I glared at him. "Yeah, but it's not that hard." I should have put something under the baking dish, but I'd had no idea the stuff would bubble out and hit the bottom of the oven. Now this stuff's crap, and the broccoli's mushy. I chucked the fork at the sink again. This time, it stayed in. Maybe my brain would work if I wasn't so burned out from digging trenches and installing an air conditioner and building a kennel all day, every damn day. Philip lifted his hands, palms out. "Josh, it's no big deal. Calm down." Calm down. I'd been calm my entire damn life, holding back all the anger and frustration, and here he was telling me to calm down again. Don't tell me what to do. It came out harsher than I'd meant to. "Whoa!" Philip kept his hands out and raised his eyebrows.
Man, I don't know what's gotten under your skin, but you gotta let it go, Josh. I swore, aloud. You have no clue. You don't know what that place is like. I needed to clamp down on this. I was still in the faith, and Philip answered to Miriam. It's like they hate you. Do you know what it's like to have people who are supposed to take care of you hate you your whole life? I twisted away. I had to get out of here. I scrubbed tears from my eyes. Nearly 18 and still crying all the freaking time. This was all BS. I caught sight of the overcooked broccoli. Damn it, I was an idiot. And it was a good thing Mary wasn't here seeing me throw a tantrum. Why the hell did she even like me anyway? Screw all of this. I slapped the pot of mushy crap off the stove and stalked out of the kitchen. You could run away from stuff, or you could deal with it, man. Philip followed me from a safe distance. I spun and glared at him. Run away? Deal with it? He had literally no clue. I've been dealing with this crap my whole life. I kept having to scrub tears from falling down my face. Philip pulled a chair from the dining table and sat. He leaned back. Dealing with what? Whatever. I turned my back around, heading for the door. I slammed it open and crossed the hard-packed parking area, breaking into a run within a few steps. I sprinted across the driveway toward the small lake 50 yards away. I reached the dock at a run. I slowed. The water was glassy smooth. I could stay here until it was dark, then go back in without anyone seeing me. Whatever. I sprinted and launched myself off the end of the dock. Cold water smacked into me with more force than I'd expected. I gasped and sucked in lake. Frigid water engulfed me, sending a lightning bolt of shock through my head. I let myself sink for a second or two, but I was already aching for air, and the water I'd swallowed was clawing at my throat. I flailed and broke the surface and made my way to the bank, finding firm ground under my feet almost right away. It was a miracle I hadn't hit the bottom when I jumped in. My chest heaved with exertion and cold and everything else, but the uncontrollable boiling in my gut had cooled off. Pulling myself up the steep bank using roots and tough grass, I turned around and hunched under a bush. This was stupid. I was freezing. No big deal, as Philip would say. It wasn't, but I was cold. I balled myself up tightly to keep heat in my body. I stared at the ripples in the lake, wiping water and tears from my face. Once again, it was a good thing Mary wasn't here to see me be such a complete moron. I needed to feel her sitting next to me. My right side felt cold all the time. Every night, no matter how tired I was, all I could think about was the next time we could kiss and I could hold her hand. Sure, I fell asleep in about 2 seconds, but 2 seconds in my brain was an eternity. As the ripples from my idiotic plunge faded, the stars began to appear on the lake's surface, reflecting from the clear sky above. I rolled slightly back, seeking something to lean on. The gnarled juniper wasn't comfortable, but it worked. The mesa next to the lake cut a stark line in the darkening sky, looking like a chunk of the galaxy had simply been cut away. A tiny sliver of light shot across a couple inches of sky. Shooting star. I'd seen those a few times in Cooperton, too. I kept watching for more as the constellations grew clearer. Could Mary see the stars in Seattle? It was a big city, so maybe not. Did she even miss me? Maybe her new life was so good and exciting that she had begun to think that we had just been a relationship of convenience. It wasn't as if she would have chosen Saul or Luke. Between the three of us, I was clearly the best option. But in a real world, full of real people who weren't in a cult, I was probably nothing in comparison. Just a guy she'd grown up with. I had to get out of here. Faith Valley was light years better than Cooperton, but it still wasn't the real world. I needed to go find Mary and remind her of what we'd had. A shiver cracked through me. Holy crap, it was cold. My clothes were sticking to my skin and bulky on the insides of my joints. I levered myself to my feet, wondering how long I'd been out here. One of these days I needed to get a watch. As I stood, I smelled smoke, which was not normal. Was that the remnants of the dinner I'd screwed up? No way. For crying out loud. I was such a child. I'd burned dinner and thrown a temper tantrum, leaving the others without dinner. These people were definitely not happy about me being here. How could they be? I'd just let them go hungry. I sidled along the bank of the lake and hooked around the giant tree that marked the end of the bank and the lake. A fire burned on the edge of the hard-packed parking area between the main house and the big lawn. A figure sat on a stool next to it. Another stool sat empty not far from the figure. Fantastic. This was going to be fun. They had probably called Miriam, and by now Enos and Tabitha were on the way back already for another soul-killing drive across the country. As I approached, I was totally unsurprised to see it was Philip poking at the fire. He looked up as my feet crunched in the rocks and dirt. He tossed a small log on the fire, sending sparks into the crisp night sky. He raised his eyebrows. "You all right?" I was so surprised by his question that it took me a minute to realize I'd stopped walking just outside the ring of light provided by the fire. Was I all right? Hell no. I hadn't been all right for the last week, and I'd only been all right at all for the last 17 years when I was with Mary. I was not all right. I wasn't sure I could ever be. I wanted to be. Sitting on the stool, I stared into the red coals at the base of the crackling flames. When had my throat become so tight? A couple tears cut through the lake film dried on my cheeks. I wiped them away. My head spun with angry retorts, complaints, things I would never say aloud, and endless frustration. I scuffed my feet through the rocks and dirt, clenching my jaw to try to get a hold of whatever it was that was burning into my chest. Nobody spoke. Philip tossed another piece of wood on the fire. Why did he just sit there? And where were the others? What time was it anyway? "I'm sorry about dinner." That was not what I thought I was about to say. I clearly had a robot or alien or something controlling me remotely. Philip poked at the fire. "No big deal." Of course that's what he would say. His face glowed red from the flame's reflection. Seriously, my front side was finally not feeling as frigid as before. I screwed up dinner and then took off like a dumb kid. Philip grinned. "Well, we threw that stuff away, but we always have a backup." He glanced over his shoulder. "Tyson's hit and miss, so we have burgers and veggie patties in the freezer at all times now, so we don't go hungry." Smart. I scooted nearer to the fire and reached my hands closer. I sat there expecting him to keep talking, or ask a question, but he lapsed into silence too. I turned so my right side was closer to the fire. I wasn't going to dry out or warm up completely like this, but it helped. The fire never stopped dancing, the coals at the bottom shimmering and flickering. We'd had fires in the fireplace at the house in Cooperton, but this one seemed much less domesticated. This was like the campfires I'd read about and seen in the occasional TV show or movie. Anyway, I'm sorry I threw a tantrum. I angled so my left side was closer to the fire. Philip was staring into the fire, so I kept looking at it too. I don't know why I lost it like that. He didn't respond, just drew his lips down in a considering frown. "It's just," I trailed off. Why wouldn't he talk? What could I even say that wouldn't get me in trouble? I'm probably just really tired. "Tired of dealing with stuff your whole life?" "What?" I flinched, not expecting him to talk. He was watching me now. He looked totally relaxed, but his eyes glittered. "Before you left and," Philip gestured at me, "apparently jumped into the lake, you said I had no idea what it was like to deal with this crap your whole life." He had a good memory. I swallowed, unsure of what to say. "So you're tired of dealing with crap your whole life?" Philip paused and squinted in my direction. "What crap?" He sounded sincere, but there was no way he didn't know what crap I was talking about. Unless, wait, how long have you been in the faith? He raised his eyebrows and thought for a few seconds. "Oh, a couple years. I helped get Dallas set up, then came out here to get it ready for everybody." "So you've never been to Cooperton?" "Nah, why would I?" That's where the crap is. If Philip didn't know what the faith, the real faith, was like, he needed to know. Did you know they had 11 kids and 12 adults living in a big house up there? "Sure." Philip poked the fire. Sparks flew. The smoke shifted, but still mostly went straight up. "Do you have any idea what life is like for us there?" "Just what I've guessed at."
Probably like a cross between homeschool and boarding school, since I imagine there are a bunch of you on each room.
I blinked at that. This was technically correct, but it was the kindest possible description of what my life had been like. Do you know what focus class is? He frowned.
Nope.
He leaned forward and met my gaze.
Tell me.
I shook my head.
You asked.
I started with focus class, then moved to the rest of the school, which led naturally to punishments like lines and standing in the corner, then the yelling and the feeling like being the enemy. Then everything else. Malachi, Esther, Aaron, and Abraham beating me up and the way he terrified the little kids. Miriam's unbelievable reaction to Malachi dying. Her total non-reaction to Aaron's announcement that he was going to college and leaving the same day. The celebrations and the rules and the bizarre, loud, pointless lectures. The fact that almost none of us knew our parents and it was just a non-issue to the people in the faith. The feeling like we were basically slaves they never wanted, but at least we could do work for them. I kept the cabin and Mary to myself. I figured he had an idea about Mary and me anyway. I did describe what had happened when Sanders showed up and everything that followed, except for the other stuff that he didn't need to know. Philip took it all in without interruption, only throwing another log on the fire every so often. How late was it getting? The words stopped flowing of their own accord. I couldn't believe I'd said so much, and without losing it. There were parts I'd choked on a little, but I just kept going. I watched for Philip's reaction. I'd just told him a lot about the faith that he hadn't known. Maybe I'd convinced him to get out. A long silence fell, broken only by the crackling of the fire. Philip let out a long breath.
Whew, that's a lot of crap to deal with your whole life.
And here came the defense of the faith. But he just said, "I'm sorry, bro." I'm sorry, bro? It was like being kicked in the chest, gut, head, and back all at once. A gasp tore from somewhere deep. I sucked in a breath, but it caught on the next gasp. Heat burned through me from head to toe. I reflexively squeezed my legs with my fingers as my cheeks nearly caught on fire. Hot tears splattered out of my eyes with such force they felt like they were exploding. On some level, I was surprised they weren't splattering into the fire and sizzling away. What the hell was happening to me? That's a lot of crap to deal with your whole life. He'd listened to every word. Hadn't told me I was making it up. I'm sorry, bro. I curled in on myself, wrapping my arms to either side of my head and pulling down until my elbows were between my knees. Gasps racked my body. The stupid tears kept falling. I couldn't stop it. Malachi had called me bro. But Malachi had never really listened to me. He'd always had his own stuff to complain about. I pulled myself into a tighter ball, crying and wishing I could stop, but knowing I would never stop, and the earth would crack open and I would fall in, and nobody would miss me, and the world would just keep on going without stupid, childish, crybaby Josh. An arm slid around my shoulders, and I was being pulled, and then I was falling, and another arm wrapped around me, and just held on to me, and the earth didn't break open. But I did, and stuff just kept pouring out. I was back in the cabin, except my clothes were wet and there was a fire. My back was against a wood stool and my shins were getting too warm. I was empty, but it was a good empty. A scrubbed, clean empty. Philip sat on his stool, looking like he'd never moved. But he had. Those arms had been his. I gave him a side glance. My throat was raw and my muscles were tight, and I really needed to change my damp clothes. What now? There was no way I could talk to him again after what I'd just done, after what he'd just done. He raised his eyebrows and gave me a big grin. "How's it?" I coughed. "I really am sorry about the lasagna." A jagged laugh clawed from my throat. It felt good.
"No big deal. I like burgers."
Philip poked at the fire.
"And hey, it reminded me I have to put some smoke detectors in these houses."
He grinned again. Don't want lasagna to burn the place down. I burst out laughing. So did he. Chapter 14. Josh! Philip found me at the edge of the small south orchard, which was the one on the far end of the big lawn. I looked up from repairing the water supply line for the incredibly powerful sprinkler. Philip? He grinned. So did I. I had thought things would be awkward after my temper tantrum, then my meltdown at the fire. But he'd eventually just stood up, said goodnight, and wandered off to bed. I stayed until the fire got low, then spread it out with a log and poured a couple buckets of water on it from the little canal that cut through the yard. Exhaustion won out against hunger, so I had hit the sack. Then hunger woke me at 7 a.m, so I had a big breakfast of oatmeal, eggs, and toast, and had a normal workday. Philip talked to me normally, and I couldn't find any awkwardness in myself. The guy was just, as he would say, chill. I wouldn't mind being chill like that sometime. He talked to me like a little brother now, rather than some kid, and I felt like he was a big brother, so things had changed, but only in a good way. The next few days had passed in a blur of work, food, sleep, a tense evening of cooking stew with store-bought rolls, and more work and more sleep. The stew had been a bit runny, but tasty. I hadn't jumped in the lake again, so I was calling it a win. Come out to the fire spot after dinner? I wiped sweat off my face. What for? Time to show you the traditions of my ancestors. He raised his eyebrows theatrically. Sounds fun. I slipped a black coupling over one end of the cut supply line. I'll bring marshmallows. I would not be bringing marshmallows. As far as I knew, we didn't have any. I checked the kitchen cupboards after dinner and cleanup, and had it confirmed. No marshmallows, which was a shame since I'd always wanted to roast and eat one. You see or read about something enough, and you sometimes want to try it out. I also wanted to wear the pelt of a northern bear, leather boots, and wield a war axe into battle against marauding goblins, but that was even less likely than marshmallows. Philip already had the fire going when I got outside. I pulled the empty wood stool closer to the fire and leaned in. We were in the middle of spring in the high desert, so the evenings were chilly. I should have brought my hoodie. The old ratty hoodie I'd gotten from the thrift store in Cooperton at least 4 years ago. It was tight and falling apart, but it was something. What do you know about the people who used to live in this area? Philip tended to jump right into what he wanted to talk about without preamble, which was fine by me. Nothing? I thought for a minute. Wait, do you mean who the faith brought this place from, or like the indigenous people? Indigenous people, Josh. Philip raised his eyebrows as if that should have been obvious. Oh, okay. The flames danced and flickered. I shrugged. Still, nothing. No, that wasn't true. We'd talked about the Native American tribes around the USA back before the colonists and Manifest Destiny. Wait, Arizona's the Southwest, so that was the Navajo? Philip nodded. Right. The Navajo, Pueblo, and Apache peoples used to live all over the Southwest, extending down into Texas and maybe farther. Nice history lesson. Okay. He poked a log that was burning on the bottom, but not the top, so it fell into the hot coals. But they didn't really do what we're going to talk about. It was the Plains tribes like the Pawnee and Sioux who did. So this really was a history lesson. Had Miriam told Philip to continue my schooling? I would still have to get a GED, so that seemed pointless. Have you ever heard of a vision quest? No. I scooted a hair closer to the fire. It's when a young brave would leave the village and go in search of knowledge, often life guidance or a guardian spirit. Philip used a log to jab at a burning log and break it up. There are all kinds of vision quests, but the common elements are the young brave goes somewhere and doesn't eat or drink for a while, sometimes several days, and endures harsh elements, all in pursuit of something important to them, a vision or a revelation of some kind. When they were done, they would return and be seen as a man. I considered what he'd said.
So they would go in the hot sun, or something, and not drink or eat? I glanced at Philip. Seems like those visions might have been hallucinations due to dehydration, maybe. I snorted. Could be, he said. It could also be that when we're broken down by hardship and trials, we are more able to perceive the spirits and their movement. Spirits and their movement. I tried not to roll my eyes. Sounds interesting, if any of that were real. His brows furrowed. What do you mean? People have been saying God bless you to me my whole life, and preaching about some God who lets horrible things happen to people, including me and the other kids. I took a breath and bit back on the emotion welling up in me. There's no way that kind of God is real. Spirits aren't real. People don't need the devil to be terrible. They do just fine on their own. So you've seen it all, and now you know the truth of the universe? I'm just saying it doesn't make any sense. Reality is what we see and feel, and the choices we make. I shrugged again. That's it. He nodded, a hint of smile stretching his lips. That's the confidence of youth, brother. He laughed aloud. I'm not trying to be condescending or anything. He grinned at me. But the older you get, the more you realize how much you just don't know. I'm pretty sure that anything could be true. I'm also pretty sure there's a lot more to this world than what our 5 senses reveal to us. Could be. I rubbed my arms to warm them up. But it also doesn't matter, because I just have to get through each day, and the way I do that is by using my senses to tell me what's going on around me, and then I make my decisions. Philip leaned my way. Get through each day? He shook his head. Nah, man, you want to live each day. Chew every bit of flavor from it. I guess. Except I was waiting until the right day to leave here and go find Mary. It had been nearly 2 weeks, and I still hadn't found a computer I could use to check email. What else was there to the days than working and waiting for the right time to leave and trying to find a way to contact her? Brother, Philip said, looking intently at me, you can be looking forward to something, working for it every day. But every day you're working toward that thing, you can be living each moment. You can see this beautiful world, smell a rose or two, smile a little more at people, breathe the clean air, and feel it fill you all the way. I resisted the urge to say, I guess, again, and looked down at the fire. I know you've been through a lot. A hell of a lot. He poked at another log, breaking it into glowing coals. It can feel like it's weighing you down. He spat into the fire. And you've had to push back on a lot of stuff your whole life. So now that you're not, you probably feel run down? Tired? I stayed leaning forward but turned to see him. How was he getting that so right? Tears stung my eyes. So tired. Depression's a thing, brother. He held my gaze. And you need to get help when you need it. And you gotta give yourself some space and time. And you also gotta stand up straight when it's time and push the hell back on the weight of it all. He reached out and punched my shoulder. Start fighting again. I swallowed past the tightness in my throat. Yeah, but when? When's the time to push back again? Something deep inside felt like it was squeezing up into my chest. Images from Cooperton and all the stuff we'd been through flickered through my head. We? I'd been through a lot of that stuff on my own. Why was I thinking we? That's the beauty of life, Philip said. You get to decide. You do. He leaned back and spread his arms out, throwing his head back and looking at the sky. And I gotta tell you, one of the best ways I've found to push back on the hard and ugly and angry-making stuff is to be deliberate about looking for the bright, the happy, and the beautiful. I blew out a shaky breath. That's not easy. It dawned on me. I'd not only had to deal with all the garbage the faith had thrown at me, but I'd had to see the other kids go through it too, and wish it could be different. It was we. There was no getting around it. That's the other thing, Philip sounded gleeful. Doing the hard stuff is how you tell yourself you're stronger than everything else. Find something that's hard as hell and do it. Lean into the difficulty, push through it, and learn more about what you're capable of while you do it. What was he getting at?
Plus, you go and do crazier, hard, or adventurous things, you'll see stuff that'll open your soul, brother." He grinned big. It sounded like he led me right to where he wanted me. Great. "So go on a vision quest, Josh," I said, imitating him. "You'll see spirits, get a guardian angel, and learn to fly like a hawk." He raised his eyebrows. "Wait, seriously?" I laughed tiredly. "You think I should do a vision quest? Go out somewhere, no food or water, and suffer from heat stroke and maybe die, but maybe also hallucinate what my destiny is?" Philip shook his head, laughing quietly. "Well, when you put it that way," he pursed his lips. "Still, yeah, I think you should." Not a chance. The image of me sitting somewhere out in the high desert, seeking some kind of spiritual guidance, made me laugh. But it also had a dramatic tinge to it. I'd find Mary in the next few weeks, and I could tell her about a vision quest I'd gone on, braving the elements and sitting in the wilderness for days waiting for a spiritual visitation. She would get a kick out of it. She might even see me differently. See that there was more to me than an angry guy who she'd known her whole life in a cult and read great books with. That was a terrible reason to do a vision quest. I glanced over at Philip. For crying out loud, he was looking right at me, eyebrows raised. "You're thinking about it, aren't you?" "No." I couldn't shake that image. I was such an idiot. "Okay, maybe." Philip slid to the front edge of his stool and fixed me with a firm gaze. "Brother, I think you should go out early tomorrow. Take a big bottle of water, maybe something you can make shade with. Hike out a ways, but don't get too lost, and stay out for the day. No fire, nobody else. Just by yourself for the day and night. Come back in the morning." Tomorrow? He was insane. The fact that I was even considering this made me insane too. There was no reason for me to do something so idiotic and pointless. I don't think so. Not a chance. It didn't matter if that image of me, all alone, sitting in the wilderness and seeking knowledge from the universe, wouldn't leave me. Not while I helped put the fire out and went inside and got ready for bed. It wouldn't leave me as I set my alarm clock for 6 a.m. the next morning, like an idiot. When I woke up, I put on work clothes, rolled up a couple sheets in a random luggage strap I'd seen, grabbed a folding knife from the main room of the house, filled a big water bottle, and set out on a vision quest. Chapter 15. I opted to head down the hill from the main house toward the small, energetic river that ran along that edge of the property. The sun was just peeking over the mesa, and the light was cool and a little blue as night faded. A crisp, light smell filled my nose. I ran my fingers along a rough sandstone boulder as I picked my way down the hill that invisibly transitioned into the riverbank. At the water's edge, I settled my rolled-up sheets over my shoulder and looked upriver and down. About 10 or so yards upriver was a fairly flat-looking rock on the other side of the river. I carefully crossed the shallow river, keeping to rocks that were just above the surface of the crystal-clear water. My hike wasn't over, but this seemed like a good place to sit for a while. So I sat on the flat rock and watched the water tumble over and around rocks and branches. In a few spots, the river water was still, encircled on most sides by rocks. The nearest of those spots to me teemed with tiny fish, minnows. I reached into the water and held my hand as still as I could. After a long wait, with my hand getting uncomfortably cold from the almost icy water, a few brave minnows swam up and bumped my fingers. I almost couldn't feel them. I stayed on the rock for a while, having no way to mark the time except for the sun eventually clearing the top of the mesa and warming the day up. As the river streamed by, the light sounds of it breaking and dancing over rocks filling my ears, I took in big lungfuls of crisp air and held it. Then let the air go as slowly as I could. Soon the sun found me and blazed right on my head. Time to go. I climbed the riverbank and struck out along the base of the nearby mesa, winding my way around boulders to the softer slope on the far end. There I climbed. It was steep, but doable. The sun had climbed the sky noticeably by the time I made it to the top of the mesa.
A seemingly endless vista spread out before me, covered in yuccas, junipers, sagebrush, and tough-looking grass. Rock formations looked like they had erupted and boiled out of the hard-packed ground. The tall, straight, dried-out stems that yucca flowers grew on contrasted with the gnarled junipers and sages. I headed out across the mesa. I had all day to kill, so I might as well explore. Pausing for a drink, I set a few landmarks in my brain so I wouldn't get lost. The clump of yucca next to a raised stone area, almost a platform. A juniper that looked like an upside-down scythe. What I guessed was an hour later, I had come to another steep hill and had drank nearly half of my water. Hiking was fun, but maybe not such a good idea if this was all the water I had. Of course, heat stroke was sort of what I was going for if I was trying to hallucinate some spirits or angels or something. I turned back and decided I would try my idea for shade out on the platform-like raised area of stone. Setting my stuff down, I looked for some branches. I figured I needed 3 or 4, except I didn't have an axe or anything beyond a small pocket knife. So I snapped 3 tall yucca stems off at their base. They were strong enough to hold up sheets, so they should do. I leaned the 3 tall sticks together, guessing that they were probably nearly 4 feet long. Using the luggage strap I'd brought, I tied the tops of the sticks together tightly, then used what was left of the strap to pinch the sheets to the top of my makeshift teepee. Then I put some rocks on the bottom edges of the sheets to hold them down, and slid under my rough shade. It worked far better than I had any right to expect. The sun was already high in the sky, and here at the top of the mesa, it was pretty hot. I took a sip of water and pulled my shirt off to let the gentle breeze cool me while I sat in the shade. This wasn't bad. I could do this all day, and I could take the sheets down when it got dark and use them as a blanket and pillow overnight. The sky would be amazing up here, too, even better than down in the valley. This wouldn't be too bad at all, except that I was already hungry. Whatever. I could handle a day without food. I pushed the hunger away. The stone was hard under my rear end. My legs got tired of sitting cross-legged, so I stretched them out. Maybe I was supposed to meditate? I shifted to try and get comfortable. The stone was not helpful. The hard-packed sand wouldn't be any better. I moved around and finally found a position that wasn't awful. I sat there, arms on my legs, with my hands hanging off my knees. I wiggled my back to loosen it up. I took a slow breath. What was Mary doing right about now? It had been about 2 weeks since I'd seen her. 2 weeks since we'd kissed. If she'd emailed me already, she might be getting worried that I hadn't replied. But she would understand. The house in Cooperton didn't have a computer we could use. I sat and breathed. I imagined Mary was next to me. I closed my eyes and pictured her, fighting hard until her face came into view. I was shirtless, of course. That wouldn't bother her, would it? I wasn't covered in muscle or anything, but I was in pretty good shape. I sat and breathed. The rock was hard under me, but it wasn't too bad now. I took a swig of water to wash some sand out of my teeth. Sounds from below wafted up. Tyson was doing something with the backhoe. I sat, breathed, closed my eyes. I tried to picture my breathing. In as slow as I could, out even slower, like I'd read in a book. In, then out. The sky was so bright it was shiny and pale. I closed my eyes again. In, then out. In, then out. In, then out. It felt like waking up, but without the weight of sleep to shake off. One moment I was lost in my breathing, and the next I was sitting in my sheet teepee again. The sun had risen a lot since I'd gotten under the sheets. It was hotter now. How long had I done whatever I'd just done? It felt like I'd simply winked out, then winked back in. I took a drink of water. Much less than half left, and there was plenty of day to go. And the whole night. A couple of ants explored the stone. I let them be. A small bird flitted up and down, then disappeared out of my line of sight. The day smelled cooked and hot. As I watched the sand blow and insects work, I began to notice that something quiet had settled into me. After years of being on guard all the time, and having to show the adults in Cooperton that they had no control over me the last few years, with all the doubts and questions and worries that came with all that, this felt different. It wasn't so much an empty gap of silence as a full space of calm. My brain felt quiet. Mary. The thought of her and the questions and worries that came with that didn't break the calm. The calm settled all of that down. I should have meditated before this, although where could I have done that in Cooperton? Maybe in the forest somewhere, but I would have run the risk of having a chipmunk run over me, or beetles find me, or even one of the insane number of birds there disturb me. I took another sip of water and balled my shirt up, then lay down. Sleeping would make the day go faster. My legs felt like baked meat sticks when I woke up a few hours later. The small teepee I had made wouldn't let me stretch out completely in it, so the bottom half of my calves poked out of the entrance. The sun had traveled across the sky quite a bit, but it was baking my jeans-covered legs the entire time. I scooted out of the teepee to get a look around. Movement above me caught my eye. Some kind of vulture was circling me a couple 100 feet up. 3 of them, most of the underside of their wings white, drifted in lazy circles above me. They obviously had thought I was some kind of carrion. If I'd stayed asleep any longer, maybe I'd have been woken up from the ugly things pecking at my jeans. Jumping up, I waved my arms and hollered at them. "Ha ha! I'm not lunch!" I swung my shirt in circles above my head. "Gotcha, you bird brains!" They didn't appear to pay any attention to me, although their lazy circles slowly widened until they flapped off and out of sight. I put my shirt back on and reached for my water. It was fairly warm, but it felt good going down my dry throat. And once my throat and mouth were wet, it felt like the water awakened my stomach because it was squeezing angrily, wanting something to fill it. No stomach. Not until tomorrow. Get used to it. I sloshed my bottle around. It had only a few more gulps left in it. Not good. I glanced at the sun. It was dropping down the western sky, but there were still a few hours of daylight left. I shook the bottle again. Not good at all. I would survive, but my throat and mouth were already feeling dry again. It was going to be a long day and night. I scoured the mesa. No cactuses I could cut open and drink water from. Not that I knew how to do that, especially without porcupining my fingers. The edge of the mesa was only about 100 feet away, so I crossed the hard, warm sand and peered over, down into Faith Valley. The main house was right there. I could have thrown a rock and hit the roof. The 2 orchards were easy to make out too, with their early spring buds just a fuzzy green on the branches. There was the shiny metal roof of the steel building. I could just make out the digging arm of the backhoe. Somebody walked out of the building toward the main house. Across the still brown lawn was the residence, although it was somewhat obscured by the tall trees near the lake, and the others behind the residence. I could get down there pretty easy. Quickly, too. I could get in the main house. No, I could just go to the spigot behind the residence and fill my bottle. Nobody would see me. Or I could just fill my bottle at the river. It was right at the bottom of the mesa, and there was no way anybody would see me. But wasn't there something about not drinking river water? The water I'd seen this morning was crystal clear, icy cold, too. The thought of it made me even thirstier. I could go down there and fill my bottle, drink some nice cold water, then fill the bottle again, and come back up here for a comfortable, thirst-free night. Or just sneak to the spigot. It was riskier, but also less risky, in terms of gastrointestinal health at least. Heck, I could just stay down in the valley for the rest of the night. Except I was going to stargaze from up here tonight. I strolled back to my teepee, against all sense of reason, suddenly needing to pee. Unreal. And no, the situation was nowhere near desperate enough to even consider the idiotic survival thought that flashed through my head. Geez, Josh. Bending over, I slid back into my teepee. I could wait a little while, then I'd go down. The spigot was the better option, but it would be easier to not be seen if I waited until the sun started throwing a shadow across the valley. Of course, this plan meant I was sort of breaking the rules of the vision quest. Except having any water at all was different from the way the Native Americans had done it, and one day and one night was far less than what they did. Besides, I'd already gotten a lot out of this thing. I reached for the quiet I'd found, and it was still there. Calm, like an invisible but unmovable mountain. I wondered if having that would make me noticeably different. Would Mary notice? She might think I was a little calmer and more serious, which could only be good. I could still joke around with her, though. When I saw her again, I'd be tanned, stronger, and more fit, and also more chill. That would be good. She could see that I was more than just the cult boy she'd fallen in love with. How much would she have changed when I saw her again? Fears flitted through me. She was already seeing more of the world than me, which was fine, but I needed to be in touch with her. She couldn't forget about me. I needed to be with her again and see her eyes and hear her laughter, squeeze her hand and feel my heart flipping when she gave me her half smile. Worrying wasn't going to do any good. I had to find a computer and get in touch with her. For now, I just had to focus on getting through today, without getting too dehydrated. Or bored. Crossing my legs, I paid attention to my breathing again. In and out, slower and deeper. In and out. I ignored the questions and fears and pictured my breaths filling my lungs, then slowly easing out. Dusk was just falling when I headed down the mesa. I found a path down that seemed like it might offer some cover from watching eyes down in the valley. I hadn't told Philip where I was going, so he shouldn't know to look for me on the side of the mesa. But it was best to stay out of sight. I came to the river before long, my calves and thighs burning from the descent. I was definitely not used to all this hiking around, and I still had to go back up, then come down in the morning. There was no hurry, so I found my rock near the river and pulled my sneakers and socks off. The river water was a shock of cold on my feet at first, but it felt amazing. I pulled my jeans up my calves and submerged my feet up to my ankles, letting out an audible sigh of relief. I should have done this earlier. I wanted to stay longer, but if I sat there too long, the side of the mesa I needed to climb would be in full shadow, and it could be treacherous to get back up there. I pulled my feet out and shook them, then dried them on my pants. Socks and shoes back on, I crossed the river and took a wide berth around the main house toward the steel building, my eyes and ears open for anybody who might see me. It was easier than I'd expected. I could have strolled casually to the spigot, and nobody would have seen me. It seemed like everyone was in one of the buildings. I filled my bottle at the spigot, chugged most of it down, then filled it again. The climb back up the side of the mesa was slow and hard, even after I dunked my head in the icy river, which felt amazing. But my legs were completely exhausted. It didn't help that I dropped my bottle halfway up and had to jump and run down to catch it before it fell all the way down. I scraped my right hand on a sandstone boulder, trying to keep myself from losing control of my descent. But I got my bottle and turned and headed back up. At the top of the mesa, my legs were spent. Leg jelly. It was also much lighter up here than down in the valley, now that I wasn't in the mesa's shadow. I plopped back into my teepee, but realized I didn't need it anymore. I took it all apart and rolled the sheets back up in the strap. I yanked my shirt back off and let the cool breeze of the fading day cool me. The straight, strong yucca sticks lay in the hard sand and yellow grass, their duty complete. Or not. I grabbed one and practiced my quarterstaff skills, which basically sucked, but that didn't matter. Orcs and goblins still died by the score. Princess Mary was rescued successfully. Then she helped me fight off the rest of the marauding creatures until we had conquered all of them. A quarterstaff and a longsword definitely didn't work together, at least not for me. So I stuck to the quarterstaff, spinning it around and nailing imaginary monsters left and right. By the time I was done fighting off monsters and wishing my imagined kiss with my princess was real, dark had fallen, and I was insanely hungry. I should have raided the main house's pantry or walk-in cooler. Except that would have been a total violation of the vision quest. Water was one thing, but food I could definitely do without. I sat on the rolled-up sheets and stretched my legs out, leaning back so I could look at the sky. Stars were already out, crisp and clear in the otherwise blank sky. I pulled my shirt back on and took a swig of water, then arranged my sheets so I could lie down with a bit of a pillow. I should have thought to bring my hoodie. It would have helped with the pillow. Stars winked alive. The stone was hard under me, but it wasn't too bad. The sheet helped, somehow. I stretched my arms out and sucked in a breath and held it for a long moment, then slowly let it out. I sucked in another and let it out with a whoop. A grin stretched my lips. I was an idiot. If anyone down there heard me, they would worry I'd just fallen to my death. Lucky them. They'd be rid of me. Except Philip wasn't like that. He treated me like a person. How had the Faith gotten someone like him to join? And what on earth was Tyson doing in a cult? Maybe he was a hired hand, actually, not a member of the cult. Whatever. There was no way I was going to ask. Stars clumped and spread all over the dark sky above. The nights in Cooperton had been great whenever I could watch the stars. But this was something else, beyond imagination. I looked for it and easily reached the calm I'd found earlier. No spirits or hallucinations yet, but somehow this vision quest had actually worked. By the time I fell asleep, I'd seen 7 shooting stars. Chapter 16. Holy crap, it was so cold! The sun was still just aglow behind the mesa on the other side of the valley when I woke up, stiff, nearly frozen, and somehow damp. Dew. Of course, I was covered in dew, unless I was hallucinating due to extreme hunger. I slid a hand down my shirt sleeve and pant leg. Nope, damp. Not all that wet, but just enough to make it even colder. My last gulp of water soothed my dry throat, and I rolled the empty bottle into the sheets, tied the strap around the bundle, and headed down the slope. There was just enough light to make out the shapes of rocks and sage roots I had to watch out for. My feet skidded a couple of times, but I avoided a scraped-up death without too much trouble. By the time I got to the main house, the sun was still just a pale glow behind the mesa, and it was still cold, and I was still damp. I dropped my things in my room and saw the clock that had been there when I arrived. It was only 6:30 in the morning. But it was morning, and so it was technically okay for me to be done, and I was going to take a long, hot shower and have a big breakfast. Really big. I was polishing off an omelet with cheese and spinach in it, and my 4th piece of toast, when Philip walked into the kitchen. "Josh, how's it?" He nodded at my nearly empty plate. "Hungry?" You could say that. I popped the buttered toast in my mouth and chewed. "How'd it go up there?" Philip started a pot of coffee. I'd tried the stuff my first morning, and it was horrible. Why drink something so bitter and nasty that you had to load it with sugar and milk to make it palatable? "Up there?" I blinked. "Hold up, you knew where I was?" "Yeah." Philip leaned back on the counter and grinned at me. "I saw you go up." He raised his eyebrows. "Then come down, then go back up." My cheeks grew warm. I thought nobody had seen me. "I ran out of water." Philip laughed. "No big deal, brother. Dehydration's no joke." "Yeah, well, I didn't have any hallucinations or anything." I took my plate to the sink and washed it. But it was good. Peaceful. Philip cocked his head to the side. "Good stuff." He pulled a mug from the cupboard. "What'd you do up there? I heard a shout after dark fell." I snorted. "Hiked," which was fun but a mistake. Used up way too much water. "Anything else?" I set my plate in the rack to dry. "Slept." I glanced Philip's way. He raised his eyebrows, obviously expecting something more. Fine. And I meditated for a bit, and almost got eaten by vultures. I explained, and we talked about the vision quest while he started in on his coffee, and I finished cleaning up after myself. "Good stuff," Philip said when I was done describing what meditating had felt like. "Let's do some concrete work today, but after dinner, come out to the fire spot." I followed him out across the big yard and over the little canal. He led me to one end of the living room of the residence where there was a fireplace and mantel. The carpet and the underlying felt were pulled back, exposing half of the concrete floor. Philip hefted a weighty tool that had a thin, tough-looking hose coming out of it. The hose went back through the living room and out the front door. "This is a jackhammer." He handed it to me. I lifted it. It was pretty heavy. "You ever use one of these?" I rolled my eyes at the joke in his question. "Of course I have. My life hasn't been sheltered and hyper-controlled at all." Philip gave me a wry grin. "Didn't think so. Hang on." He went out the front door, and a few seconds later, what sounded like an engine started up. The hose coming out of the jackhammer jumped, but settled back down. I held the wide, tough handle tightly, somewhat away from me. The thick, tough chisel at the bottom end of the tool looked like it could chop through a foot or toe easily. Philip came back in and pointed at the concrete. There was a shape drawn on the concrete, as well as a line that came out and turned at a right angle toward the kitchen. "You're gonna carve out this shape, about 2 or 3 inches down. They want a flagstone hearth here." Seriously? Was Miriam changing her mind about what she wanted in this house? It seemed like it would have been easier to do this work before the obviously new carpet had been put in. "Okay. What do I do with the concrete chunks?" Philip tapped a nearby plastic bucket with his foot. "Fill this. When you have a load, take it out and pour it near the dock. We might use it over there." "And what's that line?" I pointed. "We're going to make it a gas fireplace, too." Philip followed the line with his finger. "Cut at least 4 inches down, probably deeper. Follow that line as straight as you can, all the way through the kitchen." This was probably going to be the coolest thing I'd ever done, and I had driven a backhoe the week before and done a vision quest yesterday. How do I use this thing? Philip showed me how, making a huge racket with the massive tool. He handed me the machine and then a mask and earplugs. "Use this protective stuff or you'll be hating life by the end of the day." He was right. Even with the earplugs stuck all the way into my ears, I found myself swallowing and wiggling my jaw to pop my ears for the rest of the night after I got done, and the cloth mask got so caked with concrete dust that I had to go outside and smack it against the outside of the house every couple of hours. Philip was leaning over the fire spot when I got out there. He had a garden rake with him this time. Exhaustion was pulling at the edge of my eyes, making them feel tight. This needed to be fast because my bed was hollering at me to give it a big hug. "You ever started a fire?" Philip handed me a couple of thin logs. "I struck some matches in the bathroom once when I was like 9 or 10, and had been spanked for it after Solly had told on me. He used to be a lot more of a jerk." Philip muttered something under his breath and proceeded to show me how to make a teepee out of logs, arranged above a pile of tinder. It worked because the fire started right up. We sat on our wood stools for a while in silence as Philip built the fire up. I finally had to blink tightly to try to clear my eyes. "I'm gonna need to go to bed soon." I stretched my stiff neck. Turns out sandstone isn't much of a bed. Philip nodded. "No kidding." He pursed his lips. "Okay, so it helps that you did some meditating up there. It's time to see just what you can do while meditating." "What are you talking about? If I tried to focus on my breathing right now, I'd probably wake up on the ground a few hours later." "Remember, brother," Philip grinned, "I told you we would be doing the traditions of my people's ancestors." I thought that was the vision quest. No, wait, that wasn't right. "No, the vision quest came first." Philip carefully placed another log on the fire. "I'm talking about telling your flesh who's boss. This is about mind over matter, force of thought." Maybe it was the exhaustion, but I had no idea what he was getting at. "So, I'm going to fly?" "No," Philip said. "We're going to walk on hot coals." I stared at him blankly, waiting for the punchline. No punchline came. "That's funny," I said. "It'll be fun," Philip grinned. He jabbed at a burning log. "Trust me, it's good for you." I shook my head. He had to be joking. It's good for you to burn the bottoms of your feet while doing something completely insane? See, that's the thing. He reached for the tough metal garden rake on the ground. You get your head right, and you don't burn your feet. You can't will yourself to not be cut if you slice your hand open. Or your arm. I rubbed my scar. No, of course not. Philip turned the rake over and began smacking the back of the rake against burning and burned logs, breaking them. But walking on hot coals is just different. If you do it right, you're just out for a brisk stroll. A brisk stroll on fire? Hot coals. He stood and whacked a few bigger chunks. They won't be on fire. I watched him rake the fire into a thin bed of glowing coals about 2 feet wide by 5 feet long. He was serious. He was out of his mind. So you're first, right? Philip grinned. Sure am. He lifted his feet, which were bare. Somehow I hadn't noticed. I kept my shoes on. You've done this before? He tidied up the edges of the coal bed. Coal carpet, actually, since we were going to walk on it. We? No, not we. He was nuts. Did it back home a few times. Philip set his rake down and stood at the edge of the coals, watching them. The glow of the coals had already subsided as light coats of ash formed on them. Now we just let them soften a hair so they don't cut our feet. And what exactly am I supposed to get from this? The layer of ash on the coals made this look doable, but that was just hiding burning hot wood. How was I even considering doing this crazy thing? Trust me, brother. Philip's eyes widened, making him look a little crazed. It was clearly deliberate. You'll have told your body that nothing can stop you. Ever. No pain, no discomfort, no worry. No doubt, no question. You want to do something? You can do it. What if I tell my body that right now? Just sitting here. My hands were actually itching to take my shoes off. The hell was wrong with me? Sure, that's a start. And visioning it is a great place to begin. Philip closed his eyes and took a long, slow breath. But then, you gotta just do it. He opened his eyes and stepped on the coals, then walked across them in steady, controlled strides. It took maybe 3 or 4 strides for him to make it across. He didn't top around and run to the lake to cool his feet off. See? No big deal. So they've cooled down. I pulled my shoes and socks off. That looked easy. Sure, they're not as hot as a minute ago. Philip let out another slow breath. But there's still plenty of heat there. I stood where he had stood, looking across the bed of coals at Philip on the other end. I crouched and put my hands out, a couple inches above the coals. Still hot enough to feel heat coming from them. Whatever. This was dumb. I didn't have to do this. But it would be another cool thing to have done. Mary would love it. She would think I was crazy, but she would love it. I shook that thought away. This couldn't be about her. This needed to be about me. I could do it. Philip had done it and was fine. I could do this. I pictured how it would feel when I had done it. Josh, come on. They're coaling fast. Philip lifted the rake. I'm gonna have to rake them again to get ash off. He raised his eyebrows in question. Yay or nay? I took a careful, slow breath and reached for the calm I'd found on the mesa top. The quiet was still there. I mentally grabbed it. This was insane. I shook that thought away and controlled my breathing. No big deal. I do what I want, body. I stepped on the coals. They were warm. I breathed and held the quiet, setting the sensation of heat aside. I took small, light steps, not running, no hurry. Just light steps because the coals were still a bit sharp. The dirt and rocks at the far end of the coal bed were cool under my feet. That sensation, more than anything else, triggered what felt like a memory of the heat that had just been under my feet. Lots of heat. But it felt like the heat had just stopped at the surface of my feet, not penetrated them at all. And the pain from the heat had just gone somewhere else. And now I breathed out and the pain just dissipated, feeling like it was seeping through my feet into the ground below me. I blinked as the moment passed, and Philip was staring at me. a wide grin stretching his lips. "Not too bad?" Shrugging, I sat and looked at the bottom of my feet. I couldn't see anything in the dark. Not at all. I rubbed at the soles of my feet, checking for burns. Nothing. Holy crap! I leaned over the coals. They still put out plenty of heat. I had done it. I leapt to my feet and threw my arms above my head, whooping. That was awesome! Tingles covered me head to foot. The stars high above filled my vision. I sucked in a breath and took the whole night in with the crickets and chilly green smell of the lake and the memory of the coals under my feet, and breathed it all in. It slid through me, infusing my bones and muscles and pushing against the inside of every inch of my skin. Stars and nighttime and life pulsated from my toes to my scalp. Tears leaked from my eyes, cool against my cheeks. Not bad tears, just squeezed out because there wasn't space for them. I dropped off my log stool and lay back in the rough brown grass, watching the sky. Philip leaned into view. "Feeling good?" I grinned. My arms and legs splayed out. I basked in the sensation of being full of everything around me, remembering moments like this in the forest outside the house in Cooperton. But this was more. If I moved my arm, I would move the earth around me. If the water moved in the lake, it would move through me. Nothing could stop it. Hot coals couldn't stop me. The faith couldn't stop me. I couldn't even stop me. Nothing could stop me. I pushed to my feet and took the rake from Philip. Again? I stirred up the coals and got them glowing a little more. Philip shook his head and tidied the mess I'd made. "I've created a monster." We let the coals ash up a little, then walked across them again. This time I kept my eyes open and let them roam the nighttime, soaking in the everything. Cool wind, lake smell, crickets chirping and frogs croaking and rustling leaves. The taste of a long day and dust against my tongue. Warmth under my feet, but not painful. "They've cooled a bit." Philip pushed the coals back into a pile. We each grabbed a bucket and filled it at the canal. The water hit the coals with an almost cracking sound, and steam plumed into the night. I took the buckets. "I'm going to stay out here for a bit." Philip nodded and headed off with his rake. I set the buckets down near the residence, then took my sneakers and socks to the dock and lay on my back. I spread my arms out and breathed slowly, calming my heart and mind. I pictured opening myself up to everything. My senses filled completely with the life of the night around me. I absorbed every bit. The soft patter of lake water bumping against the dock's support posts, bats flitting and fluttering above me, catching mosquitoes and other bugs. They were like lightning-fast black paintbrushes, breaking the swath of stars above temporarily. After a while, I put my shoes back on and headed back to the house. The calm and quiet I'd felt before were different now, more electric. Still chill, but excited and ready for whatever came, and I felt scrubbed and refreshed inside. If I looked for it, I could find the fury and frustration left over from nearly 18 years in the faith. But that was in a different place now. I needed to talk to Mary and tell her about all of this. Wait a minute. I did some math in my head. Holy crap, Mary's birthday was in, 3 days. The main house was quiet, most of the lights off. I went down a flight of stairs and found the rooms I hadn't been able to explore before. The first door was locked. The other two were open, revealing empty bedrooms. I went back to the first door. Still locked, of course. Which meant there was something in there that was being protected. A computer? I put my ear to the door. Nothing. I needed to learn to pick locks. I dropped to the floor and put an eyeball up to the gap between the carpet and the bottom of the door. There was definitely a desk with an office chair. Boxes and a filing cabinet were the only other things I could see. I had to get in there.
Chapter 17. Every morning for the next 3 days, I checked that room door on my way upstairs. Always locked. I discreetly went downstairs at lunchtime every day, to see if it was open. Still locked. For 2 days at dinner time, I went downstairs to wash my hands and checked the door on my way down. No good. The third day was different. It was my night to make dinner. I was baking chicken and making mashed potatoes, which meant I had some time to go down and check the door while the chicken baked and the potatoes boiled. I got down there and found Philip in the room with the door sitting wide open. Taken aback, I tried to act casual. "Oh, hey." Philip looked around from his seated position at a desk with a nice-looking computer set up. "Josh, what's up?" Just heading downstairs for a second and I thought I heard something. Thank you again, focus class, for teaching me how to lie quickly and convincingly. Cool." Philip turned back to the computer. There were 2 monitors on the desk with a keyboard and a mouse. The computer itself was on the floor next to the desk, connected to the monitors and a printer on a nearby shelf with a bunch of wires. I didn't know this was here. I needed to find a way to keep the door from being locked, or something. It was obvious I was never going to be able to get in here otherwise. "Yeah." Philip closed a window and pulled up another. "I'm formatting the Mutt Ministry's first edition of their magazine." He pulled a color printout from the printer and showed it to me. It was the front of a magazine. "This is a mock-up." The magazine was called Mutt Buddies. It had a picture of a happy-looking Bogart on it, with an out-of-focus picture from behind of what looked like a little girl. Hold on. I stepped into the office, knowing I was being rather bold, but overtaken with surprise. I reached for the paper. Philip let me have it. "What's up?" I squinted. Bogart was in a kennel, obviously one of the kennels in Cooperton, and the girl crouching at the chain link with Bogart. This is Rachel. Huh? Philip held his hand out. I gave him the paper. Rachel, one of the girls in Cooperton. No kidding. He looked closer. It's a good picture. Works great for the cover. I guess. I couldn't figure out why it bothered me that Rachel was on the cover. I didn't want to be on there, but maybe she should know? Maybe that was it. She probably didn't even know that this picture was taken, but somebody had taken it without her knowing, and almost for sure to use for this magazine. Kids were inconvenient enemies to them, until they were useful. So what's going to be in the magazine? I kept an ear open for the oven timer, which I'd finally learned to use. Stories about the animals, like where they came from. Philip angled his head at the monitors. It's going to be short for now. Maybe 10 pages. What's it for, though? I focused on the monitors. Bright pictures of dogs and a couple of cats were arranged on digital pages with long captions near them. We'll share efforts being made to rescue and rehabilitate animals from around the country, Philip said, and highlight some of the dogs and cats and other animals. He clicked on one of the images and tapped on the arrow keys, moving it slightly down. Other animals? I decided I didn't really care about the magazine. I just needed to be able to use this computer. The last time we'd gone shopping in the tiny town 10 miles away, I'd found out that all it had was a post office, a bar, a railroad track, a miniature school, a grocery store/gas station, and another bar. No library. Bethany's building a bird coop on the side of the main house. I glanced at Philip. Oh, I thought that was for cats with all those climbing poles and houses. I nodded at his bemused expression as it dawned on me. Oh, right. Perches. Maybe I could stick something in the door latch to keep it from locking? But what if Philip locked the computer when he was done? The oven began beeping. Crap. Well, cool. Looks like fun. Philip waggled his eyebrows. Non-stop adventure, brother. He turned back to his work. I needed to get back to the kitchen, but a thought came to me that wouldn't leave. I mentally shrugged. It wouldn't hurt, would it? Philip? He didn't look at me, typing in a caption. What's up? Is there... I stopped. Maybe this could hurt. But Philip was chill. Is there any chance I could use that computer sometime? What for? He didn't sound upset, just distracted. And the stupid oven timer was still beeping. Just to send some emails? I thought fast. You know, keep in touch with the other kids.
He turned to me with theatrical slowness, raising his eyebrows so they were nearly halfway up his forehead. And to contact Mary, of course. I gulped. Damn it. Well, I mean... Brother, Philip said, laughing quietly. Of course. Any time. Holy crap. For real? Sweat dripped down my spine. How was he so... chill? Did he not care about me and Mary? Hold on. He had to suspect what my plan was. He wasn't stupid. That would be great. I squeezed the door jamb. Is tonight after dinner okay? No worries. He leaned closer to the monitors. Just come on down. I'll leave it unlocked. Just like that. Maybe all the sneaking around had been me being stupid. No, for sure it had been me being stupid. But I couldn't blame myself for not trusting adults, could I? Dinner turned out all right. The chicken was tough, but when wasn't chicken tough? Maybe it was overcooked. Whatever. I hurried through helping clean up, and then went down to what was obviously the office. Philip wasn't there, but the computer was on. The desktop had a picture of an amazing-looking beach with bright blue water and tree-covered rocks and mountains right next to the soft, pale sand. That was a place I'd love to see. I got my email open, shaking with anticipation. She would have written by now. She had to have. She had. 2 emails. The first was dated 10 days before. So she'd emailed me right after getting to Washington, if my math was any good. And I'd taken this long to get back to her. She had to understand why it might take me so long, especially since she had no idea I'd been sent to Faith Valley. Or that it would take me this long to get on a computer. I opened her first email from emeraldmary14@gmail.com. Dear Josh, I miss you. I can't believe all of this happened, and so fast. I wished we'd had more time to say goodbye. I miss your face and being close to you. I miss your hands and your lips. I don't miss the faith, but I miss our time on the porch and in the cabin. I hope the kids are doing okay without me there to help you keep them safe. Luke and Saul had better step up. Have things settled down there yet? I guess Miriam is probably storming around a lot more than usual. At least the dogs out back are nice. Chris asked a lot about what life is like in the faith, so we've talked about more than I expected. I hope you don't mind that I told him about the cabin and Malachi. I thought it would be helpful for him to get the whole picture. Our trip to Seattle was long, but good. Chris is a good man. I don't know if I'll ever get used to calling him Dad. Maybe I should try to in my emails to you. He told me more about my mother and their life together. It sounds hard and good at times, but I think my mother was mentally ill. I still wish I could have met her, even though she was obviously a mess. Dad's work, see, that's not so hard, keeps him busy, but he's been working from home to be around me. He takes me out to eat, and he cooks, too. He makes a lot of meat and potatoes and just eats raw, whole carrots for vegetables. It's kind of strange, but there's always plenty of food. Also, steak is amazing. You have to try it. I had fast food for the first time during the drive here. It was awful and great. The burger was good, but too salty, and the French fries were really good and perfect. I could eat those every day. Have you had a milkshake yet? Oh my gosh, you have to try one as soon as possible. Oh my gosh, so better than the ice cream we get. Dad's talking about having me go to school for the last couple of months of this school year, which seems pointless to me, but maybe it'll be fun. I've already met a girl my age in an apartment down one floor. Her name is Olivia. She's lived here all her life, and she is an only child, so she's had her own room forever. I used to not be able to imagine that, but now I have my own room too. It's strange and quiet, but really good. But when Penelope, I cannot believe she's my aunt, and Abraham, my uncle, ew, got my stuff, they left some pictures and books behind. But I'm trying to forget them. I want to close the door on all that stuff, except you. I can't wait to see you again, but the people in the faith don't deserve to stay in my head. I'm worried about the kids, but the adults are the worst, so they can evaporate completely. This is such a long email. I miss you so much. I hope you get this soon, although I wouldn't be surprised if they don't take you all to the library for a while. If and when they do, and you get this, I have a crazy idea. Here's my phone number. Really? Dad already gave me my own phone. 206-555-2132. You could call me. It won't cost the faith anything. Maybe you could sneak down and use the phone at night when everyone's asleep.
Please call me as soon as you can. Please. I need to hear your voice. I miss you. Please get this soon. Love, Mary.
I sat back, everything she said swirling through my head. Love, Mary. She hadn't said the other two words, but we'd never said those words to each other before either. I needed to call her. I needed to hear her voice too. And French fries always looked fake in the commercials, so I was surprised they were actually good. I'd have to try some when I had a chance. I had to call her. She needed to know that I'd gotten her email, and she needed to know that I'd gotten her pictures and book. She also needed to know I was in Faith Valley. She had no way of knowing what I'd been doing the last couple of weeks. There was a phone in the house up in the kitchen. I looked around the office. There was not one in here. So if I called, I had to do it when nobody was around. I memorized her phone number. Wait, she'd sent another email. This one was from just yesterday. I opened it. Dear Josh, I guess they haven't taken you guys to the library. That sucks. I'm sorry. So much has happened and is still happening. I wish we could talk. I miss you so much. I need to tell you what's going on. Don't worry, it's nothing bad, but it's unexpected. Although, after what happened at the Faith, nothing could be all that unexpected. Dad wants me to expand my horizons, and he's talking about maybe moving. I hope you get these soon. I need to talk to you. I miss you so much. Things are so different now. I just need to talk to you. Love, Mary. I jumped out of the seat and signed out of my email, then closed the browser. I needed to call her right now. I dashed up the stairs. The landline was on the counter near the door that led to the deck. I studied it for a moment before grabbing the wireless handset. I'd seen Tyson use this phone a couple times, and the house in Cooperton had one like it too. I had a pretty good idea of how to use it, although I'd only ever gotten a couple phone calls on the one in Cooperton. I dialed the number Mary had given me and stepped outside onto the deck, closing the door behind me. This would have to be enough privacy. Some metallic voice came on saying the number couldn't be completed as dialed. I must have remembered it wrong. I swore and ran back downstairs to the office and logged back into my email. I dialed the number. Same stupid metallic voice. I was doing something wrong. The number was right, but there must be something I had to do to make it work correctly. I typed "how to call Washington" into the search bar. I got results on something called long distance. I punched the 1 button, then the rest of the phone number, and hit send. The phone dialed. What a stupid thing that I had to look that up. The Faith was a useless, pointless, idiotic cult that could go right to hell. I ran back upstairs and outside onto the deck just as the phone was answered. Hello? It was Mary's voice. Relief flooded into me. She sounded far away, but it was her. Mary? I choked on a stupid breath. I coughed and cleared my throat. It's me! Josh? Her voice went high-pitched in surprise. Oh my gosh, it's you! Mary. I had no idea where to start. Maybe she could just talk for a while and let me hear her voice. Are you okay? What? She sniffled. I'm fine. I just got your emails, I said. I leaned on the stucco exterior of the main house. It sounds like lots has been happening. It has. Her voice sounded thick. It's so good to hear your voice. Was she crying? Yours too. Why would she be crying? Are you sure you're okay? She laughed. I'm fine, she sniffled again. I felt like I was forgetting how your voice sounded, but you sound the same, and it's so good to talk to you again. Her sweet, warm voice was like spears digging into my heart. Good ones, stabby ones. Me too, I said. It's so weird how that happens. Yeah. Silence fell for a moment. I cleared my throat. So you said a lot in your emails. I composed my thoughts. I guess I should mention that I was sent to work at Faith Valley. I left like 30 minutes after you did. Mary gasped. Oh my gosh! I know, it's crazy. I told her about the road trip and how Tabitha had to sneak me money so I could eat. I left out the car sickness. That's amazing. Mary's special brand of snark came through the line. And extra amazing that Enos said like 6 words to you while driving across the country with you. He's talented. I laughed and let out a breath that seemed to loosen something in my chest. Anyway, I only just found the computer here at Faith Valley. so I got your emails 5 minutes ago."
"You're fast." I could hear the smile in Mary's voice. "You called me right away. I hope you don't get caught."
I shook my head, as if she could see me. "No, it's not like that here. Philip, he's like the boss here, let me use the computer, and he wouldn't care if he knew I was on the phone."
"What?"
Surprise filled her voice again.
"That doesn't sound right." She snickered. "I mean, it sounds good, but not like the faith."
"It's a lot different here. Philip's like an actual person. The others just don't care what I do as long as I get work done every day." I sat on the deck and leaned back on the stucco exterior. "Philip's a good guy."
"That's hard to imagine."
Mary paused.
"Are you sure you're in the right faith, Valley?"
I laughed. Good God in heaven, her voice was like lip balm on badly chapped lips. Something in me felt like it was coming alive or awake after being out for a while. "Well, Enos and Tabitha drove me here, so I think so." A muscle or worry I'd been holding tightly to, even with all the amazing experiences I'd had, began to relax at hearing her laugh. "Anyway, we can talk for a bit. You said stuff was happening."
"Right,"
Mary said.
"Dad wants to move. He thinks it would be good for both of us to be starting a new life together."
She snorted.
"Except he'll keep his job, of course. I think he wants to go somewhere that will expose me to more of the world, which doesn't make sense since I've already made a few friends in the building. He says he doesn't like the schools near here too, so maybe that's more of it."
"Well, you have to tell me where you end up if you do move."
"I had just under 2 weeks before I turned 18.
Faith Valley wasn't bad, but hearing Mary's voice brought back all the need I felt.
"I could leave a few days early, couldn't I?"
"Well, if nothing else, I would start planning how I would make it up to Washington."
"Of course,"
Mary gasped.
"Oh my gosh, I have to tell you about this ridiculous thing. It's funny and sad."
I settled back, keeping my gaze toward the sky.
"Bring it on."
She laughed quietly. She hadn't even started telling her story yet. I couldn't keep the grin off my face. She was great, still full of life and delight in the silly things in the world. After a moment, she started.
"Okay, it's funny, but it's actually something I did, so you better laugh right."
I snorted. "I better laugh right?" I forced a deep chortle. "Was that correct?" She burst out laughing.
"Okay, I'm joking."
She took a deep breath.
"So, somewhere in Ohio or something, Dad asked me if I wanted to listen to some music."
"Nice."
"I said yes, and he turned on the car radio."
She paused.
"We spent a few hours with him telling me something about every artist and song that came on. It was an oldie station, and he knew literally every song."
I laughed. "That's crazy, but I thought this was about you."
"I know, shut up."
She giggled. It was adorable.
"After a while, he asked me if I wanted to choose the music. I kind of panicked, but said yes."
"Okay, this could be good. What did you choose? I mean, I know maybe 3 or 4 bands, and that's only because Malachi and now Philip have told me a bit."
"I know, right?" She took a breath. "So I start changing stations on the radio, and it's all commercials."
"Okay."
"And he tells me I should forget the radio and choose something else. So I look around for CDs, but can't find any."
She made an exasperated sound.
"Meanwhile, he's holding his phone out like I'm getting a call."
I saw where this was going, but only because of Philip's phone.
"He gives me this look and asks what I'm doing. I tell him I'm looking for CDs, and he bursts out laughing and saying that his 17-year-old daughter is more behind the times than her old father."
I chuckled. "Hey, you have a really good excuse." She laughed along with me.
"Anyway, he showed me how to use his phone, and I chose the first song that came up, since I was kind of embarrassed."
She laughed again.
"Oh my gosh, it was full of swears, Josh. And it was all about—"
She trailed off. I waited, but she stayed quiet. "About what?"
She sighed. It was about—" She lowered her voice to a whisper. "Sex."
Alarms went off in my head, and my face got hot. Miriam sometimes talked about that and used the word, but every time she said it, she did it with a whisper. We all knew it was a bad word, almost as bad as the F word, maybe worse. Oh, wow.
She chuckled nervously. It was so embarrassing. I tried to find another song, and the next one was almost as bad." She burst out laughing. We have no clue about any of this stuff." I laughed along with her. It felt good to joke around with her, but it was too true. It sometimes seemed like one of Miriam and the Faith's strategies was to shelter us kids so much that we would have no way to function in the world. "That's pretty funny." I cleared my throat. "I've been hearing some good music here, too." "Oh, good." She sounded excited. "After that, he let me try out all kinds of music. I found a band named Metallica, which Dad said was heavy metal. It was loud and fast. I really liked it." "Nice." I told her about the bands I'd been hearing from Philip's music collection. After a while, I told her about the magazine Philip was making. She understood exactly why I'd been irritated at the picture with Rachel in it. Her voice tightened and grew clipped. "They just don't know how to not take whatever advantage they can." I know. I wished I could be with her. When we talked like this, she would get so animated. Her cheeks would get pink, and she would talk for so long she got out of breath and then laugh at herself. But everything she said was also right. "Miriam has those people so cowed," Mary said. "It's like she brainwashes them." "No kidding. She clearly has issues she needs to deal with." I laughed. "Serious issues. She needs treatment of some kind." "Maybe electroshock therapy?" Mary snorted. "That would loosen her up," I said. "Or just get the iron rod in her back surgically removed." Mary howled with laughter. It felt great to be laughing with her again. Nothing could be better. Well, except for maybe a kiss or two. That would definitely be better. But this was great. After she'd gotten herself back together, Mary told me about her friend Olivia and her first time trying fast food. She talked about milkshakes from a place called Shake Shack and about how different life outside the faith was. She loved Seattle, although she always had a headache when they left downtown. Chris thought that might be from the marijuana smoke you could apparently smell pretty much everywhere there. That didn't sound very fun, and the traffic she described sounded like a nightmare. Apparently it had taken them 2 hours to travel 35 miles once. You could almost ride a bike that distance in that time. The phone was getting kind of warm against my ear as we talked about the work I'd been doing in Faith Valley. I held back on the vision quest and hot coals. I wanted to be with her when I shared that stuff. "Well, Dad just brought dinner home," Mary said. "I should probably get off." "Dad, huh?" I made sure my voice was light. "That didn't take too long." "He reminded me every time I called him Chris." She chuckled lightly. "I actually called him Mr. Sanders once, and I think he got mad. He went really quiet, and after a minute, he asked me to please call him Dad. So, I've been trying." "Are you guys going to change your name, do you think?" Mary's last name was Baskin, so it would only make sense. "I think so. There are some custody things he's doing." She made a thoughtful sound. "I feel like I need to tell you something, but I think it might make you upset." "It's okay." I thought fast, trying to imagine what this could be. "Go ahead." "I guess Dad thought I was moping around, waiting for you to see my emails. He told me I needed to broaden my horizons, that there were other fish in the sea." She let out a noisy breath through her nose. "That I hadn't even been in a real sea yet." What's all that supposed to mean? She had been moping around waiting for me to reply? Of course, the thought of her being upset wasn't great, but if it was because she couldn't wait to hear from me, that was a lot less bad. She sighed. "He thinks you and I are together just because we grew up in the faith. Like a thing of circumstance." Crap. That was so much like what I'd been worrying about after my swim in the lake, it was scary. At least it wasn't Mary thinking that, which was good. But her dad saying that wasn't good at all. Not at all. But I struggled to find what to say. I mean, we're not. It's not like that. I bit back on the urge to say, right? That sounded like doubting her. I wouldn't do that to her. "I know," she sighed again. "I'm sorry, I have to go, but no, Josh." Her voice changed, getting quieter but different, like she'd put her mouth closer to the phone. "It's not like that. I know how I feel about you. It's real." My heart did a dance in my chest. I feel the same. I needed to tell her the exact words. She had to hear them. "Mary, I love..." "Wait." Mary's voice was quiet still. Wait until we're together again. Okay. Coming! Her voice was quieter again, but from farther away. She must have been talking to her father. Gotta go. I'll email you our address so you can find us. Great! The need to wrap her in my arms and feel her arms around my waist was so powerful it hurt. Talk to you again soon. Yes, I'll call you. Oh, Mary, wait! I was an idiot. What? She sounded harried. Happy birthday yesterday. She gasped, then laughed softly. Trust you not to forget. Never. Except I almost had. And I still didn't have a present for her. Thanks, Mary said. I'll call you soon.
Chapter 18. She didn't call me. Not the next day or the next day. I stayed upstairs in the dining room in the evening so I would hear the phone, but it didn't ring. The volume on the ringer was turned up, and I'd made sure it had charge. Besides, it was plugged in anyway. But she didn't call. On the second day after we talked, I had to hold myself back from just going into the kitchen and grabbing the phone. It might have been okay, but I didn't want to make her dad angry about the boy who kept calling his daughter. Other fish in the sea. Not even in a real sea yet. Whatever, Sanders. It was shopping day, so Philip and I got in the blue pickup to head to town. Hold up, Philip said. He looked at me as if sizing me up. You still haven't been past second gear, have you? What? He was talking nonsense. Driving, Josh, he laughed. Brother, you might want to come back to Earth. Earth's not much fun. I shoved the worries to the back of my mind. What was Philip talking about? Philip laughed again. Maybe sometimes. He wiggled the gear shift. Second gear? I think it's time for you to level up. Oh, sure. Driving was as fun as it looked. The backhoe was a blast, but pretty slow. I'd driven the pickup around the property a few times, moving things from the steel building to the residence and back. I got out, and Philip and I traded places. I got the truck going without much trouble, and we cruised slowly down the long driveway to the highway that would take us to town. You know how to get there, right? I glanced at Philip. Seriously? Guiding the truck around a slow curve, I snorted. You mean the tiny town, down the one highway at the end of this driveway? I braked gently to go around another curve. Yeah, I take a right. Smartass, Philip pulled at his seatbelt. Eyes on the road so you don't kill us. We drove over the metal cattle guard and got to the highway. My throat was dry. I'd never driven off the dirt road. Any time, Josh. Yeah. I checked left and right. On the left, the highway curved around this end of the mesa, going out of sight maybe 200 yards off. To the right, the highway was pretty much a straight shot. I knew how to shift and steer. No big deal. I eased through the transition and got us going, turning right and pressing on the gas a little too hard. The pickup staggered and stalled. Damn it. Sweat beaded on my forehead. It's all good, Philip said. Just ease through it. I got the pickup started again and got us going. I went to shift to second gear. Movement in the rearview mirror distracted me. I pressed the gas too hard, and the damn truck stalled again. A horn blared behind us. A huge semi was bearing down on us. It had appeared from behind the mesa. Holy crap, we were dead. Josh, switch! The horn blared again. I leapt from the truck. It started to roll backward as we dashed around. Brakes screamed. I threw myself on the passenger side. Squealing brakes and an incredibly loud horn blasted through the air. We were gone, flat, pulverized. Philip started the pickup and slammed us into gear. The pickup shot forward as the semi's brakes fought to slow the giant truck. Philip swore and gassed the truck. The motor screamed as we accelerated faster than I'd ever gone. The gap between the semi and the pickup grew quickly. Philip changed gears and got us up to a good cruising speed. Sweat poured down my back and face. My heart slowly dropped out of my throat. My fingers ached from squeezing the door handle. That was a little close, brother. Philip shifted to fifth gear and let out a long breath.
Oh, a little close. Sorry, I swallowed. Holy crap. That semi had been maybe 5 yards from the back of the pickup. I think I need more practice. He nodded. Yeah, maybe on the dirt road for now. Shopping went fast, and about an hour later, Philip slowed the pickup for the turn onto the driveway. But instead, he pulled the pickup over. He swore, "Look at that." He got out of the pickup. I followed him to the road, where 2 long black lines marked where the truck driver had probably been standing on his brakes. Philip followed the burned rubber to where they began, counting under his breath. He turned to me at the end of the walk and raised his eyebrows. What? I couldn't believe how close we'd come to getting flattened by that truck. I needed to practice on the pickup, and I needed to call Mary as soon as possible. Waiting was dumb. "That's at least 100 yards of rubber, man." He shook his head. "More, I think." "Close call," I said. We went back to the pickup and headed into the valley. "Let's get these things put away. Then you're practicing driving for the rest of the day." I needed to call Mary first. "Okay, but I kind of need to make a phone call." "Ah, the lady friend." I rolled my eyes. Heaven save me from his jokes. "Yeah. Go ahead, but get good enough with this thing that you're not going to nearly kill us again. I have an idea I need to talk to you about too, so take the practice seriously, okay?" He pulled into the wide gravel area and parked with the back of the truck pointing at the main house. "Fair enough?" "Sure." We got the groceries put away. It took way too long. I'd nearly died, and I needed to hear Mary's voice and find out why she hadn't called. I grabbed the phone and dialed, remembering to press 1 before dialing her number. A strange beeping tone answered. Then a metallic recording said, "Sorry, this number is not in service." I swore and dialed again, making sure I had the numbers right. The same thing happened. What the hell? Philip must have heard me from the stairway. He called out, "What's up?" I dialed again. The number was definitely correct. The phone screen said this was the 4th time this number had been dialed on the phone. "Sorry, this number is not in service." I squeezed the phone hard enough for it to creak. What is going on? I tried to keep my growl quiet. Philip appeared in the kitchen. "Something wrong?" "The damn number isn't working." I dialed again and put it on speaker. The beep came again, then, "Sorry, this number is not in service." He raised his eyebrows. "Whoa, you sure you have the right phone number?" "Yes." It sounded like a snarl. He extended his palms outward. "Hey, chill, man." Why would her number not work? I considered snapping the phone over my knee, but thought better of it. "If you're sure it's the right number, I don't know." It worked before. I talked to her a few days ago. This was ridiculous. "Yeah, I don't know what's up, man." "Can I check my email again? Make sure the number's right?" He nodded. "Do it." I pounded down the stairs to the office, then had to wait for Philip to come with the key, then for him to unlock the computer. I brought my email up. Another message. It had arrived yesterday. I was a moron. I hadn't thought to check it when she didn't call. Her phone must have broken, or something. I clicked on the email. "Josh, Dad's taking my phone and changing the number. He's not going to let me have email on it. He thinks I need a clean break from everything, even you. We're moving from Burien. I don't know what to do. He wants my phone right now. Please find us." Cold fear settled in the pit of my stomach. A clean break? Even from me? Sanders had said something about that in Cooperton. I should have known. I'd been here in Arizona for over 2 weeks, goofing off and enjoying myself, while I should have been going to Seattle, or Burien, whatever that was, to be with her. He wouldn't have gotten away from me if I had freaking been there. I was a complete moron. What the hell had I been thinking? I had to leave. I had to go find her before they got too far. I'd made a promise in Cooperton, the last time we'd seen each other. It was time to keep that promise. Chapter 19. I was going to have to steal the pickup. How else was I going to get all the way to Washington? I spent the next day in a haze of crappy work on a dog kennel. It was massive.
I spent hours digging holes for fence posts to go into and be surrounded by concrete footers. Mary's email had come 2 days ago. She had made it sound like Sanders was moving fast with how short and hurried her email had been, so they could be gone already, from somewhere called Burien. I hadn't told Philip about the email. He knew something had happened because he asked me if I was okay, but I just said fine and ignored his other questions. If I had to steal the pickup, I didn't need to make him suspicious. Stealing the truck seemed the best way to get out of here, but there were problems with that plan, which wasn't much of a plan. I didn't have a driver's license yet. I was pretty sure I was good enough now after more practice on the dirt roads, so I figured I could get there safely. But no license and driving a stolen vehicle, which would definitely be reported, meant the cops would stop me and bring me back, or put me in jail, which would make everything 1,000 times worse. I could hope that Philip wouldn't report me, or I could ask, but that was too much. He was chill and genuine, but that was a major crime, or so the books and TV had told me. No, I needed the better plan, and I needed it now.
Earth to Josh.
Startled, I flinched and spun. Philip was walking toward me.
Need your help, brother.
I stared blankly. Words. I should say something. Okay.
There's a herd of cows comes through here once or twice a month.
He pointed back toward the main house.
We gotta get them off the property before they chew up every good plant and crap everywhere.
What? Herd of cows? He was talking nonsense.
Come on, man.
Philip slapped a stick he held against his denim-covered leg.
Find a stick on the way.
He turned and headed back at a brisk walk. He wanted me to get a stick to help get a herd of cows off the property before it was covered in manure. What about the herd of cows crapping all over my and Mary's plans? Nah, that was stupid. Terrible metaphor. I shook my head to clear it and took off after Philip. I found a yucca flower stem just as we rounded the bend to the main house. I pulled up short. He was serious. There were something like 30 cows moaning and groaning on the edge of the big yard near the residence. There were more coming from the far end of the property. Philip was already in the blue pickup.
Get in.
He jabbed backward with his thumb. I vaulted into the bed of the truck. He took off, spitting gravel from the truck's wheels. I palmed the sliding back window open. How come you never told me about the cows before? He shouted over his shoulder.
I didn't know if you'd be here still.
Fair. Why are we driving?
We've got to get behind the whole herd, so the ones in back will push the others. Tyson will direct them around the main house and off the property.
Philip skidded around a bend I had only been past one time. I braced my legs against the sides of the bed and held on for dear life. Cows lined the road, lazily chewing the grass as they trudged along. So we just smacked them to move them along?
Nah,
Philip said. We came to the end of the herd and he stopped the pickup.
Don't even touch them if you can avoid it. Just shout and swing the stick.
I jumped out of the pickup bed. That's it?
Yeah.
Philip jogged toward the cows bringing up the rear of the herd. There had to be at least 100 cows of all sizes and every shade of brown and black. He pointed.
Take that side, and don't piss off an animal that's at least 10 times heavier than you.
He hollered and swung his stick in a circle above his head. The nearest cow flinched its head up and broke into a startled jog, bumping the cow nearest to it. This could be fun. I swung my stick and yelled wordlessly at the cow a couple yards away. It reacted the same as the first one. The herd moved forward a little faster. We kept this up, and I followed Philip's example, even jumping up and down and swinging my arms when they slowed. That got them going more.
Move along! Philip bounced up and down. Get on now!
Get going, Stakes! I swung my stick and clapped and smacked it against a nearby rock. Go on, Leather! Philip must have heard me because he started laughing. I kept it up, thinking of the most idiotic things. It felt good. Run for it, future boots! We chased the cattle down the road and through the big yard. I was sweating and out of breath as the last few disappeared around the bend beyond the main house. And stay out, rump roasts! Philip laughed and gestured for us to turn around.
Did you have fun there?
I nodded. Yeah. We hopped the little canal. But now I'm hungry and want to be a cowboy.
He guffawed once and rolled his eyes. Smart ass. I do my best. I poked my stick into the dirt as we walked down the dirt road to where Philip had parked the truck. The truck I couldn't steal. Going to jail was the most likely outcome of that plan. So I had to get on the computer to figure out how I could go from Kirkland, Arizona to Burien, Washington, without money, since I had less than $30. Of course, there was always hitchhiking, but that seemed way too unreliable. I had to get to Washington fast. Come to think of it, I had to figure out where I was going. Burien was obviously a city. It wasn't as if I could just show up in Burien and ask the first person I met where Chris Sanders had lived. Josh, Philip said as we got to the pickup. He pointed at the driver's side. More practice for me. Remember I told you I had an idea a little while ago? I started the engine. Nope. I turned the truck around and pointed us back toward the main house. You're on one today, aren't you? I threw a glance his way. I guess. Look, you're almost 18, right? Yeah. Where was he going with this? Maybe I'd been too obvious in what I'd been thinking about. But you don't have a driver's license. He tapped on the dashboard. You gotta have one. I nodded. I gunned the truck and shifted to second gear. Right. We could head to Prescott. He ran his fingers through his loose black hair. Hell, you could drive the whole way for practice. We could get you a license in Prescott. I had to resist the urge to look over at Philip. Seriously? How much had he figured out? If I had a license, that would help. If I could find a car, I'd be good to go. Except there was no way $30 was enough money for gas. We need you to be able to do more around here, Philip said. He grinned. Plus, it's kind of part of being an adult, brother. Gotta be able to drive. This sounded great. At least with a license in hand, I might have more options. I parked the pickup and turned to better face Philip. Let's do it. He couldn't possibly realize he was helping me get out of here. Or maybe he did know. He knew how I felt about Mary. He'd seen how furious I got after I couldn't call her. And he'd seen my reaction to the email she'd sent. Sure, my reaction had been to go completely silent for a day, but Philip was smart enough to know that meant it was serious. Sweet, Philip said. It'll be a couple weeks. I need to get your birth certificate from Cooperton, so I'll call there today and have them send it along. A couple weeks. My heart fell. For a moment there, this was going great. No way was I waiting a couple weeks. My birth certificate? Why do we need that? Brother, you need to have that. He shook his head and reached for the door handle. It's the thing that proves you are who you say you are. Can't get a government ID without it. I dropped out of the pickup and shut the door too hard. Are we even sure I have one? Miriam's always been so weird about things. Philip headed toward the steel building. Brother, unless you were born in the house there or in the forest or something, you have one. It's an official document. Every baby gets one. I grunted. As far as I could tell, the chances of a birth certificate not existing for me were pretty high. Anyway, I'll call today and ask them to send it. He turned to face me, walking backward. But it's a plan. We'll make you official. I nodded. 2 weeks. It was not a plan. Hey, can I check my email on the computer? Go ahead. He turned back. Door's unlocked. I jogged inside and brought up a map. I checked email just in case. Nothing. I went back to the map and searched for Burien, Washington. It looked like it was part of Seattle. I searched for directions from Kirkland, Arizona to Burien. For crying out loud, Kirkland was in the middle of nowhere. The map said it would take 22 hours to drive there, assuming I had a car, which was a total fantasy. I poked around more, clicking on the different modes of transportation and trying to come up with a plan. The best no-money-required idea I could come up with was hitchhiking. I would have to walk and hitchhike, and it could take me days. But I didn't have days. If Sanders had already changed Mary's phone number, they were going to move any day. I couldn't imagine that they'd already moved. It had to take longer than a couple days to pack up an entire apartment and have somewhere else to go. So I needed to get there fast, before they were gone. Get there? Where the hell was I even going? Seattle and its suburbs looked huge. I pulled up a search bar trying to figure out what to look for. How to find a person's address. Loads of results came up. I opened the first and typed in Sanders' full name. It gave me a few options, but I would have to pay to get more information. And the site looked sketchy. I went back and chose the next option. Same thing. Find an address in Washington. The exact same results came up. This wasn't working. I had no way of paying for stuff online, and these sites looked unreliable anyway. A thought came to me. Why not? Christopher Sanders, Burien, Washington. This results page looked different. One of the results a few down on the list looked like it might not be one of the sketchy sites. I clicked on it and found a listing with Sanders' name and a job title, Special Operations Coordinator. I added that to my search, including his name and Burien. A company name appeared this time. CS Security Logistics. CS. Christopher Sanders. And the company had an address in Burien, Washington. Holy crap! I grabbed a nearby paper and pencil and wrote the address down, pocketing the paper. A terrible and stupid plan had begun forming in my head. It was the fastest thing I could come up with to get from tiny Kirkland to massive Seattle. I'd read about freight trains in a couple books, and I knew that Kirkland had train tracks. You had to go over a railroad crossing to get to the gas station, which was also a grocery store. So, a freight train was the beginning. Chapter 20. Hey, can I choose the song? Philip and I were in the steel building. I was acting as his assistant as he replaced the oil pan gasket, whatever that was, on the tractor. Philip was on his back under the tractor. Do it! He pointed at the work table. Bring me the 7/8 socket there. Got it. I grabbed the socket and dropped it into his outstretched palm. I wiped my hands off on a clean rag and picked up his phone. I scrolled through the artists, settling on Toto, and chose one of their songs at random. Then I opened the phone app and dialed the main house phone number. Nobody was in the house, but I didn't want anyone to answer anyway. I just couldn't think of a better and more discreet way of getting Philip's number. Last night, after dinner, I'd gone looking for things I might be able to take on my trip. In the steel building, buried in a pile of random stuff, I found a weathered old backpack. It was bigger than a school bag, and the zippers all worked. It was ideal. When the coast was clear in the main house, I grabbed some granola bars and a few oranges and apples from the kitchen. I folded the drawings into a few books, including Mary's, and rolled clothes around all of that. Those went into the backpack first. Then I stuffed clothes in, although I couldn't fit all of my stuff. I left a couple old t-shirts and my rattiest pair of jeans, and my useless dull razor. I should have thought to pick up a new one in town the last time we shopped. I shoved the flashlight and batteries in a side pocket and put the money in one of the zipping pockets of the pack. I'd been doing my own laundry for years and had just done it all 2 days ago, so that was a bit of luck. I was going to leave in a few minutes while everyone was occupied. Josh, grab that wrench for me. Philip waggled his finger at a wrench a few feet beyond his reach. I put it in his hand and crouched. How's it going? Oh, fine. He had his hair tied back with a blue bandana. This old thing's gonna live again when I'm done with it. I watched him for a couple minutes. Hey, how did I do this without letting on? I should have said before, thanks. Philip lifted his head to see me. What are you talking about? I shrugged, trying to sound casual. Just, driving and the vision quest. The coals, too. I bounced a rusted nut in my hand. Thanks. He frowned. You're right. You should have said before. He grinned and laughed. It's no big deal, brother. I thought back to the moment I'd gotten out of the minivan. Nearly 3 weeks ago. I didn't even feel like the same person anymore. No, that wasn't right. I felt more like myself than I'd ever felt before. Even when I'd spent time with Mary and had been laughing or just reading with her, this was different. I know, I said, but really, thank you. I straightened. Time to go. You're welcome. He let out a noisy breath. Get under here and hold this while I put the nuts on. Okay, after I helped him.
I scooted under the tractor and pushed up on the greasy oil pan. Philip grunted and started tightening it to the tractor. 10 minutes later, I dried my hands on a kitchen towel and pulled the paper with Sanders' address out of my pocket. I got Philip's phone number off the house landline and wrote it down. I ducked into the office and pulled up my email. I sent Mary a quick note. I'm coming. Grabbing my backpack from my room, I left the main house through the door facing the river and set out along the sloping riverbank, which ran parallel to the driveway for a little way. It would be safer to stay out of sight as I left the valley. 10 minutes later, my sneakers were covered in dust, and I turned right on the highway, heading toward the bustling metropolis of Kirkland. The long strip of burned rubber from the semi that nearly killed me and Philip was still there, behind me. I tightened the straps on the backpack so it sat higher and settled into a steady walk on the shoulder of the highway. An image, 3 years old now, returned to me. I was at the bottom of the long hill from the Faith House in Cooperton, on the edge of the woods. Mary stood at her window. My first escape attempt. I'd waved, and a surge of dramatic music had filled my head. Good Lord, I'd been such a drama king. This time, I wasn't leaving Mary behind. I was going to her. A soundtrack in my head would be a good thing. Help me kill time as I walked the 5 miles to Kirkland. That one Journey song would be perfect. I brought it up in my head. Except I was the small-town one at this point, and I sure hoped the train would come before midnight. A truck rumbled by, 2 dogs in the back. In a moment of panic, I thought it might be Tyson, but the truck was way too big. 5 miles to Kirkland. That would take me nearly 2 hours. The hum of a car approaching made me turn. It was small and blue. I stuck a thumb out. What would it hurt? The car flashed by. I stepped over a shredded tire tread. These dotted the highway shoulders pretty regularly. Around them were other pieces of car. Metal strips, glass, hardened plastic, and lots more. It was funny that I'd never noticed how cluttered the shoulder was just driving by. I kicked a mangled piece of metal. It skittered out onto the asphalt. Ooh, that was a bad idea. I hurried and booted it back onto the shoulder. The odor of hot asphalt and cooking sand grew stronger as the sun climbed in the sky, and I covered the miles to Kirkland. Every time a car went by, I stuck my thumb out. An hour passed. A hot hour. I was going to have to buy a water bottle in Kirkland since I'd forgotten to bring something from the main house. My legs were getting tired, but it wasn't too bad. Nothing like having to climb the mesa again after that long vision quest day. A car hummed behind me, and I stuck out my thumb. The hum changed in pitch. I spun and saw an old-looking, gray, small 4-door car slowing. The driver downshifted and brought it to a stop. The passenger window dropped open, and the guy in the passenger seat gave me a grin and a single raised eyebrow. He and the driver were both young, probably close to the same age. The driver wore glasses and turned down some loud music as the passenger spoke. "Hey, you okay?" "I'm good. Just traveling. Heading to Kirkland." "Cool. Need a ride?" "That would be great." I pulled the back door open and slid my backpack off, settling it on my lap as I got in. The car was so low that it felt like I was practically sitting on the highway. "Thanks." "No problem." The driver put the car into gear. A tiny lightsaber hung from the rear-view mirror. It swung as we got going. The passenger turned around to talk to me. "Kirkland, huh?" "Not my final destination." "We figured." The driver changed gears smoothly. He knew how to ease through it. The passenger spoke again. He poked his thumb at the driver. "My brother and I are going to Prescott, if you're going that far." Brothers. That made sense. They definitely weren't twins, and if I were to guess, the passenger was the slightly older of the two. "Actually, Phoenix," I said. Darn it. If he'd said they were going to Phoenix, that would have been perfect. The bus line I was going to try to take left Phoenix, not Prescott. "Ah." The passenger looked over my backpack and opened his mouth to say something more, but he was interrupted. The driver glanced back at me. "If you don't mind my asking, how are you getting to Phoenix from Kirkland?" I shrugged. It wouldn't hurt to tell these guys. Who are they going to tell? Actually, I'm thinking I'll jump on the freight train that goes through town. It goes to Phoenix. Both brothers laughed. The passenger twisted around. Seriously? Yep. Kirkland came into view around the next turn. So, what's in Phoenix? This was from the driver. So many questions, but again, why not? Actually, I'm going to Burien, Washington. I cut myself off. No, that was right. My girlfriend's there. I promised I'd go find her. The passenger was still turned to look at me. He frowned, but not upset or anything, more impressed. That's a long trip, man. Yeah, worth it. He nodded. Right on. The car slowed as we approached Kirkland. Well, I'm Thomas, and this is my brother Hinsey. I know, strange name. It's our mom's family name. I nodded. Josh, nice to meet you guys. The driver threw his voice over his shoulder. Where do you want us to drop you off? At the store's fine. Cool. The driver downshifted. So, what brings you guys out here? They had asked all the questions, so I figured I should ask some to not be weird. We live in Prescott with our family. The driver flipped his turn signal. Yeah, the passenger said, but he's in college, and I'm working on our business full-time. Sometimes we go for long drives or adventures. Overnight every so often. Spend some time talking things out. He tapped his head. It's good for the brain. I get that. The car stopped. I reached for the door. Thanks, guys. I climbed out. You're welcome. Thomas, the passenger, nodded and gave me a grin. Good luck. The driver, Hinsey, leaned over after I closed the door, calling through the front window. Get your girl. For sure. I closed the door and they pulled away. Silver letters on the back of the car spelled something out that I couldn't quite read. It definitely wasn't the model of the car. It looked like a couple of words in a different language. I waved. Nice guys. I went into the store and bought the biggest, cheapest bottle of water I could find. I slid it in a side pocket of the backpack. Hey, did a train come through here already? The clerk shook her head. Nah, usually comes around noon. I glanced at the clock behind her head. 11:45. Cool. Where are you headed? I shrugged and put the backpack on. Just traveling, clearing the head. The bell above the door jangled when I went out. I caught sight of the clerk through the big glass window of the store. She was still watching me. I headed toward the railroad crossing. I'd seen the train go through here before, and it was usually pretty slow. Standing in the shade of the bar right next to the crossing, I waited. Any minute now, and it would come. I'd jump on it, get off in Phoenix a few hours later, then find a way to get on a bus to Seattle, then Burien, then Mary. A car horn broke me out of my thoughts. The dirty blue pickup from Faith Valley skidded to a stop, throwing up a huge cloud of dust. Philip jumped out. Josh, what the hell are you doing? What? How had he known? Damn it, that clerk had seen me in there shopping with Philip and Tyson. She knew I was with them in the valley. She must have called them. Philip! Dust, surprise, and guilt clogged my throat. Guilt? That was stupid. I wasn't hurting the faith by leaving. I cleared my throat. I'm leaving. What are you talking about? He gestured at the railroad crossing. Brother, we had a plan. We're getting your license next week. I can't wait that long. It wouldn't do any good anyway. A train horn cut through the dusty air. Finally. I tightened the straps on the backpack. He's trying to take her away. She's just a girl, Josh. We're talking about your life, brother. Philip pointed at the pickup. Come on, get in the truck. She's not just a girl. The stupid thought returned, about how maybe we were just together because we'd been forced together. It was true that we were forced to be in the group, but we'd found each other by choice. We knew how we felt. We knew what we'd been for each other in the last 3 years. It was like something in the universe had known what we could do, what we could be for each other, as long as we made the right choices. The train horn sounded again, loud enough to rattle my skull. She's not just a girl, I repeated. So you're going to jump on a train, Josh? He jabbed his finger at the oncoming freight train. It was slowing as it came around the bend a half-mile away. That's idiotic and illegal. His eyes flashed. And you're not even 18 yet. I could report you and have the cops looking for you. You could, I said. I stepped away from the building and started angling to a nearby cluster of trees.
But why would you? What good would that do?
You're running away, Josh. You belong in the faith.
I don't. I shook my head. I've never belonged there, and you know it. I'm done with the faith now.
The train was slowing more than usual for some reason. Its horn blasted loud and long. The engine was 200 yards away and was already loud enough to make the ground shake. The horn sounded again, slicing through my head like a dull-edged knife. Philip's shoulders slumped.
But like this?
He gestured at the train, and his eyes went from the pickup to the train, then back. He swore and launched himself at the truck. I caught on. He'd been in such a hurry to stop the pickup and catch me that he'd left a back corner of the truck bed partially over the train tracks, making the train go even slower. Holy crap! I ducked into the trees, hoping I was out of sight of the train engineer. The train slowed even more, its brakes squealing. It was nearly stopped. Philip got the truck in gear and it lurched forward out of the way. Another close call for the poor pickup. The train's horn blasted again and it rolled past where I hid. Red lights flashed at the crossing, although the train's passing was far too loud for me to hear the usual bells. I could have walked and kept up with it. It was going so slow. But I had to wait for more of it to pass. These things were 50 cars or more long. There was no way somebody was monitoring the last cars in the line. I could get on when they started passing where I stood, and nobody should see me. The pickup stopped again, 10 yards from me. Philip leaned on the horn.
Josh, come on!
I gave him a calm, acceptance step look.
Thank you for all you did for me.
I had to yell to be heard. The train was picking up speed, maybe a slow jog. He shook his head.
This is dangerous. You could be killed.
He stood in the pickup cab, leaning on the roof and the top of the door.
I won't be.
I checked the backpack straps one more time.
I'll be fine.
The end of the train was coming into view, maybe 15 cars down. He was right. This was dangerous. The tracks looked like a treacherous place to run. I would be fine. I moved closer to the tracks and back toward the end of the train. I needed a good run-up. The engine was already curving around the next bend.
Josh!
Philip jumped off the pickup and followed me.
Don't do this. It's crazy.
Crazy works for me. I prepared to turn and run as more cars rumbled past. There were handles and a sturdy-looking step at the back of each car. I just had to grab on. It was speeding up, but I could catch it.
I can't let you do it.
Philip lunged at me.
You'll be curled.
I dodged and launched myself at the tracks. I broke into a sprint on the rough ends of the railroad ties that extended beyond the train tracks. The noise was deafening. A smell like burned metal filled my nose. I ran and reached for a handle. Almost got it. My left foot slipped on a rough tie and I stumbled, nearly fell. Thunderous pounding filled my head. I caught myself as 2 cars thumped by. One more car. I broke into a run. The train was getting faster. I pushed as hard as I could. Almost there. I reached for the handle and my fingertips brushed it. The car bumped and my finger slipped off. No! I ran for everything. For my Mary. For my soul. My freedom. For Mary. I lunged for the handle and got my left hand on it. I gripped and pulled, still running, but my feet skipping on the ties more than actually running. My left shoulder screamed at me. I screamed back and yanked with everything I had. My right hand closed around cold iron. My dangling feet found the worn metal step. I drew myself up, my arms and legs trembling, heart clawing up my throat. The car bumped again, and I clutched at the bars. I climbed one more rung and found a better foothold. The noise was beyond belief. I wrapped an arm around the cold metal ladder and held on tightly, catching my breath. I threw a glance back to where Philip was standing, already shrinking in the distance. I waved my free arm. No big deal, brother. Chapter 21. As my noisy transportation rumbled along the tracks, I searched for a place I could ride out of sight, and without having to hang on for dear life the entire trip, which would take at least 3 hours based on what I'd been studying online. I clung to the side of the train, right at the back, on the farthest back car in the line of at least 50 cars. My ladder went about halfway up the side of the car. Around the corner, on the actual back of the metal freight car, was another metal ladder like the one I was hanging onto. That ladder also went up about halfway on the back of the car. That wouldn't be much improvement, and there was nothing else there to sit or stand on, no platform of any kind, not even a small area above a place this car would connect to another car, which meant this one was meant to be the last car. Damn it! I should have gotten on the train earlier in the line. But beyond a spool-like thing on the back of the freight car was another metal ladder. This one went all the way to the top of the rusty car. If I could get to that ladder, I could climb up to the top of the clanking, squealing car and pick my way forward on the line of cars until I found somewhere else to ride. So I had chosen the wrong side of the train to jump on. Silly me. Now I had to cross the treacherous back of the moving railroad car like some kind of movie or story hero. I should have been terrified, but this was awesome. I reached around the corner with my left hand and leg, easily finding the thin top and bottom rungs of the ladder there. These rungs were rusty with paint flecks that dug into my hands, so the sooner I could be done with them, the better. Making sure I had a good grip and hooking my heel against the bend in the bottom rung, I shifted to the back ladder. My knuckles ached from gripping the thin rungs so tight. The thin soles of my sneakers made it easier to feel like I could grip the rung a little with my feet, but it was getting painful there too. The next part was the hard part. I wrapped my right arm around the top rung, folding it into the crook of my elbow so I could figure out my next steps. There wasn't much of anywhere for me to put my feet on the car, except for an inch-wide ledge-like thing at the bottom. But a thin metal rod stretched from one metal ladder to the other, so that should work for a handhold. Getting around the spool thing was going to be hard. It was welded to the metal back of the car and looked like the thing we rolled hoses up on at Faith Valley, except metal and immobile. My arms shook from holding onto the thin rungs for so long. If I leaned out a little, I could watch the back shiny metal wheels rolling along the metal tracks. Thick, tarry, dirty railroad ties flowed out from under the train, becoming an unbroken stream of mottled brown. Taking a careful breath, I reached for the rod that was just above my shoulder height. It had once been bright orange, like the rest of this car, but was now rusty and chipped. I held tight and planted my toes on the inch-wide ledge. The car bumped hard. My foot slipped. I pulled closer to the clanking car, clinging to the rod and ladder rung. Sweat dripped into my eyes, and I bent and rubbed it off on my shoulder. My heart was trying to beat up my lungs. I took another shaky breath and tried again. Got my toes planted. The taste of rust and adrenaline filled my mouth. Holding tight, I slid my right hand to the rod, then put my other foot on the tiny ledge. My arms were holding most of my weight, but my calves already burned from the effort. Had to go fast. I slid along, never fully releasing the thin rod. The car clanked and bumped again. Both feet slipped. I dropped, clutching at the rod. I kicked and flailed, trying to get my feet back up. My shoulders and arms were too tired. I couldn't pull up. I should have been doing pull-ups in preparation for this. My feet swung free, maybe a foot or more above the railroad ties and heavy gravel rolling out from under the car. I tried pulling up again. No luck. Not strong enough. My arms were too damn tired. This was bad. Only one shot. I couldn't pull up, but the spool thing was just to my left, and the ladder was right next to it. I took a deep breath, held it, and let go with my left hand, grabbing the curved rod around the edge of the spool. Crap! It was curved enough I couldn't hold it long. I kicked left and grabbed the spool with my trembling right hand. I was farther out from the car now. It was going maybe 30 or 40 miles an hour. I could just drop off and hope for the best. Nope, not a chance. I swung my legs left. My right hand slipped on its own sweat. I clutched tighter. I lifted my left leg and swung again, extending my foot to the bent bottom rung of the ladder. Missed. Damn it! Another breath. I pulled and swung, reaching as far as I could with my left leg.
My toe caught on the upright of the ladder. I pulled with that foot. Slipped. I swore. My arms were about to pull out of my shoulders. Everything was shaking. Everything hurt. This time, it had to work, or I was dead or badly injured in the middle of Arizona, dropped by a noisy, smelly freight train. I took a breath and held it, then pulled and swung. Come on, leg, grow longer. My scream tore through my throat, and I stretched, reaching. My toe caught the upright. I pulled. My foot slipped, but landed in the elbow where the rung met the upright. I pulled again and got more traction. My left hand slipped free. I jerked hard and swung it at the ladder's upright. Got it! I pulled with the last ounce of strength I had left and clutched the ladder with both hands, both feet on the bottom rung. My heart slammed against my chest. Breaths scraped and clawed through my throat. Darkness threatened at the edge of my vision. I clung to the ladder and just tried to keep breathing, fighting back the need to collapse. Turned out that this wasn't awesome. After a few minutes, my arms had stopped shaking so badly. I scrubbed my face with an exhausted forearm whose muscles felt torn to pieces. I needed to get the hell off this ladder. I pulled myself up the rungs and easily got to the top of the freight car. It was hot to the touch, but not so much I couldn't put my hand on it. If it were later in the year, that would have been a real problem. There wasn't a lot to hold on to up there, but the wind in my face was strong, despite the slowness of the train. But I crawled along the roof of the freight car, the solid, chipped metal under my hands and knees, comforting after the precarious ladders. I got to the front end of the freight car and looked over. This was much different from the back part. There was a space I could stand in, or sit in if I was careful enough, right next to where the rear car connected to the next car. Aiming for the ladder, I backed toward the edge and eased out over the front end. I got down to the space without any more mishaps. I found just enough space, as long as I hugged the metal wall, to sit and have my feet and legs slightly extended. There were a few handholds, I assumed for workers to be able to pull themselves up to this area, so I kept a hand on one until my arm got tired, which was maybe 10 seconds. I carefully dug through my backpack for the luggage strap which had come in so handy on the Vision Quest. I tied one end of that to a backpack strap and the other to one of the metal handholds, pulling it tight. With this as an anchor, I settled in for a noisy, bumpy ride. What the metal wheels on smooth metal tracks were bumping over, I had no idea about. A dirty, thick oil smell filled my nostrils, but if I turned my head regularly enough, I could get the stench out without too much problem. My arms and legs felt like floppy rubber. My shoulders felt stretched and strained. I leaned against the freight car wall and watched desert scrub flit by, slowly becoming a blur. The car jerked and bumped, and I startled awake. How on earth had I fallen asleep in the single most uncomfortable place ever? Metal squealed and ground against metal. The train was slowing. How long had I been asleep? I looked up for the sun. I really needed a watch or phone. The sun was out of my small range of vision, but the light hadn't changed. But there were houses on both sides of the train. Lots of them. We were here already? I leaned out, hoping some engineer person wasn't right there to see my idiot head poke out from where it shouldn't be. The train was approaching a giant yard, about 200 yards away. Other trains and cars were everywhere, with cranes and huge metal warehouses spreading out in every direction. This had to be Phoenix. The map I'd looked at hadn't shown any other city of any size between Kirkland and Phoenix. I needed to get off this train before we got to the yard. I reached for the luggage strap tied to my backpack and started yanking at the knot. It was too tight to loosen easily. The train slowed more. I couldn't get caught. This was bad. Wait, what was I doing? I pulled on the knot tied to the handhold built onto the freight car. This was tight too, but I got it loosened. The car bumped into the next as the train slowed more, noises of squealing and rumbling filling the air. The knot fell free from the train car and I leaned out again. Still not quite in the yard, but the train was still going faster than I could run. Not much faster, but dropping gently off and matching my running speed to it before letting go
wasn't going to be how I got off this thing. The car thumped into the one it was connected to again as the train slowed a fraction more. The train yard was less than 100 feet away. A chain link fence ran along parallel to the train tracks here, about 30 feet from the tracks. Beyond the fence on one side was a small road and a residential area. No time. I couldn't get arrested. Not in the plan. I checked what was coming. Just hard-packed dirt on a slope. I jumped, landed and rolled down the slope. Tumbled more than anything else. A shout came. I pushed to my feet. No major injury, although my knees weren't happy. "Hey, kid!" I took off, not bothering to look back. Got to the chain link fence and climbed it, then dropped to the sickly grass and rocks on the other side and landed badly on my hand. "Hey!" I glanced back. Some guy was still running at me. I took off, shaking my wrist and pulling pebbles from my hands. I darted across the small road and ducked under some trees into a residential area. Chapter 22. My knee and wrist were fine. A little sore, but what was a little more pain added to the throbbing pain popsicle I'd become? I strolled down the street of downtown Phoenix, trying to wrap my mind around the number of people and the size of the buildings and the huge roads. It took me nearly 20 seconds to cross one of the multi-lane roads that made a grid of the city. A headache strong enough to cut my skull in half hacked at the inside of my head, and every muscle in my body felt like I had just climbed a mountain, or had jumped on a moving train, then nearly fallen off while trying to find a place to ride, then jumped off like a floppy, untrained stuntman. The air in Phoenix smelled sweet and fresh compared with what had been filling my nose for what had been just under 4 hours. Every so often, I felt like I got another whiff of that horrible bouquet of oil and grinding metal. I'd had no trouble finding downtown Phoenix. A nice guy outside a small, nice home with tattoos up and down both arms had pointed me in the right direction. Now, I needed to do something about the massive headache, and maybe the body aches, although it felt like I would just have to sleep that pain off. I ducked into a store called Circle K, and found a new bottle of water, since I'd lost mine somewhere along the way. It took me a moment or two of convincing myself that I didn't need to hide my face or anything. Nobody here knew me, much less knew I had run away. I was a week from being 18, so nobody should care anyway. "Do you have some kind of painkiller?" I reached for the money in the zipped pocket of the backpack. I'd moved it there before I got on the train, knowing I needed to keep it safe. The cashier pointed. "Over there." I brought the water bottle with me and found a section of painkillers I'd never heard of. There were packets and boxes with what I thought might be bottles in them. Next to the painkillers was a section of simple-looking cell phones in clear plastic cases. If I had any actual money, I'd get one of them. It looked like you could prepay for time on them. Convenient. I bought a couple packets of one of the painkillers and asked to use the bathroom. The lady gave me a confused look and nodded, pointing toward the back of the store. I guess maybe I didn't need to ask to use the bathroom? Swallowing the painkillers, I set my bag down and brushed more of the dirt and grass off my clothes, then scrubbed my face and hair with cold water. I leaned on the sink, letting the cold water run off my face. I had a week of stubble, but it didn't look bad. My hair was a little longer than usual, but again, not a big deal. I needed to find the Greyhound bus station and get on a bus going to Seattle. Somehow. The ticket was going to be at least $100, which I didn't have. Creativity would be the name of the game. Food was necessary, though. I left the store with the biggest, cheapest sandwich I could find, my new plastic water bottle, and $20 left in my pocket. I needed a library. Maybe after a bit of a rest. Sticking to the inside of the sidewalk as I wandered and ate, I spotted a giant park a few blocks off the big main street I'd been staying on. I angled that way. It had an outdoor public pool which was open and full of families. No way would an outdoor pool in Pennsylvania be open already.
The temperature wasn't too bad here, but probably only because I'd been working outside for the last nearly 3 weeks at Faith Valley. I found a bench in the shade and set my bag down and leaned back on it, stretching out as I polished off the sandwich. When I'd been on the computer trying to figure out how to do this trip to Seattle, I'd seen that the trip was going to be 2 full days, and the bus left at 11:05 p.m. from the bus station that was near something called Sky Harbor Center. I had a few hours, and then it would be 2 days getting up to Seattle.
Hey, young man.
Something jostled my arm. I shifted and opened my eyes, peering at the dark shapes that loomed over me. The sun was setting right behind the figures, painting the sky red and orange. The sunsets in this state were insane.
I'm sorry, you shouldn't sleep here. It's not safe.
That was a different voice. Both of them were women. I pushed up, or tried to. My arms could barely move, much less lift me. I wound up shifting and levering myself to a sitting position. Everything was tight and throbbed with pain, except my head. It was all better now. Hooray for painkillers! Oh, sorry. I staggered to my feet, pulling the backpack with me.
Whoa, you need somewhere to sleep it off?
The women were clearer now that I was standing and my head had cleared. One was taller than the other, with reddish hair past her shoulders and an athletic build. The other had darker hair, although some of it looked dyed blue or something. The dark-haired one had spoken last. I turned at that. Huh? Sleep what off?
Aren't you kind of young to be drinking?
The tall one asked this. Drinking? For crying out loud. They thought I was drunk. I straightened and pulled my bag on tighter. No, I'm sore, not drunk. They exchanged a glance and looked back at me with their eyebrows raised, smiles growing on their faces.
Okay.
The taller one nodded, obviously not believing me.
Do you have somewhere you can spend the night?
I'm not drunk. I looked around, trying to find something to tell me the time. No luck. I'm getting on a bus tonight. I tried to shape an assuring smile on my face. My face was tired. Jeez. Do you have the time? The shorter one pulled out her phone.
It's 6:30.
You sure you're okay? The taller one asked.
There's a shelter not far from here.
She was carrying a bag in one hand. I rolled my eyes, but the dim light probably meant they couldn't see. I'm fine. I'm getting a bus to Seattle.
Oh.
The dark-haired lady's brows furrowed.
You're not from around here, are you?
Nope. I shifted my shoulders to settle my backpack. I pointed over my shoulder with my thumb. Is the Greyhound station at the Sky Harbor place that way? The taller one stepped closer to me.
Do you not have a phone?
I shrugged. Nope. The other joined her, coming a little closer.
Are you sure you're all right? Do you have a home?
This was ridiculous. Look, I'm fine. I twisted as if to go, trying to end the conversation. I will soon enough.
Wait, what?
They both stepped closer. The taller one spoke again.
I know it's none of our business, but you look like you could use some help.
I turned back and stared at her, then the other woman. Why the hell were tears stinging my eyes? They wanted to help? They didn't know me, had woken me in a park, and were asking if I needed help. The Faith had somehow found the worst people on the planet. I sniffled back the tears. I just need to get to the bus station and get on the bus to Seattle. I took a long breath to loosen the lump in my throat. Can you point me in the right direction?
Hang on, the shorter one said.
She turned to her friend and they spoke quietly. After a moment, she turned back to me.
What are you, 17? 18?
18? Why make it more complicated by revealing I was underage?
You look pretty worse for wear, the taller woman said. Where'd you start from, if you don't mind me asking?
The other one had said it was 6:30, so I had plenty of time to walk to the bus terminal. It wouldn't hurt to talk to nice people for a minute. Cooperton, Pennsylvania. Their eyes widened simultaneously. It was kind of funny.
You've come all the way from Pennsylvania?
The taller woman asked. They didn't need the whole story. Yeah, I was working on a ranch in Kirkland. I thought fast. Might as well tell a colorful story. Decided to leave and jumped on a freight train that brought me here. The taller one frowned, obviously impressed. The shorter woman cocked her head to the side.
There's a lot you're not saying.
I shrugged.
Is your family in Seattle?
This was from the shorter woman again. No, I don't really have a family. I regretted saying it as soon as it left my lips. Not a big deal. My girlfriend's in Seattle. Both women's expressions grew serious. They bent their heads together, again, and had a quick conversation I couldn't hear. The tall one spoke after a minute.
Okay, this might sound weird, but can we help?
What? Yes, it was weird for adults to want to help me, but that appeared to be unique to the faith. All of Miriam's talk about how terrible the outside world was a bunch of lies. I mean, I just need to get to the station. The shorter woman stepped closer and extended her hand.
I'm Darcy. This is Gina.
I shook her hand, then Gina's.
If you want, we can drive you to the terminal.
Seriously? I looked from Darcy's face to Gina's. They had no idea who I was. Somehow they trusted me enough to let me in their car? That would be great. Miriam had been totally full of crap. I'm Josh, by the way.
Josh, nice to meet you.
Gina angled her head to her right. We're parked over here. She led the way across the park. Thank you. I had no idea what else to say. Really, thank you.
It's a little thing, Darcy said. We meet our writing group for dinner every month. We passed you on our way to the restaurant, and when you were still there on our way back, Gina said we should see if you needed help.
That's so nice of you. They walked together, and I followed.
We promise we won't abduct you,
Gina said. Darcy chuckled. I laughed. Whatever. Anything would be better than... I cut myself off. They were too nice. I didn't need to share everything. They both slowed, and Gina waved me forward to walk between them.
Okay, no charge for the ride, but I'm gonna need you to tell us more of what you're not saying.
I sighed. It's complicated.
Obviously, Darcy said. Better get started.
She said it with a smile in her voice. The sun set completely as we finished crossing the park, got in Gina's car, and drove the 5 miles to the bus terminal. I told them everything. They weren't going to call the police on me for being a runaway. Why would they? I clambered out of the car and settled the backpack over one shoulder. Thank you. Really.
Good luck, Josh.
Gina waved at me. Be safe. Darcy held a shopping bag out the window.
Here, it's not much, but you look hungry.
I took the bag and crouched so I could see both of them. Thank you again. You've been so nice.
Not hard to clear a minimum threshold of humanity, Gina said.
You'll find her, Josh. Darcy gave me a thumbs up. Go get her. They drove away, and I forced my aching muscles to stand. I popped the container in the bag open and found a couple pieces of pizza with all kinds of vegetables on it. My stomach growled, and I pulled a slice out while I oriented myself. Gina and Darcy had dropped me in front of the building under a pavilion type of area. To one side was a parking lot, and to the other looked like a place that the buses either came in or exited. I walked into the building through some automatic doors and found it mostly empty. The public bathroom was open, which was very good news. The 2 slices of pizza were gone pretty fast, and I had to spend another $1 on yet another bottle of water, since I'd somehow lost my last one at the park. Maybe somebody had walked off with it. I found the ticket agent and confirmed what I'd found online. The cheapest ticket to Seattle was nearly $150, which was $140 more than I had, which meant I needed to see if I could sneak onto the bus somehow and stay hidden for the 2-day trip. So I went outside to where the buses parked to unload and get new passengers, found a quiet corner to sit, and watched how it all worked for a couple hours. This was going to be much harder, in certain ways, than getting on the train. It shouldn't require death-defying tricks, but there was almost no opportunity to get on the bus without being seen and asked for a ticket. In fact, getting on one of the soft-looking seats inside the bus would be pretty much impossible without a ticket. The luggage holds under the bus between the front and back wheels were another story. If I could get in there unseen, I could arrange some suitcases and maybe even ride comfortably, which was a big if. A big bus with a sign saying Seattle at the top of the front window
pulled into one of the long stalls. This was the one. The bus rumbled and the brakes chirped as it stopped. Something hissed loudly as it settled into the stall. The door opened, and people thumped out of the bus while the driver pulled out luggage of all sizes. I glanced at the terminal clock. The Seattle bus was scheduled to leave at 11:05, and it was only 10 o'clock now. Maybe the driver had to switch out? Quite a few passengers remained on the bus while it waited, and the driver closed the luggage holds that he'd opened. Then he disappeared. This was my chance. I pushed painfully to my feet and looked around. A couple people stood around talking. Passengers. Shanna, the Greyhound employee, who seemed like she might be a guard or something, leaned on a wall at a desk, talking to the lady behind the desk. I'd seen them on my way out here and had watched Shanna walk around every 20 or 30 minutes. The woman behind the desk had a name plaque that said Mariana. I walked slowly and casually to the Seattle bus, trying to look like I knew exactly what I was doing and belonged there. If they caught me, would they call the police? I just needed to not get caught. The moment it looked like nobody's eyes were pointed my way, I slipped to the side of the Seattle bus that put it between me and the other people in the station. I hurried to the first luggage hold that still had bags in it and reached for the handle, lifting hard. It didn't budge. It was locked. Of course. Time for Plan B, which didn't exist yet. I headed back to the front of the bus and strolled back to the sidewalk, trying to figure out my next step. It came to me fast, since it was obvious. I'd have to wait until the driver unlocked and opened the cargo doors, and try to slip in whatever side he wasn't on, since there were doors on both sides of the bus. I glanced at the station clock, 10:20. I found an unobtrusive place I could stand, which was somewhat out of sight of the rest of the station, and the door to the Seattle bus. This time was going to be different from the time in Cooperton. I was actually going to get on the bus, instead of running back to the faith. Well, back to Mary and the kids who needed me. This time I was running to Mary again, but even farther from the faith, toward a new life, whatever that held. At 10:45, a tall, strong-looking woman in a driver uniform emerged from the station building with a dark duffel. She walked to the Seattle bus and climbed on for a moment, then dropped out of the bus and opened the front two luggage holds. An announcement came over the sound system, saying the Seattle bus was leaving in 20 minutes and telling passengers to check in with the driver. As I watched, the driver took up her station at the open door to the bus and directed passengers to drop their luggage on the sidewalk next to the open holds, and then sent them on the bus. She was completely focused on the passengers. I slipped to the far side of the bus again, moving fast. I pulled the latch on the farthest back luggage hold. Please open. It popped up, and the door opened smoothly, sliding up on hydraulic arms. I leaned in and found it mostly full of suitcases and bags and backpacks. I glanced around. Nobody in the area. Nobody had seen me. I pushed some bags around and carved out a space big enough for me and climbed in, heart in my throat. I reached up and frantically pulled the big door down. It dropped down but wouldn't latch. Crap. I clambered onto my knees for more leverage, lifted the door a little, then tugged down as hard as I could with overworked muscles. It slid down smoothly and clicked. I was in. Nobody had seen me, or there would have been shouts. The floor of the hold was metal and uncomfortable, and it was pitch black, but I could manage. I explored the area with my hands and found some headspace above most of the luggage, and shifted several pieces to open up more space for me to sit in, and eventually lie down in. This was probably going to get pretty warm. Hopefully not dangerously hot, since we were starting late at night, and it was still springtime. I sat, waiting to hear the engine rumble and to feel us start moving. I was so close. 2 days of what would definitely be a terrible ride, and then I'd be in Seattle. I'd have to get to Burien and the address I still had in my pocket, too. A noise outside the door I'd slipped in through made me freeze. No. The door clicked and slid open. I had nowhere to hide. Yellow light illuminated the driver of the bus. Her name was Stephanie, and she was looking right at me. She wasn't happy. "Kid, get off my bus right now without any trouble, and I won't call the cops on you." I shoved a pleading expression on my face. It wasn't hard. "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I just need to get to Seattle." "Don't we all?" She stepped back. "I said right now. Time's almost up. I had to find a way. She had to understand. I slid out of the hold and stood. I need to get to Seattle. I've come so far. Please, please let me on. She raised one eyebrow. You don't have a ticket? She closed the luggage hold. No, I don't have the money. The sound of the hold door clicking shut felt way too final. How had she known I'd been in there? There has to be a way. Stephanie nodded. There is. She turned. Go get you some money, then buy a ticket. She gestured for me to move off. Now get out of the way, or I'm going to be late because I had to lay a beat down on you. I watched her go around the front of the bus. Now what? I let my feet carry me off the bus parking lot and onto the sidewalk, glancing up at the darkened windows. A little kid's face was pressed to the glass, grinning. Above his face was an angry-looking man looking right at me. I hadn't even thought of the passengers. Of course somebody already on the bus had seen me. Fury filled me at the kid and the man. I tried to push it away, but it wouldn't budge. I stood on the sidewalk, fuming. I'd been so close. Somehow it was too much to ask for a bit of luck, and to have all the passengers looking the other way while I climbed into the luggage hold. Why couldn't the passengers have kept quiet? They had no idea what I'd been through. The bus rumbled to life and began to move. Stephanie, the driver, caught my eye as she backed the bus out of the stall. She waved 2 fingers my way, shaking her head. She gunned the engine and drove the rumbling bus out of the station, carrying every hope I had to get to Seattle with it. Chapter 23. I could try to get on the next bus, maybe get lucky and not be seen by some kid and his dad, or some other nosy idiot who didn't know when they needed to keep quiet. Shanna, the station guard, walked my way. Evening. Suspicion colored her voice. One of her hands rested on some tool on her hip. Hi. Great. Now what? Stephanie just radioed to tell me to watch out for a kid with a backpack trying to sneak onto a bus. I mentally swore. She'd said she wouldn't call the police. I needed to get out of here before things got even worse. Although, at least a jail cell would give me somewhere to sleep, wouldn't it? Who's Stephanie? The driver of that bus that just left. Shanna pointed at the back of the bus going to Seattle and said this with an unamused expression and tone. I took a small, careful step toward the door back into the terminal building. Okay. Was she talking about you? Shanna clearly knew exactly who Stephanie had been talking about, and clearly she was playing with me. I glanced over at the information desk where Mariana sat. She was on the phone, looking right at me. No, Shanna wasn't playing with me. She was stalling me. They were calling the police. No, that's not me. I was just leaving. Were you now? Shanna tilted her head to the side, not buying it. Except I was, in fact, leaving. I broke into a sprint, slowing only for the moment it took the stupidly slow automatic doors to open. Shanna yelled after me, but no matter how tired my muscles were, I was younger and faster than her. I pounded through the brightly lit terminal building and out into the parking lot, not slowing until I'd left the bus station several 100 yards behind. A police cruiser was going to pull up behind me any moment. A bunch of them. They were going to show up, sirens screaming, and the police would cuff the idiot who had tried to stow away on the bus to Seattle and put that moron in jail. And I'd never see Mary again. I walked slowly down the road, wiping the sweat from my face. The night air felt pleasantly cool on my hot face. No police showed up. Why would they? What law had I broken? Probably something about not trying to ride a bus without paying. That didn't seem all that serious. Phoenix was a big city. The police had to have more important stuff to do than to chase down some kid with a backpack who was never going to make it to Seattle. I stuck to the main road that the station had been on, called Buckeye, which sounded like a cowboy thing.
I'd probably walked an hour or more before I spotted a park not far off to the left. I turned, hoping to at least find somewhere safe to spend the night. Not a park. It was an elementary school, and I'd seen the wide open space of what looked like a field behind the school. That would do fine. I climbed over the chain-link fence and wandered the edge of the field until I came to some trees on the edge, between the field and the school. There was just enough light from a nearby streetlight to make out a space between two trees that looked, against all odds, like a good bed for the moron who should have planned his escape from the faith better. I dropped my backpack and followed it down, leaning back on it. The sky was mostly clear, with hazy clouds wandering their slow way across the stars. Gentle wind rustled the trees, which had a lot more leaves than the ones in Cooperton. But it was a lot warmer here, so that made sense. Now the people at the bus station would be watching for me, so there was no way I was getting on one of those buses without being caught. Which left one option: somehow hitchhiking and walking all the way up to Seattle, which could take weeks, which was enough time for Sanders to move with Mary and leave no trace behind. I slipped my hand into my pocket and fished out the paper with the address I'd written down. Still there, not doing me any good. I stuffed it back in my pocket. At least, by the time I made it to Seattle, I could see the apartment Mary had lived in for a few weeks. Maybe meet her friend Olivia? But Sanders would be too smart to let Olivia know where they'd gone, so that would be pointless. I should have had a better plan. I should have been more patient, maybe even waited until I had a driver's license. I should have at least taken more money from the faith so I could have bought a ticket. Maybe I could somehow make some money and buy a ticket. But how would a kid who had nowhere to live convince somebody to hire him? I could beg for it, but that would take forever to make enough money for a bus ticket. This sucked. I'd had no idea what I was getting into or what the hell I was doing. At least tomorrow, I could try to find a library and send Mary an email, on the off chance she would get to check her messages sometime. That way she would know I'd tried, and if she ever got to reply, she could try to tell me where she was, so I could eventually find her. Weeks from now, maybe more. Hollering kids woke me up.
Miss Pearson, there's a man sleeping here.
I blinked at the mottled light and the loud voice, putting my hand up like a shield. I grunted, my throat dry.
Ale!
This was a little boy, I thought.
He's waking up.
Great. I was probably breaking another law, and somebody was probably calling the police again. The city of Phoenix was going to end up with a legend of the idiot young man with a backpack who kept trespassing and running away to trespass again. I started struggling my somewhat less achy body to a standing position. The kids yelled and ran off, but reappeared almost immediately dragging a woman I assumed was a teacher.
"Young man, you can't be here," the woman said.
"Sorry, Mrs. Pearson," I said, finally feeling my head clear. I focused on her face and forced a smile. She was young, only a few years older than me. She had curly blonde hair that went to her shoulders and a pretty, somewhat flat face. "I'm leaving." She flinched when I said her name.
"What? How did you—"
I gestured toward the kids. "They called you by name." Settling my backpack on my shoulders and pulling my water bottle from its pocket, I nodded at the little girl and boy. "Thanks for the wake-up, guys." I headed out, walking fast to get off the school property quickly and not actually have the police called. Again. I got near the edge of the field, heading for an opening in the chain-link fence, then remembered what little plan I'd made the night before. I turned. Sorry, Mrs. Pearson was following from what I assumed she considered a safe distance. Is there a public library nearby?" She pointed behind me.
"The Harmon branch, 2 blocks that way."
I nodded. "Thanks." The library was easy to find, and it looked like it had just opened. I walked in and found a much-needed bathroom. When I was finished, I did my best to wash up, but it had been, I considered for a moment, somehow only a day since I'd left Faith Valley. Except I'd nearly died climbing around on a train, slept outside a couple times, sweated in a luggage hold, and sprinted away from people trying to get me to stand still
so they could call the police. All in that one day. I needed a shower. I approached the information desk and pushed a smile on my face. "Hi, do you have public computers?" The woman behind the desk took a moment to look me up and down. Whatever. I wasn't all that dirty. She obviously was in better shape, with long black hair in a tight ponytail, and a dark blouse buttoned to her neck. She had her hands on a pile of books and a name tag that said Court. Strange name. Court clicked her tongue. "Yes, but you have to have a library card." "Of course. Can I get a library card?" She grimaced theatrically. "Are you a resident of Maricopa County?" I had nothing to lose. "Not exactly." She took a breath, as if winding up to shut me down. "I mean, not yet. I just arrived yesterday." "Not a lie." "Well, you have to be a resident to get a library card." I closed my eyes and shook my head. Typical. My throat squeezed tight. My plan had been stupid, idiotic beyond imagining, and now I was stuck in Phoenix with Court the librarian, who probably just wanted to get rid of the legendary trespassing kid. I exhaled a noisy breath, opened my eyes and met her gaze for a moment and nodded. All righty. I fought the tears that threatened back and swiveled to leave. Thanks anyway. The automatic door swished open. "Wait," Court sighed from behind her desk. "I'm sorry. I can let you use one for a little." I turned back. "Really? Even if I don't live here?" She nodded. "We're allowed to let guests use them on a temporary basis." I walked back to the desk. That would be great. I just need to check email. At least I could send that email to Mary. She would know I'd tried. Court smiled. "Sorry about that." She slid the pile of books to the side. "Rough morning." She leaned on the desk. "Now, all I need is some ID and I can get you set up." My shoulders slumped all the way to the floor. Good freaking crap. How stupid could I be? I'd been 1 week from getting a driver's license. 1 bloody week. I rubbed the bridge of my nose, trying to disguise the frustrated tears that had returned. "I don't have ID." "Oh," she said it quietly. "That's okay. I can set you up." I scrubbed my palms against my eyes and took a shaky breath. It took some effort, but I got myself to look her in the eyes. Hers were dark brown and a lot kinder right now than they'd been 2 minutes before. "Thanks. 5 minutes is all. 10 tops." She nodded. "Rough day?" The sympathy in her voice wasn't helping. I took another shaky breath, blowing it out noisily. "Something like that." I followed Court to a long table with several nice-looking monitors on it, with a chair in front of each one. She gestured at the nearest chair. "Use this one." She leaned over and pulled the keyboard her way as I sat, setting my backpack on the floor and leaning it on the chair. She got the computer logged in and gave me a smile. "Use it for as long as you need." I couldn't meet her gaze. "Thanks." No new email from Mary. I swore under my breath. Sanders really had cut her off. I understood the desire to have her get a clean break from the abusive, stupid Faith, but from me? That didn't make any sense. I thought for a while and sent her a short email. "Mary, I'm in Phoenix. I'm doing my best to get to you. It's going to be harder than I thought. I'm sorry. I'll find you. I don't know how long it will take. I guess your father changed your phone number, otherwise I would call you. When you get this, please reply. Tell me where you are. I still promise I'll find you, as soon as I can. Love, Josh." She didn't need to know the whole depressing story right now. Sometime later, after I'd finally made it up to Seattle, we could talk about it. If I ever made it up there, and if I could somehow find her, since she was for sure going to have moved by the time I traveled the almost 2,000 miles to get to her. I sat at the computer, trying to figure out something else I could do. Some magic bullet to fix the stupid situation I was in. Nothing came to me. I couldn't even email Saul or Luke to remind them to watch over the kids in Cooperton, since I didn't have their email addresses. That had been stupid. I could do one thing, though. I logged out of my email and stood.
I put my backpack on and headed back to the desk. Court looked up at me. All done? Yeah. I pointed at the phone on the desk. Is there any way I could possibly make a phone call on that? Her face fell. I'm sorry. They're not for public use. Calling Philip would have to wait. I figured he deserved to know I was doing okay. That's fine. I stretched my lips into a smile. Thanks for your help. You're welcome. Her smile was warm and sweet. I grabbed a big drink of water from the fountain on my way out and refilled my water bottle. The water hitting my stomach woke it right up, and it began growling right away. I patted the pocket with my small amount of money in it. I didn't have enough for a bus ticket, but I could buy some cheap, terrible food, and at least avoid starving. For now. Chapter 24. I wandered the early morning streets of Phoenix for another hour, trying to find a low-cost place to get some food. The thought of another store-bought ham sandwich made my growling stomach churn, and the fast food places I passed all seemed too expensive, like they would probably take my very last dollar. I crossed another giant road, this one called Van Buren, and spotted a big shopping place called the Arizona Center. It looked overpriced too, but I strolled through and kept walking. There wasn't much left to do. At some point, I would need to somehow print out some maps showing how to get to Seattle. Pretty sure that would require money too. My best option was to get food, then start walking north, find a highway, then keep walking, and hope I could get rides. There were nice people out there, like the brothers near Kirkland, and Gina and Darcy last night. I'd make it to Seattle, eventually at least. And Mary would be able to check her email at some point. It might take a few weeks, or a month, or more, but I would make it, eventually. For now, I needed food. Then I would go back to the Harmon Library and see if Court would let me print maps. An hour later, a giant breakfast burrito from a small but great-smelling restaurant a little ways off from the far too fancy Arizona Center had finally quieted my stomach. I turned back to retrace my steps to the Harmon Library, pretty sure I could find it. I should have thought of this and not wandered so far. My brain felt like it was flattened, rolled over by the steamroller of my poorly laid and executed plans. I nodded at a happy-looking, bearded fellow sitting on an upturned bucket with a cardboard sign in his hand. He was positioned at the exit to a small square of storefronts with a chiropractor, a place called Quick Cash, and a pawn shop, among others. His sign said, "Homeless vet. Anything helps." Vet? Was he an out-of-work veterinarian? That couldn't be right. The man watched me as I walked by. It wouldn't hurt to ask. I stopped next to him. "Hey, I'm sorry, but what does vet mean?" He raised bushy eyebrows. "Veteran. Gulf War." That made sense. Sort of. A veteran of a war was homeless? That made 0 sense. "Good luck." I continued on. A car stopped next to the fellow, and the driver reached across the front seat, handing the bearded man some cash. The veteran nodded thanks and sat back on his bucket. The image made me stop in my tracks. Wait a minute. He was asking for money, of course, like the faith's beggars who went out every day. But he was trying to get money for food, and I would assume a place to live, not for a cult and a sort of animal rescue ministry. Couldn't I do the same thing? See if people would give me money to buy a bus ticket to Seattle? I tossed the idea away as fast as it came. Nope, not a chance on this earth or any other planet. I wasn't going to be a beggar like the adults in the faith. I'd spent the last 8 years or so making fun of those guys. That wasn't going to be me. I kept walking, heading generally north along the streets of Phoenix. It was getting warm, but not uncomfortably so. The throbbing aches in my body had dulled a lot overnight and through the morning as I walked, which was helpful. The image of the man on the bucket wouldn't go away. He was a veteran. He'd fought in a war. War was no good pretty much ever, but it took a lot of courage to go into battle for what you believe in. And now he was sitting on a worn old bucket asking for money, depending on people's kindness to help him eat.
The whole idea of him having to do that bothered me, but he had seemed at peace. He wasn't a beggar like those idiots in the faith. Sanders was a veteran too. He'd said he'd been in Afghanistan and he'd lost a leg there, or at least part of one. But he was working and had a home and had just started a new life with the daughter he'd never known about. Why was life so different for those two men? No answer came to me. But the image of the man on the bucket didn't leave. If he, obviously a man who'd been a warrior of some kind, could ask for money, so could I. Screw it. What would it hurt? At worst, I would be ignored or told to leave. At best, I might make enough money to buy a bus ticket. I found a relatively clean box near a dumpster and kicked it to break it down, then tore off a rectangular flap. I came to a convenient post office and walked in, found a pen, and scrawled on the cardboard flap, "Need money for a bus ticket to Seattle." It was a lot to try to fit on the flap and still be legible, but I did my best. Now I needed a place to do this. I came to a big grocery store that had a few other stores sharing the same parking lot. There were several entrances and exits to the lot off a couple of streets. This would do. I took up a position on the grass near one of the places cars stopped before turning right to leave the parking lot. I lifted my sign and held it so it could be seen by cars. A small red car slowed and stopped at the exit. I kept my eyes down. My cheeks burned. This was terrible. What had I been thinking? The car turned right and drove off. Jerk! I was right here, obviously needing help, and they'd ignored me. Well, I'd ignored them too. It took a few cars stopping and turning to leave before I got the courage to keep my eyes up and forward. I forced what I hoped was a pleasant smile, but felt like a mortified rictus onto my face. 10 minutes passed. Nothing. 20 minutes or more. Still nothing. The sun beat down hot on my head, and I considered setting my backpack down and sitting on it. A minivan stopped, its signal light flashing. The passenger window dropped open. The driver, a man, leaned toward me with his hand extended, but not quite clearing the passenger window. "Here you go." Shocked, it took me a moment to unfreeze. I darted forward and took the bills. "Thank you." In the split second I stood at the car, I caught sight of 3 kids in the van, all of them quite young. "Good luck." The minivan drove away. $3. The guy had given me $3. That was enough for half of another breakfast burrito, which I would be eating for the rest of my life. I pocketed the money and went back to standing and smiling. It was a little easier now. Over the next couple of hours, I made another $6. At this rate, I could have the money for a bus ticket in a week or so. I wasn't sure if it helped for me to smile and wave at people as they stopped and prepared to turn right, but it felt better. A family of 4 approached on the sidewalk. No, not a family of 4. They were all too young. A tall girl with dark brown hair and a long, kind face was clearly the oldest. The boy, who was taller than her by a few inches and very broad, was definitely younger than her. 2 more boys, one a little shorter than the girl, and the other even smaller, made up the rest of the group. Not parents with kids. Siblings, maybe? The youngest was talking about something I couldn't understand, very loudly. The others were listening, but also talking, all at the same time. But they weren't arguing. They seemed like they were having a good time. The girl saw me first. She smiled and turned back to what I assumed were her brothers and said something, reaching in her pocket. The taller boy looked surprised, glanced at me, then talked to his sister. Was he shaking his head? He said something about Dad's change, but I couldn't entirely make it out as cars drove by. They kept coming and stopped next to me. "Hi," the girl said. She was my height. I kept the smile on my face. "Hi." She pulled her hand out of her pocket and held out some bills. "Here you go." "April," the tall boy said. "Dad said he wanted his change." "I'll explain it to him." She smiled at me. "Good luck." The middle-sized boy dug into his pocket and pulled out $1. He had red hair and a big, toothy smile. "Here." I accepted the $1, but extended the cash back to the girl. "Hey, I don't want you to get in trouble with your father." The girl gave her taller brother a frustrated look. He rolled his eyes and sighed. He looked at me and shook his head. Sorry, it's fine. Our dad would want us to help. He patted his pockets. Sorry we can't help more. The youngest boy held out his hand. It had 2 quarters in it.
I hope you get to Seattle. We used to live there.
Every word he spoke was loud, probably so I could hear him over the cars. I put all the money in my pocket. Thank you, guys. That's really nice. You're welcome. The tallest boy smiled, his high cheeks going even higher. I hope you get there. They walked away, chattering and looking back at me. That had to be 3 brothers and an older sister. All talking and laughing and just being a family. A nice family. One day that would be my kids. Suddenly the girl turned and ran back to me.
Sorry, I know it's none of my business.
She pushed her hair behind her ears.
If you're trying to make money and can work, I heard about this thing.
She caught her breath and glanced at her brothers, who were waiting for her.
If you go to a big hardware store, she listed a couple, really early, you can wait there and sometimes people show up, wanting to hire workers to pay them cash for a day's work.
Really? That sounded 1,000 times better than this.
Yeah.
The girl pointed off to the east.
There's one a few blocks over there, but you have to get there early, my dad says.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
She beamed and ran back to her brothers. I watched them walk away as several cars paused and then turned right. It was time for a break anyway, so I moved to the shadow of a Chinese restaurant in the big parking lot and counted what I'd made. Almost $15 after at least 4 hours of doing this. Enough to eat for a couple of days, but this was so slow. I fought back the despair from last night and this morning that threatened to return. This was better than just hitchhiking all the way to Seattle, no question. I would get there much faster than in the next few weeks or month, but it was still way too slow. Working for a day or 2 would get me there faster. I could do this. I just had to find one of the stores the girl had mentioned and be there early. If I got lucky, I could be on my way in 2 or 3 days, rather than what would be at least a week of asking for money from random strangers, probably longer. If I got lucky. I mean, it was about time, wasn't it? This, at least, was an actual plan, better than try to hide in a luggage compartment and not die during a 2-day drive, but actually be found right away. I shoved the money back in my pocket and turned east. I would find the hardware store today and camp there for the rest of the day and night. That way, I would be there nice and early. I had no clue how much money I would make in a day, but it had to be better than $15 in 4 hours. Tightening my backpack straps, I headed out. I glanced north, imagining Seattle nearly 2,000 miles in that direction. I'm coming, Mary. I walked faster. Enough messing around. This had to work.
Chapter 25. The first pickup truck arrived before dawn. There were already at least 15 men and women gathered behind the big home improvement store. I'd been there first, having spent the night under a couple of trees right next to the parking lot, so I'd seen all of the hopeful workers show up, all on foot, mostly in 1s and 2s. A group of 4 men had arrived together about 30 minutes before the pickup truck showed up. A man got out of the long pickup truck that had a big cab. The truck had a landscaping company's logo on the side. The driver looked directly at the group of 4 men who'd shown up last. "Let's do it!" The men had already been moving toward the truck and climbed into the cab and drove off. That was not how I'd expected this to go. Although I'd had no idea what to expect, I figured people would show up and say the job they needed done and what they would pay, and take whoever was willing to do the work for that money. Another pickup arrived. The driver was a woman. She opened her door, stood in the cab, and raised her voice. "To people who know how to drywall." She held 2 fingers up and spoke again, but this time in a different language. It had to be Spanish. 2 men looked at each other and approached the truck. The woman and the men spoke, then the men clambered into the back of the truck, and off they went. Okay, so that was more like it. Over the next 30 minutes, 3 more trucks and 2 minivans showed up, all offering different kinds of work. Construction cleanup, landscaping, house cleaning. I stepped forward and raised my hand, but the drivers would look at me, then act like I didn't exist. Finally, it was just me and 2 other men, both of them older with gray hair and strong-looking shoulders and hands. A weathered and worn minivan drove up. The driver got out. "Okay, guys, got a big truck to unload down at the yards." The 2 men stepped forward at the same time I did. "I don't think I need 3 of you. 1, maybe 2. One of the older men spoke. "We work together. Good team." "I can do it too. I work hard." I glanced at the older men. Their backs were straight, but everything else about them seemed gnarled and hardened. The driver glanced at me, then the 2 men. I saw his decision before he said it. "Great, you guys jump in." "Sir, please!" I closed the distance to the minivan as the doors closed. "Please, I really need the work." The driver shrugged. "Sorry, kid, I don't need 3 of you. Better luck next time." They drove away, leaving me there alone. How had nobody picked me to work? I was young and strong enough. Was it the backpack? Should I have hidden it somewhere? I sat on the concrete curb that led up a short, grassy slope to a chain-link fence. This was stupid. Most of the people who'd come looking for workers had seemed to know the people they'd hired. So how was I supposed to get work if I didn't know any of these people? I swore and slid my backpack off, reaching for the pocket that had yesterday's sign in it. Back to plan A. Or B? Whatever plan it was. This was going to take forever. An engine gunned, and a beat-up brown Ford pickup rattled into the alley. I shot to my feet and nearly ran at the truck. The truck stopped, and the driver poked his head out the window. "Are you it?" I stopped, confused. "What?" "Are you all that's left?" "Yeah." The back of the pickup looked like it was weighed down by something very heavy, but I couldn't see what it was. The driver smacked his steering wheel. "Sucks." He looked me up and down. "I need 3 of you." I shrugged. "Everybody else is gone." He put the car in reverse. "Sorry, kid. I gotta get this done today, and no way can I do it with only 1 other person. I need 3 strong guys." "Wait!" I grabbed the car door. "Please, I can do it." I sounded desperate. "I can do it." He laughed. "I have a truck full of flagstones that need to be unloaded and arranged in a path before my wife gets back tonight." He scrubbed his fingers through his hair and grimaced at me. "It's supposed to be a birthday surprise. I'm a hard worker. I can do it." His grimace stuck around. "Dude, there is no way that between you and me, we can get this truck unloaded." He jabbed his finger backward. "And a good path laid before tonight." I glanced at the truck. Now that I was closer, I could see what was in it. Big, flat, reddish-brown stones. He'd called them flagstones. "It's a 3 or 4-man job." The man looked down at my hands on his door, obviously wanting me to let go. I stared at him. "Sir, I can do this, please. I need the work, and I know I can do this." He laughed again. "I planned on 3 guys, $100 each for the day." A bolt of lightning shot from my head to my feet. $100 for 1 day? I can do it, I thought fast. "Hire me, and I'll get it done. If I somehow don't, you don't have to pay me all of the $100. 2 days of $100, and I'd be on my way." I squeezed the truck door and stared at the man. "I have to get to Seattle. Please." The man looked me up and down. "What's your name?" "Josh." Holy crap. Was he actually considering it? "Josh," he said, "if you get this done in 1 day, you'll have done the work of 3 men. So I'll pay you all $300. Chapter 26. "I'm Adam." He pulled the truck out of the parking lot while I buckled my seatbelt. "Josh," I mentally smacked myself. "Yeah, you said." We drove down a long, wide road dotted with cars of all size and shape. "So, what's your story? You seem pretty keen on getting to Seattle." I considered how much to tell him. I'd probably end up working with him all day if this worked out, so it would be hard to lie and keep up the falsehood. "Well, I just left a cult called the Fundamental Faith of God in Cooperton, Pennsylvania." Adam snorted a short laugh, then glanced at me. I shrugged. Wait, are you serious? I launched into the story, figuring I could go ahead and tell everything from the time that Mary and I walked in the door to find her father there. Before that, though, I tried to describe the faith. It was hard. I spent the next 10 minutes talking. Adam turned left as an arrow turned green. So your parents are still in it? My mother is, but my father never was, as far as I know. Your mother's the one who started it. Right. I got the feeling he hadn't quite understood. Even though some of us have parents, or sometimes just one parent, still in the faith, that doesn't mean we have like a parent-child relationship. We're kind of being raised collectively. I made a face. And by raised, I mean mostly ignored, but then yelled at and weirdly trained to lie and act and stuff. Say what? Adam slowed as he turned right onto a narrower residential road. There were houses on both sides of the road, mostly built in the same style. Some were brick and a few others had colored siding, but a lot of the houses had the stucco exterior the main house in Faith Valley had. I told Adam about focus class and the steps we did. How was it possible that I'd been doing the acceptance step less than 4 weeks ago? So much had changed. Adam slowed in front of a large, nice-looking house, then turned the truck and backed into the driveway. Anyway, I said, the point is that it's not like a big family. It's like opposing armies where one side is in charge of the other, but they hate them, and the kid's side is just trying to survive and stay out of sight. Adam stopped the truck and put it in park. He turned to me. Dude, that's grim. I shrugged. All right, let me show you the job. He shoved his door open. It gave a prolonged, high-pitched creak. Is it okay if I leave my backpack in here? Yep. I joined him at the edge of the concrete driveway where he stood next to a large pile of tiny red and pink gravel. He pointed at a tidy dirt path that was about 3 feet wide. It looked like it had been carved out of the grass about an inch down. The stones are going in here. He pointed down at the dirt in front of us, and then raised his hand until it pointed straight ahead. Gotta fill this space here. He stepped on the dirt path, and I followed him across the entire yard, around a tight corner, and to a gate in a nice wood fence. Most of the yard was shaded by a big tree. We'll start here. He turned and pointed back to the mound of gravel. We'll fill in the spaces between the flagstones with the sandstone gravel there. This was 40 feet or more of pathway, and that was a long way to carry the heavy-looking flagstones. Any chance we can back the truck over to here so we don't have to haul them all this way? Adam made a clicking sound with his mouth. It's super heavy with all those stones. He shook his head. I'm worried it'll push furrows into the yard. Good point. Okay. What if we start there near the driveway? Then, when the truck isn't so heavy, we can back it closer to the gate. Adam chewed on his upper lip. Smart. Yeah, we can try that. I nodded, just when my body had stopped being so insanely sore. Good timing. Let's be extra smart about this, Adam said. One of us in the truck and one on the ground, placing the stones. We can switch off every hour or so, he smirked. And I'll start down here, since my back is older. That's fine. I vaulted into the pickup. I'd learned to do that in Faith Valley. Besides, Adam said, I'll make sure the arrangement gets a good clean start. I want to get them fitted as tightly together as possible. Got it. I gave the nearest top flagstone an experimental lift. Not awful, but definitely heavy. This was going to be tiring. You want to tell me which one you want as we go? Good idea. He pulled his phone out. Fair warning, there are going to be times you're on your own. I have a couple appointments today, and when the kids get home, I'll be working with them for a bit. No problem. He headed toward the house. I'm going to get some water. I'll bring you some. While Adam was gone, I did what I could to warm up and stretch my back. That was a lot of stones and a big path. This was truly going to suck. I truly had no idea. 2 hours into the job, which was about 11 o'clock, I was finishing my first shift on the ground, and my arms, shoulders, and legs were screaming. My back was a bit tight, but we were both trying hard to lift and lower with our legs. While we worked, I did most of the talking, answering his questions. Okay, break time. Adam dropped out of the truck, and we sat on a stone bench in the shade of his porch. I gulped the water he'd kept us supplied with. This wasn't going to work out. I was already getting too tired, and we were maybe a quarter of the way done laying stones. It was looking great, but it was slow work. I needed to go faster somehow. I should ask him about himself, his life. I was talking too much. So, what kind of work do you do? I'm a writer and consultant. He poured half of his water over his head. This is bonkers, by the way. It was no wonder he was so hot and sweaty. He wore a t-shirt with a superhero logo on it, but it looked like he had a lighter white t-shirt on under that one. Why would you wear 2 t-shirts for this kind of work? Bonkers? I'd never heard the word. He looked at me, appearing bemused. It means crazy. What is? This job? He laughed and gestured at the path. This is more than a 2-man job. I shrugged tired shoulders. No big deal. I'm fine. I stood. Time to get back to work. $300 was an easy ticket to Seattle, and money to spare. I jumped back up into the truck. Adam raised his eyebrows and laughed tiredly. To be young again. I shook my head and hefted the nearest stone. You're maybe 10 years older than me? You're 17? Adam took the stone and set it down. We'd probably moved at least 300 pounds of flagstone by now. I thought for a minute. 3 days from 18. I'm twice as old as you. I tipped the next stone up on an edge to make it easier to lift. You're 36? No way. Dude! Adam walked back to the truck, nodding. The curse of the baby face. My kids are all in school. I'm old. He took the stone. How many kids do you have? 7. With a grunt, he bent down and lowered the stone neatly into place. I nearly dropped the next flagstone. What? He laughed. That's pretty much the reaction I usually get. That's freaking awesome. I lifted the stone and lowered the edge to the truck's tailgate to make it easier for him to lift. I want a big family. Adam straightened and grinned, meeting my eyes. He nodded. Dude, after the way you grew up, I'm not surprised. He brushed his hands on his jeans. Have you asked Mary how many kids she wants? That set me back on my heels. He laughed, a lot more than was necessary. You'll probably want to have a conversation or two. All kinds of thoughts swirled in my brain. Mary and I were going to be together forever, as long as I caught up to her and Sanders. I lifted the next stone and turned to lean it on the tailgate. Together forever meant that we would get married. She wanted to get married, right? Eventually. Not right away. She was still in school. I was still technically in school. Never talked about it? Adam put his hand on the stone, but didn't take it. Don't worry about it. Let things take the time they need to take. But don't be afraid to be decisive and have the important conversations when you have to. I nodded. Seemed like good advice. And Josh. He waited until I was looking at him. When the time comes to propose, do it right. Do it well. Make it romantically memorable, not embarrassingly memorable. I scrubbed sweat from my face. What are you talking about? Adam laughed again and launched into the story about how he proposed to his wife, Jaina. They'd been dating for around a year and were on a hike. He'd had a sudden, strong urge to propose to her spontaneously at the top of the hike. Dude, I argued with myself for the entire hike up, chickened out at the top, and then argued more on the way down. He put out his hands, indicating he needed to rest for a moment. But you didn't even have a ring. You had to have a ring, didn't you? Every book I'd read, except for the fantasy and science fiction ones, had a ring with the proposals. You can't propose without that. I kid you not, I considered offering her a cool stick I'd found. I pictured Adam on one knee, offering his girlfriend a stick while proposing. I laughed. Shut up. He grinned and took a deep breath, stretching his back. Long story short, I stalled us at a picnic table until full night had fallen, trying to get up the courage to ask her. You actually did it? He was nuts. Bonkers. But it had clearly worked out, considering the house and the 7 kids. and the fact that they were still married while she traveled as in-house counsel for a big company in Phoenix. Yeah, eventually. He ran his fingers through his hair. And clearly it worked out, considering. He gestured at the house. We're doing all right. Well, I'll learn from your mistake and do better. I let him take the flagstone. Good. He walked out on the dirt path and stood straight, holding the stone parallel to the ground. Let's try something. He dropped the stone. It fell the 2 or so feet and landed flat in the dirt with a heavy thump. He bent and tried sliding the stone into place. This didn't work, and he ended up lifting the stone onto one edge to maneuver it into its spot. Shaking his head, Adam brushed his hands off again. Hey, how about I go get lunch? Lunch. Food. I hadn't had time for breakfast and realized that the digging pain in my stomach wasn't all strain from the work. Is that part of the deal? I said it lightheartedly, but wasn't sure what the answer was. He nodded. No worries. You're working your butt off, man. I'll keep at it. Good stuff. Adam walked into the house, twisting his torso left and right, trying to loosen his back up. I kept working and had laid one stone when the garage door opened, revealing a dimly lit space that could fit 2 cars. But it only had a bunch of shelves, a work table, and a motorcycle. Adam was pulling a helmet on. He pushed the motorcycle out and stopped in the driveway, straddling it. Burgers okay? I nodded. Thanks. He started the motorcycle. It wasn't one of the big ones that rattled your bones as it drove by, or one of those uncomfortable-looking speedy ones that looked like they were half rocket ship. It was simple and looked easy and comfortable. It growled as he revved it, and he pulled out of the driveway, hanging a quick left. If it was lunchtime, I was behind. I needed to work faster to fulfill my part of our deal. I took a deep breath and found the calm I'd used on the vision quest and at the hot coals. I got to work. I found an easy way to balance the flagstones on the tailgate and side of the truck bed, so I placed one on each side of the truck and jumped out. Then I arranged them and repeated the process. This was faster. I stretched and loosened my back between each stone. The truck was nearly half empty by the time Adam got back, and I was tired of carrying the flagstones the 20 feet to the end of the space we'd covered. He pulled the motorcycle into the garage, shut it off, and hung his helmet on the handlebars. He opened the small cargo bin on the back of the bike. Let's eat! I walked over and he handed me a paper bag from a fast food place I'd seen a few of during my walks and sprints around Phoenix. I got you a couple burgers, fries. He pulled a drink out of the compartment. How had that stayed stable in there? And a cherry cola, because it's the stuff. And I'd guess you'd never had it? Wow, thank you. We headed back to the bench and ate. The burgers, even with the onions, were the best food I'd ever put in my mouth. The French fries were salty and crispy and addictive. I wanted more, even though I was full when I'd finished. Adam was still working on his burger when I crumpled my bag and took another sip of the soda. It had a sharp, rich, sweet flavor that went down perfectly. He was right. It was really good. Dude, he swallowed a bite of burger and fries. When's the last time you ate? I grimaced, embarrassed. Last night? He shook his head. I didn't even think of that. He looked me intently in the eyes. Was that enough food? I patted my stomach, standing. Definitely. Thank you. You're welcome. He made a face as he checked his phone. Crap. I have to get in and clean up a bit for my call. I headed back to the truck. I've got this. Adam went inside and I jumped back into the truck. His phone had said it was 1:30. I didn't know when his wife was due home, but there was still a lot to do. We still had to spread the gravel when we were done with the stones. I needed that money. I worked as steadily as I could, taking quick breaks every couple of stones. My arms complained, but they still did what I told them, so I kept going. At some point, I realized there were 3 kids staring at me from the driveway. They all had the same brown hair as Adam. The youngest couldn't have been much older than 6. I waved. I'm Josh. I dropped a stone into place. Your dad's inside. They just stood there watching. I didn't want to be rude, but I ignored them. Those flagstones look heavy. I glanced at the 3 kids. They are. I jumped up into the truck. It was a lot emptier. I was past the halfway point.
Maybe when Adam came back outside, he could move it closer to where I was putting the stones down.
They're made of sandstone.
The oldest of the three wore glasses and looked like he was thinking hard.
They're red like that because there's a lot of iron in the sand, and when oxygen reacts with the iron basically rusts.
I grunted, picking up another stone. Good to know, thanks. At some point, the kids went inside. I kept working, doing my best to ignore the pain in my muscles and back. A door opening got my attention. A girl and a boy were walking up the sidewalk, and another girl was already at the front door. I nodded, but didn't say anything. Had to conserve energy. They all looked from me to the path and shook their heads, then went inside. Adam came out a few minutes later. I thought you had 7. I hefted a stone and walked down the path we'd made. I count 6. The eldest goes to work right after school, he whistled. Josh, you're a beast. You've gotten a lot done. I said nothing, trying not to wince as I lowered the stone into place. I was nearly at the place that the path took a right turn toward the gate. Take a break. Adam slid into the truck. Let me move the truck closer. It should be fine now. I stood on the porch, stretching carefully and shaking my arms and legs out. Adam had used the exact correct word for this job. It was bonkers. If we somehow got this done on time, would I even be able to move to take my $300 to the bus station and get on the bus? Adam backed the pickup expertly across the yard and angled it so the tailgate pointed toward where we were working. When does your wife get home? I gulped the last of my water. My soda and the ice it had been in was long gone. He glanced at his phone. Her plane lands at 5:30, so she'll get home around 6? He raised his eyebrows. About 2.5 hours. Crap. I rolled my shoulders, loosened my neck, and hopped down from the porch. It was going to be close, maybe impossible. I clambered clumsily into the truck, but maybe not impossible. Dude, you can take a longer break. I checked his expression. He wasn't saying that to get out of paying me what he'd promised. That was concern in his eyes. I blew out a noisy breath and shook my arms. I'm good. You're a machine. He looked around. Okay, I'll be right back. I bent to the work again. Before long, Adam came back and he got in the truck. We worked steadily. A scraping sound caught my attention as I arranged a particularly big stone. The 3 older kids were at the pile of sandstone gravel. They had a wheelbarrow, a couple shovels, and a couple metal garden rakes. They were already scooping gravel into the wheelbarrow. Adam saw where I was looking as I got back to the truck. He grinned. All hands on deck for Mom's birthday present. I nodded and watched the 3 work. They looked like they ranged from 13 to maybe 16. They worked well together, chatting quietly. All hands on deck. Adam and I traded again before long, and we kept going. I could see the pickup's bed when I asked the time again. Adam brushed his hands off and checked his phone. 5:20. I have a text that says she landed a few minutes ago. I swore quietly. Adam gave me a firm look, but was smiling. Language. Sorry. Josh, it's all good. Don't kill yourself. You've done the impossible, man. I surveyed the path. The 3 kids were doing good work, but were kind of slow. Yeah, but the deal was I would get it done. Adam put both hands on the side of the truck. Dude, I am going to pay you all of it. Don't worry. He brushed a hand through his hair, taking in everything we'd done. This is amazing. Relief flooded into me. $300. He was going to pay me all of it. I sat down hard on the side of the truck and arched my back in a stretch and caught my breath. I can't thank you enough. Of course. Adam called out to the kids, asking one of them to refill my water. You've done more than enough. He pulled out his wallet and drew out a bunch of 20s, counting them and handing them to me. You earned every penny. I took the bills. $300 in my hands. All I had to do now was get back to the bus station, buy the ticket, and sleep for the entire 2-day trip. It was a miracle. I was going to get to Seattle and actually find Mary. If I was fast and lucky, I could even see her within 3 days, hold her, feel her arms around me. My breath came fast, my throat tightening. I leaned forward, elbows on my knees, tears welled up, and I scrubbed my face, which had to be filthy at this point.
Whoa! Adam hopped up into the truck and sat next to me. He put an arm across my shoulders. Josh, it's okay. I choked back the tears. I needed to learn to control them somehow. I swallowed. My throat hurt. Everything hurt. I know. I had no idea what to say. Thank you. I got you, man. Adam gave me a squeeze and slid off the truck. You just rest while I get dinner going inside. He looked up at me. You'll eat with us? I nodded. Adam told his kids to keep at it while he was inside. I held a breath for a few seconds, getting myself under control. I blew it out and stood. I was done. I had the money. I took in the flagstones and the patch of empty dirt that remained. In fact, I was not done. I got back to work. Chapter 27. By the time Adam came back out, I'd gotten all but the last 2 flagstones down. Josh, what are you doing? Finishing. I straightened and reached for the second to last stone. How much time before she gets home? Adam checked his phone. 10 minutes at the most. The light in the yard had grown somewhat dimmer in the shade of the tree. I pointed at his kids, working steadily to spread the gravel. I think we can do it. He appeared to do some kind of math in his head. After a moment, in which I placed the flagstone, he grinned. Let's go! I grabbed the last flagstone, and he pulled the truck off the yard and back into the driveway, parking it on the far edge. Then he took the wheelbarrow from his kids and started filling it. I put the last flagstone down with a grunt. I stomped on it for good measure. Hell, yes. I jogged over and grabbed one of the heavy rakes, and Adam pushed the heavy, half-full wheelbarrow to the path near the gate. We'll get it from both ends. I ran back to the gate and spread the gravel. By the time I was done, he'd dropped off another load. He was moving fast enough to keep both me at one end and his 3 kids at the other end busy, except we weren't all that far apart, and the distance between us was closing fast. Scraping and crunching filled the air, along with the kids' laughter. I just kept my head down, spreading tiny gravel as fast as I could. A scraping hiss accompanied the load of gravel Adam dumped out. This is the last of it. I spread carefully. He took off running. I glanced up as he darted into the garage, probably putting the wheelbarrow away. I realized that 2 of the kids were gone, leaving one of the girls who was carefully tidying the edges of the path. Adam reappeared. Guys, that's it. We're done. He took my rake and handed it to his daughter, asking her to put it away. She disappeared into the garage. I stepped back and tried to catch my breath and straighten. A tight knot in the middle of my back felt like it wouldn't let me stand up all the way, but I pushed past it. Adam clapped me on the shoulder. Josh, you are a man of your word. Everything hurt. I try. A car turned onto the street and slowed as it drew closer to the house. Man, I can't believe you actually did it. He threw his head back and laughed. The car pulled into the driveway. And there she is. You did it too. Muscles I never knew I had hurt. My eyeballs hurt. The skin behind my ears hurt. Your kids too. Adam shook his head. You're my hero, man. He hurried to greet his wife. She had obviously spotted us because she came out of the garage after parking the car. They kissed and hugged, then kissed again. 7 kids, and they obviously still loved each other. This. I wanted this. Oh my gosh, I love it. Adam's wife had a huge grin on her face. How did you do all of this? I had help. He gestured me over. Jaina, this is Josh. She extended her hand. Nice to meet you. I held up my torn and dirty hands and grimaced. Sorry. You too. Josh is actually a robot, Adam said, holding his wife's other hand. There's no other way to explain how he got this done. Oh? They turned toward the house. Jaina grabbed her small rolling suitcase. Josh, come on in. Adam led the way. I followed them into their home. It felt spacious, but not the cavernous feeling the Faith's house in Cooperton gave off. This house vibrated with life. It felt like a home. I'm going to get cleaned up. Jaina kissed Adam and went up the carpeted stairs that were off to the side of the front hallway. Adam looked me up and down. Josh, When's the last time you had a shower? I did the math. How could it only have been 2 days? 2 days ago. We have a guest bathroom if you want to grab a shower before you head up to Seattle. Really? The idea of hot water pouring over me actually made me shiver in anticipation. Sure. Adam pointed down the hallway. Guest bedroom is the last door on the left. There's a bathroom attached. Dinner will be ready in about 30 minutes. Thank you, I said. Oh, I need to grab my backpack. Do it. He turned down the hallway. Just walk in when you come back in. Make yourself at home. The shower was easily the best shower I'd ever had. I stood under the hot water for at least 10 minutes, massaging my back as the water pounded it. I made sure to carefully transfer the paper with Sanders and Mary's address on it, along with the money, to the clean jeans I put on. I followed my nose to a big square table just as Adam called out for people to come for dinner. They introduced me to the kids, and then everybody bowed their head for a short prayer. Grace, like in the faith, but a lot different. No rituals, just simple. The food was simple too, but there was lots of it. Bowls of meat, beans, and vegetables, along with a huge pile of warm tortillas. The kids built their own burritos, and I followed suit, eating 3 of them. Their oldest son came in when dinner was almost over. I glanced at the clock above a bunch of family photos on the wall. 7 o'clock. 4 hours. I caught Adam's attention. Thank you so much. I pushed back from the table. Really, but I have to get going. His brows furrowed. I thought you said the bus left at 11. Yeah, but I have some things I need to take care of before I go. The idea had struck me in the shower. A way to keep tabs on the kids in Cooperton. Well, let me give you a ride to the station. Adam stood. I grimaced. Actually, I need to buy a couple things and get some information from the internet. He blinked, stared at me, then shook his head. Dude. He pulled his phone out. I have the internet right here. What do you need? He rounded the big square table. I stepped away from the table, not wanting to impose on the conversations happening there. I need the mailing address of the Cooperton Public Library. He looked confused, but tapped on his phone. Within seconds, he turned back to me. You want me to write this down? That would be great. He crossed to a small desk and pulled out an index card and a pen. You need to mail something to a library? He wrote fast. A phone. He looked up and handed me the index card. What's that now? I explained. Adam brushed his fingers through his hair, nodding. That's a good idea. He strode to Jaina's chair. Hey, I'm gonna give Josh a lift. Probably be an hour or so. She nodded, then turned to me. Josh, thank you so much. The path looks great. I shrugged. Thank you, guys. I gestured at the table. This was so nice of you. I said goodbye to the kids, grabbed my bag, and followed Adam to the garage. As we pulled out of the driveway in the car Jaina had been driving, Adam cleared his throat. Dude, for real, I'm so glad we got to meet you. I had no idea what to say, except what I'd been saying. Thank you again. You did this, man. He drove fast. You made it happen. I still can't believe how much you did on your own. He appeared to grow thoughtful, and I kept quiet. He pulled into a drugstore parking lot and went in with me. We found the same kind of cheap phones I'd seen the day before. I bought one and paid for an hour of time on it. I still had enough for the bus ticket and food if I was careful. I flipped the newly activated phone open and pulled the paper with Sanders' address on it out of my pocket. It was also where I'd written Philip's number. He'd been really good to me. He deserved to hear that I was okay. Since that last time he'd seen me, I was hanging off a moving train car. Besides, this was a good chance to make sure the phone worked. I dialed Philip's number. The phone rang. Hello? The sound of his voice brought back memories of starry nights. Philip, it's Josh. He made a surprised, strangled noise. Josh? He swore. Are you freaking kidding me? I laughed. No, but I can't talk long. I just wanted to let you know I'm all right. I glanced over at Adam, who looked like he was trying not to pay too much attention. So, you survived that stupid train stunt? I chuckled. Yup, no big deal. Where are you? I'm in Phoenix.
It was weird to be using a phone I'd bought with money I'd earned. Weird in a good way. I was kind of figuring things out. About to get on a bus to Seattle.
No joke! Philip sounded impressed. How'd you work that out?
I got a job for a day. Made enough money to pay for the ticket. Adam must have heard that, because he waggled his eyebrows and theatrically flexed his arms.
Not bad, brother.
Yeah. I nodded, which was dumb, since I was talking on the phone. Philip, I don't have much time. I just wanted to say thank you for all you did for me.
I don't know what you're talking about, brother.
The smile in his voice was easy to hear. Whatever. I glanced at Adam in the light of the parking lot. Anyway, let me know if anyone jumps in the lake.
Philip laughed. You got it.
Oh, and I'll stay in touch.
Good.
Philip lowered his voice.
Hey, brother, take care of yourself and your lady.
I will. I hung up and checked the phone. 1 minute of time gone. Not bad. When we'd opened it, I'd taken the opportunity to write down the phone's information, including its serial number, so I could refresh the time on it when necessary. Assuming I had the money.
All done?
Adam asked. Yeah, thanks for waiting. I pulled open the car door, then kicked myself mentally. I forgot something. Adam looked at me over the car. What's up? I need something to send this. I held the phone up. And I need to write a note to explain to the librarians. He grinned. Let me send it for you? I've got loads of padded envelopes around. Really? Was this guy for real? I write books, remember? I'm always sending books through the mail. He reached into the car and pulled out a notebook, sliding it across the top of the car toward me. Write the note, and I'll send it with the phone. Let me pay you for the postage. You did the job of 3 men in 1 day. You're good. Are you sure? Write the note. Adam drummed his fingers on the car's roof. The sun was mostly down by now, so I had to write by the parking lot lights, which were yellow and orange. I'd been mulling what I might put in the note since I'd had the idea. I bent to the notebook and wrote as neatly as I could. Dear Ms. Hastings, it's Josh Kerr. I don't know if you remember me. I'm one of the kids from the Fundamental Faith. We come into the library almost every week. I'm the guy who has read all the Black Stallion books. You might have realized that our life is unusual in the faith. The truth is that it's not very good. I left, but I'm worried about the little kids. They're the ones you always have to tell to quiet down, so I wanted to ask you for a favor. When the kids show up, would you please discreetly give this phone to one of the older boys? They're named Luke and Saul. Luke would be best. He's the one with curly blonde hair. The phone has to be a secret so I can keep tabs on the kids. I know this is a strange request, but I promised them I would make sure they were safe, even after I left. Could you please give this note to the older boy you give this to as well? Thank you so much, Joshua Kerr. I reread the note. It would work. It had to. But what if Miss Hastings wouldn't do it? More motivation was needed. I bent to the paper again and added a little more. P.S. You should know that the books I got from the library have helped me more than I can say. They've changed my life and helped me find happiness I didn't know I could have. Thank you so much. That should help. It was all true. Books let me escape from the faith years before I ever figured anything out. Plus, Mary and I were together entirely because of books. Adam was watching me as I looked up from the note. Done? I nodded. Can I tear this out? Go ahead. I got the page out and folded it. Then we climbed back in the car. I held up the phone, which I had turned off to save battery, along with the charger and the note. Do you think this'll work? Adam frowned and shrugged. I think so. He extended a hand. I'll send them tomorrow. I handed him the phone and paper. Thank you. No worries. He started the car. Sky Harbor Station? I nodded. Yes, please. We drove in silence for a few minutes. Finally, Adam spoke. Josh, I know you just got out of this bizarre cult thing. He laughed. My gosh, there's a sentence I never thought I'd say. I laughed too. Drowsiness was poking at my eyes and pulling me deeper into the seat. Anyway, Adam cleared his throat. He sounded nervous. I got out of the cult? I raised my eyebrows, prompting him. Where was he going with this? Right. He stayed quiet until we stopped at a red light. He twisted to face me a little.
Josh, there's a lot more out there than the cult and getting away from it. I know. I sat up straighter, fighting the lethargy that was settling into my muscles. The clock on the dash said it was nearly 8, like Mary. Adam nodded. Yes. He let out a slow breath. Can I ask you a question? Sure. I couldn't fall asleep, not until I was on the bus. Have you ever thought about how amazing it would be to actually live with your family, the family you and Mary will have, for eternity? I chuckled softly. That's the idea. He shook his head. Traffic lights and bright storefronts and streetlights flashed by as we drove. I mean, actually for eternity. Does it seem fair that the family we make in this life just ends when we die? I thought about that. Wasn't sure what he was getting at. Maybe my brain was so tired that I couldn't really understand what Adam was saying. I mean, no, I guess. Adam turned the car right. Family's the whole thing, man. It's where we find the most happiness and joy. He turned left almost immediately. I believe we're supposed to be with our family forever. Our happiness is supposed to last forever, for eternity. That sounded good, eternity with Mary. But why did it seem like this was really important to Adam and that he had to talk about it? Anyway, Adam turned the car left and pulled to a stop almost right away. We had arrived at the station. He faced me and grinned. Just be open to all the amazing, miraculous possibilities, brother. I smiled back and extended my hand. Thanks, Adam. Really. We shook hands. I opened the door and slid out. He popped the trunk and I closed the passenger door, got my backpack, and closed the trunk. I leaned over and looked in at Adam. He was still grinning. Thank you again, I said. Go get her, Josh. I will. He drove off. I strolled into the bus station. What a difference 2 days made. I had my ticket within 10 minutes. Shanna spotted me as I walked out to the bus stalls. She must have recognized me because she started toward me. I held my ticket up. I'm good. She said nothing and just turned back to where she was talking to Mariana. I had at least 2 hours to kill, but if I sat down, I was going to fall asleep. I went to the bathroom, splashed water on my face and hair, and figured I could walk around for 2 hours. I spent some of my remaining $80 on a cherry cola and wandered the station slowly, stopping to read every sign posted in the entire place. 10:30 rolled around and I used the bathroom again, then went outside. Within a few minutes, a big bus with the lit-up Seattle sign pulled in. Passengers tromped off the bus, collected luggage, and the door closed, the driver heading out with his duffel. 20 minutes later, the new driver showed up. It was not Stephanie, which was disappointing, but I was too tired to care much. I watched her load my backpack, minus a shirt and my hoodie wrapped around it, into the same hold I'd tried to stow away in on the other bus 2 nights ago. I climbed the steps onto the bus, found my window seat, and fell into it. I had enough room to stretch my legs out. I balled up my hoodie-wrapped shirt and was asleep before the bus moved. Chapter 28. I nearly slept through our first stop, which was in Los Angeles. This wouldn't have been a problem, except I woke up really needing to use the bathroom. I fell back asleep not long after we got going again. The sight of endless cars trapped in seemingly endless traffic and dirty air and streets was pretty boring. Not a place I needed to visit again. The farther north we traveled, the prettier it got. We climbed mountains, wound between vast expanses of beautiful green trees, and drove through and past huge valleys and farmlands and areas with amazing architecture. Burgers, it turned out, were different depending on where you got them, and truck stop burgers were surprisingly great, while a couple fast food joints made truly terrible ones. After stretching my legs, arms, shoulders, neck, and even ankles during the entire stop-off before Oregon, I actually slept through the entire state. We pulled into Seattle in the mid-afternoon, on the day before I turned 18. I'd been wide awake for the last few hours, watching the scenery go by and then not enjoying at all the traffic we'd had to navigate to get into downtown Seattle.
When we were still 40 or so miles south of the city, I caught glimpses of smaller cities that must have been distant suburbs. Places with names like Renton and Kent and Black Diamond. Houses nestled in trees near lakes or up on hills. The trees were mostly pine or fir of some kind and grew thickly. We got closer and hit the traffic, and there were signs leading to the airport. A sign saying Burien passed overhead. It pointed off to the left. I stared in that direction as we passed the next few miles at a snail's pace. Mary had lived over there for the last 3 weeks. They might still be there if I'd been fast enough. I got out of the bus at the Greyhound station and grabbed my backpack, shouldering it and slowly walking up what a sign told me was 6th Avenue. Buildings, mostly no more than 10 floors, lined the far side of the street. Beyond them were smaller buildings and a slow hill that had houses on both sides of the street. The huge baseball field to my left spanned something like 10 city blocks, probably more. It looked like tens of thousands of people could fit in the seats. And not far past that was another stadium, although this one looked like it was for football. These and the parking lots around them seemed to take up several square miles. I followed 6th Avenue for a ways, just trying to get some orientation to the city while heading to something called King Street Station. I'd grabbed a transit map at the station, and King Street Station looked like a place I could get a bus or a train, legally this time, to nearly anywhere in the Seattle area. 6th Avenue met the creatively named Seattle Boulevard and seemed to stop, so I stayed on the left side of the street, following it as it angled to the left. Cars poured non-stop along the road, filling the air with the sharp smell of exhaust. Buses passed in both directions. I passed a few people walking and watched one of the many cyclists weaving among the cars, trying to cross the road. Mixing with the heavy exhaust fumes was a sweet, tangy odor that I hadn't ever smelled before. It wasn't good, especially combined with the car exhaust. As I passed yet another homeless person leaning against a wall, in a building door, or simply lying on a cardboard bed, I glanced across the huge, busy street. More buildings. I studied my map and stopped, looking left. I was here. The entrance to the station just kind of appeared next to the sidewalk. No, wait. This was the entrance to a train platform, but the actual King Street Station was a little farther along. I kept walking, passing a few more homeless people. What was the deal in Seattle that so many people didn't have a place to live? After my 2 nights of being homeless, I wished I had a bunch of extra money to hand out. I'd found benches or grassy areas to sleep, but these folks were just lying down on the sidewalk. That had to be awful. I got to where my map said King Street Station would be and stopped, confused. This was not a station. It was just a street. To the left, where I'd expected a terminal like in Phoenix, was a big drop-down to a lot of train tracks and a red brick building. Was that building the station? The map wasn't clear. I turned back and retraced my steps to the train platform entrance. There were long flights of stairs going down to each side, leading to a wide, very long platform with tracks on both sides. An elevator was on one side. If I continued straight, the covered walkway sloped downward toward the streets on the lower side that I'd been seeing. That had to be how to get to the station. Except I didn't see any buses over there. Maybe that wasn't where I wanted to go. I couldn't afford to go the wrong way here. I was here, in Seattle. They could even be moving today. I needed to find the address right away. I scanned the covered walkway. A young woman with deep red and brown hair in a ponytail walked briskly into the walkway, angling toward one of the stairways down. Hopefully she wasn't in a big hurry. Excuse me." Her stride broke momentarily, surprised at me talking to her. But she just looked at me and kept going. "Sorry, I was hoping you could help me." The young woman glanced at the platform clock and down the stairs, where the platform looked well over half full of people waiting for the train. "Sorry, I don't have any money." She reached for the railing on the stairs. "Oh, no, that's not it. I just need to find the right bus." I held out my map. She stopped and turned back. a curious expression on her freckled face. She had big eyes. Sorry? I don't think I'm in the right place. She looked at me, clearly considering whether she wanted to talk to some strange guy. I tried to smile reassuringly. I just need directions. I tried to chuckle in an embarrassed way to show her I wasn't threatening. This place is bonkers. I mentally thanked Adam for the new word. The young woman pushed a strand of hair behind her ear and stepped closer to me. She smiled nervously. She had a dark green backpack on over a sweatshirt that said Pacific Figure Skating. She was small and probably a couple years younger than me. Sure. She straightened her shoulders. Where are you trying to go? I'm trying to find King Street Station so I can get a bus or something to Burien. I pointed at my map, then down the walkway. Is that the right way? She studied my map, then smiled, shaking her head. Sort of. She pointed at the red brick building, which was visible a little ways beyond the covered walkway. That's King Street Station, but if you want a bus to Burien, you want to go here. She tapped her finger on my map, where it said Industrial District Station, and several other things. There are a ton of bus stops there. Oh, thanks. This wasn't at all clear on the map. I probably would have wandered for days trying to figure that out. I appreciate it. The young woman pulled a blue plastic card out of her pocket. It looked like a credit card. If you're going to be using the bus or train a lot, I recommend you get an Orca card. I stared blankly at her. What's that? She laughed and glanced down at the platform. Still no train. Orca card. It's this card you can buy at machines in the station. They'll be obvious. You buy a card and put however much money you want on it. Then, you just tap the card on a sensor on or near the trains or buses you're going to get on. Sounds complicated. She shook her head and hooked her free thumb in her backpack strap. It's not. I took another look at the blue card and then my map. So, there are machines at this station? Yeah. She turned back to the stairs as a train approached the tracks 30 feet below us. Oh, yeah. You'll know you're in the right place when you see a bunch of green pavilion-like things and escalators and an elevator going down. Go down the escalator and the machines are on that level. There are signs that say where to go for the buses. She headed for the stairs leading to the platform. I followed her, since I had to go back to the street anyway. Hey, thanks for your help. She tossed a smile over her shoulder. No problem. She jogged down the stairs. Good luck. Thanks again. I followed the young woman's instructions and easily found the station. It was across from a store with an incredibly long name with lots of A's and a few consonants thrown in. Uwajimaya. What did that even mean? Rather nice aromas came from the store, but I ignored them. I was so close. With $20 on my new Orca card, I followed the signs and waited for a bus to Burien. The waiting area had a sign with all the stops the bus would be making, so I compared the address I had with the street names. All I could do was guess. Or I could ask. I looked around the area, trying to find a friendly face. The tall man next to me wore a gray suit and a blue backpack over one shoulder. He could be nice. Excuse me, I said. Can you help me? No money, man. He sidled away, not even looking at me. Sorry, sir. I'm just looking for directions. The guy, still not looking at me, put some buds in his ears and ignored me. So, not everyone here was as nice as that girl. Hey, man. A fellow a little shorter than me with messy black hair and a windbreaker nodded at me. Where are you trying to get to? I showed him the address. Can you tell me what stop I should get off to be close to that? The fellow grinned and held his phone up. Sure can. His fingers moved fast on his phone. Let me see that address again? I held out the paper. He glanced at his phone, then the paper, then the map of bus stops. He tapped one of the bus stop dots. Right here. You'll be 3 blocks from it. I memorized the stop name. Wow, thank you. No problem, man. He turned away, facing the street, but then he looked back at me. His gaze rested on my face for a long moment. You okay? Oh, yeah. Just got into town and don't know my way around. I shifted my backpack a little higher. I can't help but notice you don't have a phone. He wiggled his sleek-looking device. Kind of unusual. I shrugged. Not enough money yet. He nodded.
Where'd you come in from, if you don't mind my asking?
Pennsylvania. I shook my head. I mean, via Phoenix.
Hold up.
He half turned to face me.
Are you telling me you traveled across the country, then up across like 7 states to Seattle, all without a phone?
I trailed off. Everyone I'd seen outside the faith had a cell phone, except for me. Yeah, I got some rides, had a lot of help.
That's impressive in this day and age.
Thanks. I had no idea what else to say to that. Thankfully, the bus showed up at that moment. I glanced at the guy who'd helped me. You getting on?
Nah, going to SeaTac.
I nodded. Thanks for your help. Being careful to clear the gap between the bus door and the curb, I hopped on. The doors slid closed as I looked around for a place to sit. There were 2 sections of the bus, connected with an articulated middle part. There were places to sit and a wider space for passengers to stand. I found a place to sit on the right side in the middle and kept my eyes open. The bus drove through a long, wide tunnel and had to stop for a few minutes every little while to let people off and on. Eventually, we went up a ramp and out into daylight. We left the downtown area behind almost immediately. In fact, it looked like we were going back down the same huge highway the Greyhound bus had come up an hour or so ago. Before long, we turned off the huge road and into another area with shops and businesses, with houses a few streets down. The bus made its way down what I assumed was a road that went all the way through Burien. As the voice announcing the stops spoke, I watched outside. People came and went, going about the kind of life that I'd never experienced. Not one of these people would have heard of the faith. If I met them, they'd be shocked to hear I'd been in a cult my entire life, until a few days ago. Cars of all sizes sped everywhere, passing the bus constantly. The bus stopped every minute or so as passengers pulled a cord to make a red light turn on and a buzzer sound up front. I waited for my stop, watching carefully outside the bus. I might even catch sight of Sanders' big dark SUV, although I'd seen plenty of those, and had no real idea if they were Sanders. But maybe I'd see Mary, and I could get the bus to stop, and I could leap off the bus and run and catch her before she disappeared. The voice announced my stop. My heart flipped a couple times, snagging in my lungs. I pulled the cord and stood, forcing myself to breathe normally. She had to be there. I'd only taken 5 days to get up here. More like 4.5. That was a week since her message. She had been with her father for nearly 4 weeks already. Crap. If he'd been planning on moving from the start, that was plenty of time to be gone from the address I had. My luck had to hold. The bus came to a stop. The door slid open, and I stepped out into Burien. It was just as busy and crazy as Seattle, only with smaller buildings. An airplane roared overhead, looking like it was angling down. It had to be landing. There had been signs pointing to the airport nearby. I pulled out the address and looked around, then walked to the nearest corner and studied the street signs. None of these matched the street on my paper. I had no idea where to start, except for asking for help, again. Swiveling in place, I spotted a gas station with a convenience store attached. A tall guy with long hair and glasses stood behind the counter. "Excuse me," I began. "Can you help me find this address?" The guy blinked at me, then squinted.
"Just use your GPS."
I shrugged. "No phone." He gawked, then shook his head.
Okay. What's the address?"
He grabbed his phone from the counter near the cash register. I read him the address and he tapped it in.
"Oh, dude, you're like 3 blocks away."
Relief flooded into me. Almost there. He gave me directions, which I wrote on my hand, and I took off. Jogging down the road, I took my first right up a street that had a business on the corner, but immediately after that had houses. They were all 2-story houses with red brick fronts and a large porch. I crossed the first street I came to, walking now, and continued straight. I wanted to run, but I really didn't want to find Mary and be out of breath. More of the same kinds of houses lined at both sides of the street. A car approached and passed, not a dark SUV. When the next corner came, I crossed the street and turned left. An apartment building rose beyond 3 houses ahead, filling the rest of the block. That was it. I took off running. Worrying about breathing hard was stupid. I glanced at the address on my paper for the 100th time. Apartment 7. Sprinting across the street to the apartment building, I quickly scanned the parking lot. No black SUV. Not the end of the world. He could be out, and she could be home packing boxes. The apartment numbers were hard to see from the sidewalk. I craned my head to see and finally figured out the pattern. 7 would be on the 4th floor, on the far right end. I ran back that way and threw myself up the stairs, pulling on the metal handrail to help me get up as fast as possible. My muscles had ached when I got off the bus, but I was fine now, strong. I could have flown up the stairs. And then I stood in front of apartment 7. The door was closed. Why wouldn't it be? I was an idiot. She wasn't going to be waiting at the door, ready to fling herself at me. I scrubbed sweat from my face and forehead and straightened my clothes. I knocked. This was it. I'd made it. The door didn't open. I knocked again and leaned closer to the door, listening. No sound came from inside. No footsteps, no music. No noise like someone was packing. Nothing. Maybe they were out getting food. I stood there for another minute, then knocked again, as loud as I could, because maybe Mary was taking a nap or something. But she wasn't. I was too late. I swore and knocked again, louder, angrily. It was more of a punch. Too late. After everything I'd done, tearing every muscle in my body to make Adam's path, nearly falling off a train, hiding in a luggage hold, running from authorities, all for nothing. She was gone. Chapter 29. A shiver crashed through me, stealing all the strength from my limbs. I stumbled back from the door and sat down hard on the steps leading to the 5th floor. My backpack caught on the next step up and pulled uncomfortably on my shoulders. I shrugged it off, letting it fall down the steps to land mostly in front of me. After that amazing day working with Adam, it had felt like this was going to work out. Things were going my way. I'd worked so hard and made the money I needed. I'd even been able to finally figure out what I could do to keep tabs on the kids in Cooperton. It should have worked. I was here. The door to apartment 7 stood there, closed, not caring. Why would it? It was inanimate metal. I could punch it, maybe kick it, and put a dent in it. It still wouldn't care. But Mary had lived behind that door for a while, touched the knob, gone down and up the same stairs I'd sprinted up. She'd lived here for 2 weeks at least. Maybe 3. Maybe until yesterday. Maybe even until this morning. I could have missed them by an hour or a week, and they'd still be just as disappeared and out of reach. I should punch the damn door, but I just sat there staring blankly. I tried to force my brain to think of a new plan, something amazing that would help me figure out where they'd gone and a way to get there. My brain was empty. Not even the good empty that came from meditation, just stupid, exhausted, and blank. Mary, I made it. Why couldn't she still be behind the dumb door? I was supposed to be holding her now. We were supposed to already be laughing about the dumb things I'd done. I should be holding her hand, hearing her voice. Something in my chest cracked open. Hot tears spilled down my cheeks. I leaned forward and down and punched the concrete landing under my feet. It hurt. It felt good. Tears splattered, wet spots expanding as the concrete absorbed them. I punched with the other fist. That one hurt more. I stayed that way until my neck complained. Straightening my back, I scrubbed the tears from my face again. I turned 18 tomorrow, and I still cried like a baby. I needed to get this under control. I leaned on the step behind me and looked out over the part of Burien I could see. The gray day had grown a little grayer. Now what? There was only one thing to do. I'd have to find somewhere to live temporarily, hopefully near a library, get some work and earn money. Check the internet for Christopher Sanders' business until the address changed to wherever they were now. That could take forever.
It might never work if Sanders had realized that his business address could be found online and lead me to him and Mary. But the phone number. There was a phone number on that business listing. That had to be Sanders' number. I would have to call him if the address never changed. He would answer the phone, not knowing it was me. I'd have to say the exact right things so he didn't hang up. Mary had once said I was good with words 3 years and 2 weeks ago. I could do it. I'd prefer to track them down and see Mary before I had to face Sanders, but if that didn't work out, I'd call him. I would have to. And I wasn't going to wait a month. I'd give them a week, maybe less, 5 days, or 2 days. 2 days, at most. I stood, my knees aching from all the abuse. Light, misty rain drifted from the low clouds. Extending one hand out past the stairwell roof, I caught some tiny drops and rubbed them on my face. Hanging my backpack over a shoulder, I headed for the stairs, but stopped at the door to apartment 7. It was stupid, but you never knew. Maybe she had been sleeping deeply and was awake now. I rapped on the door as hard as I could. Waited. Nothing. I turned toward the stairs. Time to find a library. A door opened on the floor below. I followed the noise and found a young woman around Mary's age standing at the bottom of the stairs. She was staring up at me.
"Are you Josh?"
Chapter 30. I'm Josh. How did she... Then I remembered. Mary had talked about a friend downstairs named Olivia. I dropped down a few stairs, my hand sliding down the cold metal rail. "Are you Olivia?" She nodded and smiled, her expression excited. Tight brown curls bounced, and the skin around her dark brown eyes crinkled as she grinned.
"Oh my gosh, Mary said you might come in a couple of weeks, not a few days later."
My hand tightened on the rail. "Mary talked to you?" Her brows furrowed.
"I mean, of course she did. She's smart."
She waved me down the stairs.
"She told me to tell you where she went and to give you a message."
My chest was going to crack open. It wasn't over. I wouldn't have to wait a week. I hurried down the stairs, a grin spreading across my face. "So, she told you where they moved to?" Olivia's eyes glowed as she leaned forward.
"Kind of. She didn't know where they were moving to, but her dad registered her at Tahoma High School."
"Tacoma?" She shook her head.
"No, Tahoma, with an H."
She bounced from foot to foot.
"I can't believe you're already here."
I closed my eyes and committed the name to memory. Tahoma High School. "Do you know where that is?" Olivia pulled a phone out of her back pocket, her grin even wider.
"Well, yeah. I looked it up."
She tapped on her phone, then turned it around so I could see the screen. Maple Valley. Still in Washington. Thank heaven. I pulled out my paper to write the address down, but didn't have a pen. "Do you have a pen or pencil?" She gasped, a couple fingers touching her bottom lip.
"Why don't you just look it up yourself?"
This again. I resisted rolling my eyes. "I don't have one?"
"Oh my gosh, that's right."
She ran into her apartment, whose door was still open. Olivia reappeared in a second and handed me a pencil.
"You grew up in the same weird cult or whatever, and you still don't have a phone."
"Nope." I wrote the address down as she showed me again. It was more important to get here fast than to buy a cell phone.
"How'd you get here so fast anyway?"
Fast? Not really. I didn't really want to take the time to describe the whole journey.
"She said you were in Pennsylvania."
Olivia's face screwed up as she thought.
"That's like across the country, and you got here by yourself?"
She looked over the short wall that kept the landing from having an open drop-off to the ground below.
"Did you steal a car?"
I laughed. "No, and I was actually in Arizona between Pennsylvania and here."
"Oh, she didn't tell me that."
Olivia cocked her head to one side.
"But why were you there? And how did you get here?"
Arranging a polite smile on my face, I fought the urge to just turn and leave. "It's a long story, and I really need to find Mary." Olivia's grin spread across her face.
"Oh yeah, you gotta go."
I stepped around her and headed down the stairs, then stopped and turned back to Olivia. "Oh, sorry. Thank you so much." This time smiling at her was easy. "You saved the day." She bounced on her toes.
"You're welcome."
She pulled her phone from her pocket and walked to her apartment. "Wait!" I was a moron. "Did Mary's father give her a new phone? Or a new number?" Olivia's lips pressed together.
"Yes."
She crossed her arms.
"Or at least he was going to."
Of course it couldn't be that easy. "Okay, thanks anyway."
"But she has my number, so you better tell her to text me when you're back together,"
Olivia called after me.
"Now go get your girl."
I ran down the stairs and back toward the bus stop. Maple Valley. I needed to get to Maple Valley. Chapter 31. Standing at the bus stop to get back to the station, I counted the money I had left. $40. It wasn't much, but it should get me where I needed to go. A clock on a nearby bank told me I had 6 minutes before the bus showed up. So I hurried into the nearest fast food place and grabbed a sandwich, eating at the bus stop. An hour later, I was back at the station, studying an incredibly complex, multicolored map of all of the public transit in and around Seattle. It looked like I could take a bus down to Maple Valley, or I could get on a train in 15 minutes and get off at Kent, then maybe take a taxi or bus from there. The train wouldn't get stuck in traffic, so that was the one. I found myself on the walkway I'd been on earlier, asking for help from that nice young lady. Heading down the stairs, the platform was a little confusing, as it looked like trains would come on both sides. I asked somebody, and they told me which side to wait for. The train showed up, looking like it had come from the middle of Seattle, and I got on and stood in a corner, since all the seats were taken. The smell reminded me of the one time we'd gone to a zoo in Philadelphia. Talking people filled the train car with a low hum, which was mostly drowned out by the noise of the train getting started and rolling over the tracks. Not even 100 yards out of the station, we passed a giant tent city tucked under a highway overpass. A homeless camp? There had to be 20 or more tents there, at least somewhat out of the rain. The train rolled on, the windows fogging up. This was a lot better than dangling off the back of a freight car. If the train arrived on schedule, I would be in Kent a little before 5. That meant Maple Valley sometime around 6, maybe earlier. But I still didn't have an address for Mary and her father. Besides, there were enough cities close to Maple Valley that I had no reason to believe that they lived in the same city as her high school. So, I would have to find Mary at Tahoma High School. Except I was going to get there at 6 in the evening. I didn't know when school got done for the day in the real world, but it had to be done already. That young woman I'd gotten help from had been younger than Mary. She should have been in school, so she had probably already gotten done for the day. So I could go to Tahoma High School right away, but it would almost for sure be dark and closed up. No way was she still there. And if by some crazy lucky break I found someone in an office there, I had some serious doubts that they would give me the address of one of their students. Which meant I would need to find somewhere to spend the night in the area, and get out to the high school the next day. Light rain droplets combined on the train's windows to form rivulets as the train continued through an area south of Seattle that had giant cranes that rose at least a few 100 feet into the air. Rain meant the ground would be wet. I didn't want to sleep outside like I'd been doing. The image of the many homeless people I'd seen in and around downtown Seattle returned. What did they do when it was raining? Just get wet? That had to be miserable. I would find something. I just needed one night. Then I'd find Mary. Then... where the hell was I going to live? The chances of Sanders letting me live with him and his daughter were pretty much non-existent. He might let me sleep on a couch for a night, maybe 2. But he had already done everything to cut Mary's contact with me off. He might not even let me stay one night. Maybe I needed to keep my presence here a secret. Would Mary be okay with that? The train rumbled over a crossing that clanged louder as we approached, then quickly got softer as we passed. Cars, headlights diffused by the rain, waited at the flashing red lights. No, that wasn't going to happen. I would face Sanders and tell him I was here to stay. He might not like it, but that was too bad. I would be polite and show him I understood his concerns, and I would not back down. We weren't going to hide. So I needed to find a job and a place to stay as fast as possible. The train rumbled under a few highway overpasses and pulled into Kent Station. I got off, landing on a platform that had a few benches and overhangs to stay out of the rain. I stood under one for a moment and watched most of the passengers who'd gotten off file to a glass-encased stairway and head up, then cross over the tracks on an enclosed walkway. The walkway ended at a tall parking structure. The side of the tracks that the train had let passengers out on had mostly houses and warehouses as far as I could see, so the far side of the tracks seemed to have more of the city of Kent. I followed the other passengers and went down some stairs, emerging in an open plaza with benches and concrete planters and some strange art. I studied another transit map on the wall of the garage, but all it had was information on the train I'd just gotten off of. Pedestrians, cars, and even cyclists passed the station and filled the streets, heading deeper into the city. Restaurants and shops lined the streets, most of them no taller than 1 story. Cars streamed out of the parking garage as I crossed the street, hoping to find a place to get out of the rain and find some information. Maybe some food. As I strolled in front of storefronts, I kept a lookout for information on how to get to Maple Valley. Nothing appeared. Only a wet sidewalk intermittently covered by awnings and building features, with dark power poles every block or so. In contrast with downtown Seattle, I didn't see any homeless people in Kent. Maybe that was because of the rain, and they all had somewhere to go. The rain had grown heavier, although it still wasn't anywhere near as strong as the rain we usually got in Cooperton. This stuff seemed to fill every bit of the air, so you were breathing it in with every breath. My hoodie was not keeping me warm and dry. It was soaked on the outside and getting damper on the inside. I needed to find somewhere to spend the night, somewhere out of the rain. Here on the sidewalk wouldn't work. Rain was being blown in under the awnings and doorways. Besides, business owners would for sure tell me to leave. I glanced over my shoulder. The highway the train had passed under was over that way, maybe a mile or less. If I couldn't find anything else, I would camp out under there. At least it should be dry. There were probably homeless folks there, but they'd let me stay, wouldn't they? That would be Plan B, if I couldn't find somewhere else to spend the night. But first, food. An amazing aroma hit my nose as I walked in front of a small restaurant with bamboo dividers inside and a big pink flower painted on the large pane window at the front. A menu was taped to the window. The prices looked right, and the smell filling my nose was making my stomach growl like crazy. I went in. The place was warm, dry, and about half full. Paper lanterns hung above each table, and a long table at the far end of the restaurant looked like a place they could serve food from. It was empty. I followed the young man at the front counter to a table. My food came out a few minutes after I ordered. It was a huge portion, and it steamed. It even came with rice. I took a bite, and my mouth exploded. Amazing flavors filled my senses. I ate every bite of the vegetables and beef and every grain of rice. When the server came by and dropped a paper on my table, I put up my hand to slow her down. "Sorry, can I ask you a question?" The girl held a notepad she was using to take orders. "Sure." "Do you know if there's somewhere I can spend the night?" She frowned. "There's a motel, maybe 8 or 10 blocks that way." She pointed the direction I'd been walking. I smiled awkwardly. No," I shrugged. "I can't afford that. Is there a shelter or something?" Her brows furrowed. "A shelter?" She tapped her notepad with her pen. "I don't know, sorry." She crossed to another table across the restaurant. I'd seen how to pay restaurant bills in a movie, so I left enough cash for the bill she left, and a couple dollars for a tip, then left. Dark was falling already, bringing more of a chill. This was not a night I wanted to spend outside.
A man in a heavily padded jacket strode out of a restaurant a few doors down. He crossed the sidewalk to a running car. I jogged to catch up. "Sir, sorry to bother you." He waved a hand dismissively. "I don't carry cash, bro." "No, I'm just looking for a shelter or some place I can spend the night in." The man straightened from putting his food in the back seat. His lips curled. "Good Lord, just get a job." "I plan on it. Do you know where I could find a job? Or a shelter?" The guy got in his car, slammed the door, and drove off. Jerk! Chapter 32. I asked every pedestrian I passed for the next half hour. Some were friendly, some thought I was asking for money, and one guy actually just handed me $5 and hurried on his way. But nobody knew about a shelter in Kent. A violent shiver crackled through my body. The cold and wet were sinking into my bones. I needed to find somebody who lived here, somebody who actually knew their way around. The next restaurant I found served Mexican food. The man at the counter shook his head at my question, and I moved on. Another place had a woman who said she'd heard of something on the north end of town, but she waved in a direction that was definitely not north. I came to a small electronics store on a corner. A cross sticker, silver and brown, was in the bottom left of the big pane window. Next to it was a long blue sticker with white writing in a different language. It looked warm in there. The door bumped a bell hanging above it as I went in. Wire shelves filled the space, leaving narrow aisles between them. A glass counter made the shape of an L along the left wall and the back of the store. The man behind the counter was shorter than me and had a serious expression on his face as he looked up at me. "Closing in 5 minutes." He bent back to his register. I made my way through the narrow space. "Sorry, but I'm actually looking for a shelter or some place I can spend the night out of the rain." The man looked me up and down. He had black hair that stuck out all over and dark, intelligent eyes. A woman about the same height as him came out of a back room, carrying a blue plastic bin. She looked at me, raised an eyebrow, and walked behind the man, who I could only assume was her husband. The man glanced at her, then back to me. "Catholic Community Services is on Smith Street." He pointed out the front of his store. "Take this street. Go 10 blocks. "Thank you so much." Finally. I rubbed my arms and turned back toward the door. This part I had definitely needed to plan better. I hadn't thought this at all through. Where was I supposed to go if I didn't find Mary up here? Maybe my next plan, whatever that had to be, would work out better. "Young man." I turned at the man's voice. His wife stood next to him behind the counter. She straightened. I had the impression that she'd been talking to him. "You aren't from here?" Rubbing my hands together, I blew warm air into them. "No, I just got here from Arizona." I smiled. "It's a lot colder and wetter here." "You don't have anywhere to stay?" The woman leaned on the counter with her elbows. "Why did you come here?" "It's a long story. Maybe I could draw the conversation out for a while and try to dry off in the warm store. I'm trying to find my girlfriend. One day it wouldn't feel weird calling Mary that." "You came to Kent from Phoenix for your girlfriend?" The man's lips parted with a grin. "From nice and warm to wet and cold." He laughed and went back to work. "Why didn't she pick you up?" The woman tilted her head to one side, tapping her fingertips on the glass counter. "Well, actually, I started in Pennsylvania." Another shiver cut through me. "We both just got out of a bad thing, a cult, but they sent me away while her father took her out. Maybe that would get their attention." The woman straightened, her lips turning down. "A cult?" "Not like a satanic one," I thought fast. "It's just like a house where a bunch of people live, and rescue animals, and teach from the Bible and sing and stuff. But they don't treat the kids well, so we got out." She visibly relaxed. Your girlfriend lives here? With her father? I nodded. So far, so good. I could walk the 10 blocks, but I wouldn't mind being a little drier. Yeah, I was sent to Phoenix, where they have a ranch, but I left there a few days ago to find her. That was putting it mildly. Her name's Mary. I'm Josh. I rubbed at my arms, hoping to warm the sleeves so they would dry faster. The woman glanced at her husband, smiling wide. So romantic. He rolled his eyes and muttered something I couldn't make out. She turned back to me. Anyway, I said fast, trying to keep her attention for a few more moments of warmth. They just moved to Maple Valley, but I don't know where. I'm going to find her tomorrow. Why not call them? The man looked at me suspiciously. He probably thought I was making all of this up. No phone. Not enough money either. I shook out my hands. The cold was slowly leaving my stiff fingers. Also, I don't have their number. The woman nodded. Well, good luck. She turned away. The shelter's not so far. They're very good there. Time to leave. I smiled at the man. Thank you for your help. I turned and hit the sidewalk again, the door jangling its bell. The rain had stopped, but there was a real chill in the air now. My breath fogged out from my mouth as I headed in the direction the woman had indicated. It sounded like it was less than a mile, so I should be there before I froze completely. I got to the corner and waited for a couple cars to pass, their tires making a sort of sizzling wet sound on the rain-drenched roads. The traffic lights and street lights gleamed off the water. Young man! I turned at the voice. It was the old man from the electronics shop. Wait! He raised a hand. Come back here. Did he think I'd stolen something while I was in his store? He didn't sound angry. I covered the 15 feet between us. Actually, the man said, they closed earlier. You have to get there by 2 p.m. to try to get a bed. Great. Sorry, I should have remembered. That's all right. My breath fogged out as I considered my options, of which there was one. Under the overpass. I nodded at the man. I'll find something. Hopefully any homeless folks there would be willing to share their fire. I went back down the sidewalk as the man nodded, lips turned in an apologetic frown, and stepped back into his store. Nice guy. At least he hadn't wanted to lead me astray. I continued down the sidewalk, trying to figure out how to get to the overpass. I would have to cross the tracks. With the rain stopped, the cold seemed to be increasing. Did rain keep the air warm? That didn't make any sense. My nose felt like it was turning into an icicle. A car splashed by. Young man! I stopped and turned, confused. It was the same man. I recognized his voice. Come here! He waved me toward him. He stood in the door of his shop. I'm sorry, I said. Was there something else? Where are you going? The man looked me up and down as he spoke. His wife joined him in the doorway. Embarrassed to admit what my plan was, I shrugged. I don't know. Just somewhere warm and dry. The woman whispered in the man's ear. He jerked around to stare at her, surprise on his features. Is there a different shelter? I had no idea what she'd said. One that doesn't close so early? The man put up a hand. Yes, wait. He bent close to his wife and whispered back to her. Her face tightened, and she said something back. The man stared at his wife for a few long moments, then appeared to accept whatever she'd said with a sigh. He turned to me. Come in here. He waved at me to follow as the couple walked back into the shop. I followed, confused. The woman met my gaze, nodded, then disappeared through a curtain into the back room. The man walked briskly back around his countertop and faced me. There's another shelter, but it's for chronic homeless, with drug problems. He raised an eyebrow at me, pursing his lips. No drugs, right? He tapped a pen on the glass countertop. This was weird. No way. What was he getting at? If there wasn't another shelter, why did they bring me back in here? He breathed noisily through his nose. The shelter is good, but when it's raining like this, it's probably full too. He rolled his eyes and set the pen firmly down. Oh. So back to plan B. A mile through the rain, and then maybe I could dry out if the folks there had a fire. Well, thank you for your help. I turned for the door, bumping a display of tools. I reached out and straightened them, then headed for the door. Again. Why had they brought me back in? Okay, fine. The man's voice pulled me back from his door, again. His arms were crossed on his chest. You can sleep here. His wife pushed out from the curtained back room with a sleeping bag and space heater, the plug wrapped neatly under the handle. What? He couldn't be serious. You'll let me sleep here? The woman set the heater and sleeping bag on the counter.
First, you sweep the store.
The man produced a broom and dustpan.
And there's no cash in the register.
I looked from one to the other, tears springing to my eyes. No, I wasn't going to cry in front of these nice people. Clearing my suddenly tight throat, I nodded. Okay. Yes. Thank you so much.
Plug the heater in down there.
The woman pointed at an outlet I hadn't seen under the ledge of the counter. I reached for the broom. The man raised an eyebrow at me.
Maybe take your backpack off?
I nodded and shrugged it off, setting it against a nearby wall. Hands grabbed at my shoulders. I flinched and found the woman pulling my wet hoodie off.
This is too wet. I'll dry it for you.
I watched her for a moment, then took the broom from her husband. Thank you, but why would you do this for a stranger?
It's the Christian thing to do.
The man nodded and slipped back behind the counter. His wife disappeared through the curtain again. He waved his hand at the floor.
Go on, sweep.
Chapter 33. The sleeping bag was warm, and the space heater let me dry out my clothes. It was a little strange to take off my clothes and set them out near the heater in the middle of a store. But the light was off, and a maze of shelves dripping with electronic components blocked the view from the street. I woke early the next morning, seriously needing a bathroom. Dim, pale light filtered in through the large pane window at the front of the store. A car drove by every few seconds. A simple digital clock on the wall said it was just past 6. My clothes were dry, albeit cold, since it looked like the space heater turned itself off at some point. Or maybe the couple came through late at night and turned it off so it didn't burn their store down. Either way, I pulled my last set of clean clothes from my backpack and put them on. I barely noticed any soreness in my back and thighs anymore. Amazing what a couple good nights of sleep could do for a body. I listened for any activity through the curtain. Somebody was moving back there. I unzipped the sleeping bag all the way as noisily as I could and opened it to air it out. I was pretty sure I had been a bit damp when I slid in there last night, so it only made sense to let it dry. Wrapping the cord around the space heater's handle, I set it on the glass countertop, a little louder than I needed to. The woman emerged. She saw me and nodded.
Sleep well?
Yes, thank you. I made a show of looking around the shop. Do you have a bathroom I can use? She nodded once and beckoned me to follow her. I grabbed my pack so I could brush my teeth and freshen up. The woman led me into an organized back room, whose walls were covered in shelves full of boxes. A fridge was on one wall next to a deep, tough-looking sink. A closed metal door looked like it must lead to a side street. We kept going through the room and through an open door into a room with hardwood floors, lighter colored than the floors in Cooperton. This was their house. It was simple and lovely. Wood floors with rugs here and there stretched from wall to wall. The furniture was light-colored with wood frames. Their kitchen was across the open space that formed their dining room and living room. She pointed down a hallway to the right.
Down there.
She picked up a towel from a chair.
You should shower to smell good for your girl.
I took the towel and found the bathroom. The glorious hot water from the shower drove the last of the cold from my body. How did I keep meeting such nice people? I thought back on my journey from Phoenix to Kent. I definitely encountered very helpful, kind people. But I'd also been rebuffed and ignored and chased by a lot more people. Maybe it was just the odds. You couldn't always get tails when you flipped a coin. Whatever the reason, these folks were being far kinder than I had any right to expect. I turned the hot water off, not wanting to take advantage of their kindness. Dressed, my teeth brushed for the first time in a couple of days, I emerged with my backpack repacked. The woman motioned me toward the kitchen, where she was scooping something hot into a small, delicate red bowl.
"Come and eat."
I should go. I lifted my pack to my shoulder. You've been so kind. I couldn't impose any more.
"Stupid."
She shook her head and set the bowl on the narrow, raised wood counter attached to her work counter.
"Soup and rice will make you strong for your girl."
It smelled amazing. Hunger had somehow returned despite the massive dinner I'd had the night before. Okay, thank you so much.
"Sit."
She came around and indicated one of the stools near the counter. I obeyed and set my pack down. The soup and rice steamed next to a small fork. I was supposed to eat soup with a fork? She laughed at what must have been my visible confusion.
"Sip it."
I lifted the bowl and sipped. It was hot, sharp, and full of tangy and soft bits that tasted incredible. Following the sip with a bite of the sticky rice felt like I'd been transported to a different world. Within minutes, I'd finished while she bustled around and her husband appeared from a room deeper in the house. I stood and lifted my bag. I can't thank you enough. The man looked at me and grunted, scooping some rice into a white bowl like the one I'd used. The woman nodded.
"You're welcome."
Is there something I can do to pay you back? I checked their kitchen clock. It was only 8 o'clock. I had time to be polite. Besides, they'd let a random stranger sleep in their store and shower and eat in their home. Who did that? The man glanced at me, then his wife. He nodded. The woman beckoned me to follow her into the storage room between their house and the shop. She pointed at a corner.
"Leave your backpack there."
I obeyed and joined her at the door she had opened. A few stacks of boxes sat in a narrow alley.
"Delivery this morning."
She pointed at the names on the boxes.
"You can put these where they go."
She walked over to one of the shelves.
"The names on the boxes match the shelves."
She tapped a finger on a white sticker with black lettering that said, "Resistors." Okay. She handed me a utility knife.
"Put them in the correct bins, please."
Got it. I headed out and grabbed the top box, checked the name, and studied the labeled shelves. I spotted the shelf and found several bins there with different sizes and types. I sorted the cardboard box into the bins and broke down the box, adding it to a pile next to one of the shelves. Compared to hauling flagstones, it was easy work. I had it done in what felt like an hour, maybe a little more. Setting the knife on a small work table, I grabbed my pack and ducked through the curtain into the store, where the woman was turning her sign to open. I caught her eye. "All done." She nodded.
"Fast. Very good."
"Thank you." "No, really. Thank you so much." I put my backpack on a shoulder and stepped out from the counter. "You've been so kind." She went behind the counter and made a note in a ledger.
"You're welcome."
She glanced up at me and made a strange sound, smacking her forehead with one hand.
"Oh, I forgot. Wait here."
The sleeping bag was still where I'd left it. I zipped it and rolled it, glancing out the front window. The rain had stopped, although there was no sign of the sun. The entire sky was almost uniform light gray. I set the sleeping bag on the counter at the same moment the woman came back. She had my hoodie draped over her arm. "Thank you again," I said. I shifted from foot to foot, then said what had been on my mind since the night before. "I don't know your names." I smiled to try to make the dumb statement sound less awkward. She laughed softly.
"Guan. My husband is Steve, and I am June."
"Mrs. Guan, thank you so much. And thank your husband, too, please." I looked pointedly at my hoodie on her arm.
"You are welcome."
She lifted my hoodie and sniffed.
"This sweater is no good."
She held my oldest article of clothing by the ratty shoulders. It hung from her hands, the once bright green faded, and I had to agree. The cuffs were beyond fraying. One of them was half off. The bottom seam was open most of the way around, and the stitching holding the hood to the jacket part had gaps in it. There was also a hole on the back, near the bottom. It's old, but I can still use it. At least it was dry. She flopped the hoodie on the counter.
Wait!
She hurried back through the curtain. I lifted the hoodie and slid my arms through the sleeves. It was tight. My wrists stuck way out from the torn-up cuffs. The zipper caught halfway up and wouldn't go higher. Yeah, this thing was worn out, but it would keep me warm. I lifted my backpack and set it on my shoulders. The clock said it was just past 9 o'clock. Time to head out to Maple Valley and find Tahoma High School. Mrs. Guan came back out, the black curtain billowing behind her. She held a hoodie.
That sweater is too old. It's not good anymore.
She offered me the hoodie she'd brought with her. It was dark blue and was in far better shape than mine.
You can have this one.
She looked me up and down.
A young man like you needs to stay warm.
Oh, I couldn't. Except the hoodie she was offering had a fleece lining. And no fraying anywhere. It looked toasty.
Your choice.
She made a soft sound in her nose.
Stay cold and wet, or be warm.
Well, I slid the backpack to the floor. When you put it that way. I pulled my old hoodie off and set it on my backpack, then accepted the offered upgrade. It was warm and a little big, but it felt great. Mrs. Guan nodded.
It was our son's. He played football for the high school. Big boy like you.
She held out her hand.
I'll throw away your old one.
Throw it away? My old hoodie? I shook my head. Oh, that's okay. This new hoodie would have been way too warm in Faith Valley and Phoenix, but it seemed perfect for up here. But I couldn't give up my old hoodie. I'd worn it in the cabin when I ran away. I'd been wearing that hoodie for all of the important things I'd ever done. I think I'll keep it.
Keep it?
She laughed.
Just to take up space? You're not going to wear it again, are you?
Just to take up space. Was that all it would do? She was right. I wasn't going to wear it again. I could barely get it on. Maybe I should just let her take it. I was starting a new life here and didn't need to find space for that thing in my backpack. I'd still have those memories, those shining moments, even without the hoodie. I took it off the pack and studied the old, worn thing. I met Mrs. Guan's eyes. She hadn't moved. She could have stayed there all day, just waiting for me. I handed her the hoodie. Thank you. She nodded.
You're welcome.
Really, thank you so much. I forced myself to stop looking at the old hoodie. I was being dumb.
I said you're welcome.
I laughed. Take care. I shouldered my pack and headed for the door.
Hey, young man!
Mr. Guan's voice made me turn around again. The black curtain billowed from his passing. Mr. Guan, I grinned, thank you so much. He waved my thanks away.
It's nothing.
He raised an eyebrow.
If you're looking for work, our favorite barbecue restaurant in Maple Valley is hiring. Johnny B's. Let them know Steve and June Guan sent you.
I struggled to speak. All I could do was nod my thanks again and push through the door. The bell above the door jingled, and I stepped out onto the sidewalk. The morning was chilly, but not wet with rain. The cool breeze on my face cooled cheeks I hadn't realized had grown hot in the Guan's store. I zipped the new hoodie down a bit to let the cool air in and started up the street, following my mental map toward Maple Valley. And Mary. Chapter 34. I checked how much cash I had left. $30 and some coins. I could get one of the taxis that drove by every few minutes and get there faster, probably leaving me out of money. Or, I pulled my Orca card out, I could get a bus or two. They had rumbled by a couple times as well, albeit a lot fewer than taxis. I studied the sign at the next bus stop, trying to figure out how I would know if it went to Maple Valley. There was no indication. The paper behind the plastic protector just gave times that the buses would come by. I waited for the next bus. After the other people waiting had gotten on, I asked the driver, "Does this go to Maple Valley?" He shook his head. "Renton. You want 161 or 168. I stepped back, and he closed the door and pulled away. Kent was a busy place. Cars and motorcycles and trucks streamed by constantly. A train horn sounded down the way, back at Kent Station. Big white birds with long, pale beaks seemed to be everywhere, picking up food discarded by someone and pecking at trash. A bus turned onto the street 2 blocks away and approached. I watched for the number. 161. This was it. Best to be sure. The door opened and I put a foot on the step. "You go to Maple Valley?" The driver nodded. "Sure do." "The high school?" He grinned. "Bit late for school, but yep." I tapped my card on the sensor and got on, finding all the seats taken. Carefully making my way down the aisle, I grabbed one of the hanging rubber handles and held on as the bus got moving, and almost immediately headed up a hill. At the top of the hill was a high school, but it wasn't the one I needed. The bus angled right and drove through a busy city that seemed like it was entirely shops, grocery stores, restaurants, hospitals and clinics, and mechanics. This must be another downtown area, with houses spread out from it like in the other cities. We passed a big park with a lake, Lake Meridian. Did lakes freeze up here like they did in Pennsylvania? Maybe in the summer you could swim in that lake. The pond on the Faith's property was entirely too infested with geese and their droppings to even consider going for a swim. The bus stopped every couple of minutes, letting people off and on. Seats opened up, but I stayed on my feet. I could see more this way. A sign caught my eye off to the right. Legendary Donuts. They spelled donut weirdly. A legendary donut sounded pretty good right about now. Probably better than the last one I'd had from the bags Malachi brought around a couple times. Would he have ever believed I'd do all this? Probably not, if I were honest. He hadn't gone far when he'd left. And he'd held on to all that anger, so hard it seemed like it had poisoned him. Wherever he was, I hoped he could see me, see what I'd been able to do, especially with all the help I'd received. He'd deserved better. We had all deserved better. The bus rumbled louder as it climbed a long, slow hill with tall green trees on one side and stores and houses on the other. The clock at the front, above the driver, said I'd been standing on this bus for just over 30 minutes. My legs felt like they'd been standing a lot longer. I sat when the next seat opened up. As I set my backpack on my lap, it occurred to me that I hadn't dug past the tightly packed clothes since I stuffed everything in here. I checked the side pocket that zipped up. Flashlight and batteries were still there, unused. I opened the bag and shoved my hand in, weaving among the clothes, trying to reach the things at the bottom. My fingertips brushed something oddly pointy and with a strange shape. I pulled the object out. My little black horse figurine. I'd put this in a pocket as I hurried to grab some last things in Cooperton. It must have fallen to the bottom of the backpack when I was packing quickly in Faith Valley. The black stallion had been with me this whole time. Good. I added it to the pocket with the flashlight and shoved my hand in my pack again. There, at the bottom. My fingers brushed the cover of Mary's book. I slid it out carefully. It was in surprisingly good shape after all this travel. I opened it and caught the pictures I'd slid in the pages to protect them. Also okay, despite all the running and flailing and hiding and work, and the damp from yesterday. The drawing of the mountain laurel held my attention. I'd likely never see the cabin again. The kids still stuck in the faith would put it to good use. Better use than Malachi and I ever had in mind. I remembered seeing the flower through the window Aaron and I had cut. Aaron! Oh my gosh! I should have contacted him by now. I had his email address and hadn't told him anything that had happened. Granted, my opportunities to use computers had been extremely limited, but he was my brother. I needed to message him soon. The next stop was announced, pulling my attention from the drawing. Not my stop yet. The bus was following a long, straight road, with vegetation and the occasional business on the right, and a huge residential area on the left. As I watched out the front window, the houses gave way to a big fenced parking lot with a church in the middle. It was built of red bricks and had a single tall white spire at the front of the building. Then we passed more stores and shopping areas. A big sign at the front of one shopping center said Maple Valley. I was here, and there, at the far end of a strip of shops, was Johnny B's Barbecue, like Mr. Guan had said. The bus stopped and 3 passengers got off and 1 got on. It rumbled into motion again. Next stop, Tahoma High School. My stomach flipped. This was it. I shoved the pictures back in the book and put it all in my pack, zipping it closed. I pulled the cord, heard the buzz. Next stop, Mary. Finally. Chapter 35. How was this going to work? I'd get off the bus and Mary would definitely not be waiting for me, unless she had somehow called Olivia since yesterday. But Mary wouldn't know to be waiting for this bus. Besides, she was in school, probably in a class, whatever that was like in a big, actual high school. That high school we'd passed a while back had been huge. It had to have hundreds of students going there. If Tahoma High School had that many kids attending, it might actually be hard to spot Mary. A stupid idea came to me. I'd read books where parents had to go in and have their kids called out of their classrooms to go to dentist appointments or whatever. I could do that. I could march into the school and get someone to call for Mary to come down to the office. She would be so confused. She might even think she was in trouble for some reason, after going to the school for only a week or 2. It was a dumb, perfect idea. The announcement came again. Tahoma High School. I got up and stood behind a young guy wearing a hat and carrying a backpack that hung low and loose on one shoulder. Sliding my arms through the straps on my pack, I grabbed a bar as the bus slowed to go around a bend. Beyond the windows, a big, open field peeked out from behind some houses. The bus continued between rows of houses and turned left at a traffic light, then stopped. I got out, looking around. Where was the high school? The young guy who had gotten out before me had turned right and headed down the road we'd turned onto. "Excuse me," I said. He pulled an earbud from one ear. "Yeah? Can you tell me where Tahoma High School is?" The kid laughed and spat. "Right there." He turned and pointed, trudging in the same direction. I followed him, but he was slow, so I passed him and crossed the road that I came to almost right away. On my left were a pet supply store, a couple restaurants, and a massive grocery store. The parking lot seemed as big as half of Cooperton. Across the big street I was following were more stores. A sign not far ahead said Tahoma High School, with an arrow pointing to the right, across the big street. Suddenly I was jogging. I came to a traffic light with a crosswalk. It took forever to change to a walk signal so I could cross the wide road. I sprinted across. Passing the sign indicating the school, I kept jogging and came to a traffic circle. On one side was a stone sign. I was on the right track, but the road stretched a long way ahead, so I slowed to a fast walk. Sweat beaded on my forehead. I scrubbed it off. How long was this road? 2 cars approached, going the opposite way. They passed. The drivers looked like young people. A parking lot appeared, a few cars turning right to leave. Students were driving those cars too, unless the teachers here were really young. Beyond the parking lot rose a big, boxy building with big letters at the top. Tahoma High School. Mary was here, sitting in a class. She might even be looking out a window, daydreaming like we'd done so much in the Faith schoolroom. Wait, maybe she wasn't in a class. Students streamed out of the front doors of the school, which I was about 100 feet from. It was past 10:30, near 11. Was this lunchtime? I kept walking, starting to feel a little self-conscious as car doors opened and chattering, laughing students filled the cars and drove away. If I went into the office and had her called, she might not even hear the announcement. I had to try. I kept walking as girls and boys grouped together, talking and shouting. A bunch of the students were looking at phones or their friends' phones. I scanned each group. She might be in one of them. My heart tried to climb into my throat. I forced it down by breathing carefully. I clenched my fists, trying to keep the jittering that threatened in my stomach under control. She was here, somewhere. I was going to hold her any minute. Wavy, light brown hair flashed near the entrance. I flinched and stared. Not Mary. The hair was way too long, and the girl wore a strange outfit with a skirt that seemed comically short and a shirt that matched the colors exactly. She was with 2 other girls and a young man, all dressed the same. They chattered away, heading toward a field on the other side of some nearby bleachers. "Josh?" Her voice split the air like a thunderbolt. I spun. She'd come from a door that I hadn't noticed. Her eyes glowed green even from 30 feet away. She wore nice clothes, new ones. Her mouth was wide open with shock. "Mary!" I was frozen. The sight of her paralyzed me. I screamed at myself to go, run to her. I couldn't move. "Josh!" She broke into a run. I tore my feet from whatever anchored them. I sprinted across the road. Her arms wrapped around me, and I pulled her close, and she still smelled like pine and outside and adventure. "Mary!" Her name erupted from my throat, but my lips quieted it, whispering it into her ear and neck. She tore the backpack from my shoulders. I let it fall, and her arms pulled me closer, wrapping around my neck. She repeated my name over and over. My name in her voice was the purest music. We stood there, holding tightly to each other for a long, eternal, too brief pause in time. She leaned back, and I did too, drinking in the sight of her. The lightest dusting of freckles on her nose and cheeks, her strong, straight nose and perfect mouth, a rim of moisture around her beautiful eyes. "How?" She sputtered and trailed off, then hugged me tighter, talking into my neck. "I can't believe you're here." I held her, never wanting to let go. "Me neither." We pulled slightly apart again. Her eyes darted to whatever was behind me. Students walked by, gawking at us. I didn't care. "People are staring at us," Mary said. "I hope that's not a problem for you." "Why would it be?" Her eyes softened as she looked me over. "You have stubble." My razor wore out in Faith Valley. Her hair was a little longer, her freckles lighter. Her clothes were the biggest difference. They were obviously new, and they fit her well. Mary's lips quirked in the smile I loved. "I like it." She ran her fingertips lightly down my cheek, feeling the stubble. "Then I'll keep it." Her lips drew closer, her eyes growing in my vision until they were all I saw, until I closed my own eyes. We kissed. Her lips against mine brought everything back and filled every sense. Sweet and warm and more. Her hands went to my neck and pulled me closer. I lifted a hand to her chin and kissed her as deeply as I could, needing to say everything that had driven me here. I slid my fingers up the line of her jaw around to behind her neck. She responded, pulling me closer, holding me like she would never let go. I wouldn't either. Her hands clasped my neck and pulled me into the memory of her, and she was here, and I was in her arms, and the world stopped and started, and stopped and started again, until we couldn't breathe. Chapter 36. I stared at Mary's eyes. We sat on a raised concrete planter, facing each other, and I quickly filled her in on the trip from Cooperton, then from Faith Valley. Some kind of alarm or alert sounded from the school, a melodic bell. "That's the first bell," Mary said. She ran her thumb on the back of my hand. "What's it for?" Students began streaming back into the school. "Lunch is almost over." Her other hand brushed down my jawline. "I'm supposed to go back to class now." Crap. School was still in session. "How much longer do you have for the day?" Mary played with some of the shaggy hair that hung down on my forehead. "Like 2.5 hours. She leaned in for a brief, sweet kiss. "But I don't have to go to class." I saw the brief flash of discomfort in her expression. I can wait for you. It's okay. You don't want to get in trouble, do you? I grinned. She rolled her eyes and pinched my earlobe.
I don't mind making trouble.
She leaned closer, her eyes heavy-lidded.
For you, anything.
My stomach folded and flipped. Heat blazed in my cheeks and chest. I squeezed her hand. If you want to skip classes, we can stay right here. Mary sighed and leaned back.
I want to. I better not. There's a test tomorrow, and I'm a little behind.
Well, you only just started at a real school, like a week or two ago.
Yeah.
She stood, pressing her lips flat.
I'm mostly all right, but the Faith's school sucked at teaching math. I have a lot of catching up to do. I stood too and kissed her cheek, then her lips. It's okay. Go to class.
Looking around, I figured out what I could do while waiting. I can keep busy. Some straggler students ran across the road, disappearing into the school. She bit her bottom lip.
You're going to be right here when I get done, right?
I stomped a foot, grinning. Right here, no question. She slid a hand up my cheek.
You better be.
Her smile dazzled me, nearly knocking me backward.
I can't believe you're here.
I extended my arms to the side. Here I am! Mary turned to go, then gasped and wrapped me in a tight hug.
I almost forgot.
She kissed me long and hard and sweet, and it needed to never, ever end. She pulled back.
Happy birthday!
She turned and ran into the school as another bell sounded. Right. It was my birthday. 18 years old. I reached for my backpack. Big deal. I was out. I was with Mary. And now I was going to get my new life going in another way. Settling the pack on my shoulders, I headed back down the road. Hopefully, Johnny B's barbecue was open. 2.5 hours later, I stood in the same spot on the school grounds waiting for Mary. She appeared from the school and hurried over, her face lighting up the moment she saw me. Told you I'd be here. I took her hand.
Good job.
She had a jacket on now with a small school bag over one shoulder.
Let's go. Dad will be here in a few minutes.
Just a minute, I said, pulling her out of the stream of students toward the corner of the school where nobody else was around.
What are you doing?
Mary didn't resist, but she gave me a quizzical look. Something I've been waiting to do for a while. We got to the brick corner of the school. It felt a lot less noisy than only 30 feet away.
Josh?
Mary was smiling, but still confused.
What's going on?
I slid my pack down and leaned it against the wall. I gave her as mysterious an expression as I could manage. You don't know?
No, I can't read your mind.
Sliding my fingers under the strap of her bag, I lowered it to the ground next to mine. Well, it's kind of important. I met her eyes, her beautiful dark green eyes. They glowed with curiosity and humor and everything I wanted from life. There's just something I need to say.
Josh.
Mary's eyes softened. I took her hands in mine and drew her closer. Our faces were only inches apart. Mary, seeing you today after being apart for nearly a month was like a drink of water in the hottest, driest desert. She smiled and squeezed my hands.
Well, imagine my surprise seeing you at my school.
I grinned. I do my best.
I missed you so much.
She pressed her lips to mine, lightly, quickly. It was amazing how fast we'd become comfortable with that.
Me too.
My heart danced all over my lungs. I gave up trying to breathe properly. I drank in her eyes.
Mary, I love you.
She had to know that was what I was leading up to, but her eyes still widened. Her lips parted as she took a quick breath.
Josh.
She shook her head just the tiniest bit as her eyes traveled all over my face. Her hands squeezed mine.
I love you.
The world stopped turning. She was the day, the night, and the air around me. We pulled each other close and kissed again. I basked in the light, sweet taste of her lips on mine, the delicate pressure of her nose next to mine.
her warmth and life and electric touch. Her arms went around my neck and mine closed around her waist, and we pulled tighter, and she filled every sense and every pore and every moment I would ever live. And then we were breathing again. Her eyes danced and her lips were parted, and I never wanted to stop kissing her. But there was more to do this day. Finally, we took up our bags again, and she held my hand and led the way to the road where students were walking and cars were speeding away. I let her pull me along. "Oh yeah, guess who just got a job?" She stopped and gave me a shocked look. "What?" I cleared my throat. "Yep, that would be me." "How?" We joined the throngs of students walking the same direction. "I got a tip to check out Johnny B's barbecue not all that far from here." Other kids held hands while walking along too. To most of these high schoolers, we probably didn't look out of place at all. I went in and mentioned the Guans, and the manager gave me what he called a probationary job as a dishwasher. "Who are the Guans?" I told her as we continued along the sidewalk, cars streaming by on our left. Buses also began passing us, going the same direction. Apparently Walt, the guy who runs the restaurant, really respects them, so he said he'd give me a chance, even though I just got here, and don't even have somewhere to live. Mary stopped at a wider part of the road and pulled me out of the stream of kids. "That's amazing." "Yeah, but I have to do a good job if I want to keep it." "You'll do great." She pressed closer to me as a breeze picked up. "Just work really hard." "That's the plan." I looked around. High schoolers continued walking by. "Does Sanders, your father, pick you up here?" She nodded. "Yeah, it might be a minute if he got caught up with work." She wrapped her free hand around my arm. "How do you think he's going to take seeing me here?" She shrugged. "I don't know. Probably not good, but we'll figure it out." "Should we have a plan?" "We could." She stood up straight. "But there he is." Her hand tightened in mine. I gave it a squeeze. The dark SUV from the driveway in Cooperton drove past and pulled a U-turn, then stopped in front of us. I saw Sanders' expression before he got out of the car. His door flew open and he jumped out, slamming the door and stalking toward us. Chapter 37.
"What the hell is going on here?"
Sanders looked from me to Mary and back.
"Where did you come from?"
I kept my expression neutral and straightened my back. Years of dealing with angry adults helped. I left the faith. There was nothing left there for me.
"How did you get here?"
His gaze slid down, seeing our hands tightly locked together. "It's a long story." He closed his eyes and let out a noisy breath.
"What I mean is, how did you find us?"
His angry expression landed on Mary.
"Did you contact him?"
She shook her head. "You know we talked that night before he took my phone." She hadn't flinched from his angry tone. "But I told Olivia what school I was going to, so that if Josh found the old apartment, he would know to come here." Sanders' eyebrows crawled up his forehead.
"Mary!"
He looked like he wanted to yell, but he held it back and ground his teeth together.
"I told you, the best thing you can do is to cut that whole part of your life off."
He shook his head, turning to me.
"You shouldn't have come. Mary needs to leave all of that behind."
I looked him in the eyes. "I know. So do I." I glanced at Mary. She caught my gaze and turned back to her father. "And I agree with you about leaving it behind, closing the door on it." She lifted our hands, which were still locked together. "But Josh and I are much more than the faith. More than that horrible cult and its horrible people." I took my cue. "I know there's stuff we're going to have to do and learn." The faith was bad. I slid closer to Mary, so our shoulders were touching. We had to leave, no doubt. But there's no way I'm leaving behind the 3 years we've had. I won't do it. Mary's too important to me. Her happiness and being with her. I choked on that last bit. My throat squeezed so tightly I had to force the words through. You have to know how smart and funny and creative she is by now.
Images of the cabin and the forest, the frozen duck pond, reading on the porch, running the backhoe and meditating on the mesa, hauling flagstones, they all poured into my mind. I turned just enough to drink in Mary's face. I could do this all day. Her green eyes glimmered. I grinned at her, scrubbing tears from my eyes with my free hand. I will do anything to make sure she's happy and safe. Mary sniffed and wiped her eyes. Dad, I'm not going to leave Josh behind. She looked from Sanders to me, then back to her father. We'll be careful. We'll talk to you. Her hand, still squeezing mine, bumped against my hip. I won't leave him behind. Josh is my person. She cast a sidelong glance at me. And I'm his person. Sanders stood there, the anger in his expression slowly fading, but his brows were still drawn tight as he glared at us, mostly at me. This wasn't the plan. Sanders' voice was quiet but firm. I know it wasn't your plan, Mary said, but I told you. She straightened and stood taller. This is more than the cult. We found each other there, and now here, she sniffled. Please don't make me lose him again. Sanders' expression softened. Laying it on a bit thick, aren't we, kiddo? Mary shook her head. No, I mean every word. His eyes went from Mary to me to our hands and back to Mary. Dad, Mary said, please. He sighed loud and very long. His expression hardened again as he turned to me. Kid, you hurt her even once, and I'll make you disappear. Mary made an angry sound. Dad! He turned to her, eyebrows raised, ready to give her a lecture. She cut him off. You can't expect us not to hurt each other sometimes. We're not perfect. Sanders' open mouth closed. I'm not going to hurt Mary, sir. I rethought that. Or at least I'll do my best not to. But I promise I'll learn from every mistake. Mary's father rolled his head back a little, staring into the sky. Well, you don't sound like a couple of stupid kids, at least. Some kind of tension in his chest and shoulders released, and he grimaced, his gaze going back and forth between Mary and me. Okay. Mary bounced and yelped. She pulled her hand from mine and leapt at her father, wrapping him in a big hug. He leaned down and enclosed her in a long embrace. Just be so careful, sweetie. Sanders straightened as Mary pulled back and rejoined me. He looked me up and down, taking in my backpack and general state. Long road, Josh? Yeah, but worth it. Mary's hand slid into mine. You got a place to stay? Sanders opened the passenger door on the SUV. Not yet, but I will. I did get a job, though. I let Mary's hand go, even though she was trying to pull me to the car. You what now? Sanders spun on a heel. When did you get here? A few hours ago. His eyebrows rose. Not bad, kid. Mary opened the back passenger door. Dad, he needs somewhere to sleep. Sanders shook his head. You are going to be the death of me. He fixed me with another stern expression. Josh, you can sleep on our couch for a couple of nights. He extended a finger and pointed it right between my eyes. I will be monitoring all activities. He turned his finger to Mary. Don't be stupid. She nodded solemnly. I promise. His gaze stayed on her for several seconds. Okay, I trust you. He waved me into the car. I slid in and let my backpack fall to the floor at my feet, pulling the door closed. Dad, Mary said as Sanders pulled his door closed and put the car in gear. Today's Josh's birthday. Seriously? Sanders caught my eye in the rearview mirror. 18? I nodded. Yeah. Mary's hand slipped into mine. She scooted closer to me. You've got good timing, Sanders said. I'll give you that. Really good timing, Mary said softly. Then she turned to her father. We have to have a special dinner with cake. Sanders nodded. Definitely cake. She laughed. Always cake. Sanders grinned. And ice cream. We turned left and the SUV accelerated. I pulled my hand from Mary's and reached for my backpack. Mary, I know it's my birthday, but I have something for you. She flicked my arm. You're doing it wrong. Hey, whatever. I grinned at her. Your birthday was a couple weeks ago, remember? Seriously?
She mockingly rolled her eyes. I remember. I handed her the paperback copy of Anne of Ingleside. Happy birthday a couple weeks late. She gasped. You got it! She opened the book and the pictures fell out. A few moments passed as she looked at the pictures, then back at me. Of course you got it. She leaned over and kissed me on the cheek. Thank you. Her whisper was warm in my ear. Hey! Sanders' voice cut through the SUV. Dad! Mary laughed. It was on the cheek. I'm watching you. Sanders sounded like he was only slightly joking. Mary leaned back and sighed. I have a present for you at home, by the way. Really? I put my arm around her shoulders and drew her closer. What is it? Ha ha. She was warm and sweet and wonderful. A box. I chuckled and gave her a squeeze. Nothing could be better than this. Josh? Mary sat up a little higher, her face turned to me. A small smile stretched her lips. Yeah? Have you ever heard of a prom? She bit lightly on her lower lip. Sure, I'd read about those things. There's one next week at school. Her head cocked to the side as she looked at me, expectantly, waiting. My heart flipped and danced. Her green eyes were magic. Oh, I tried to remember the books. Sanders was looking at me in the rearview mirror, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. I turned in my seat to better see Mary's face. I took her hand in both of mine. Mary, will you go with me to prom? Mary's eyes danced. She grinned. Yes. The end. Or sort of the beginning. Important notes. Alrighty. Just like this book's prequel, Beyond the Cabin, this book is inspired by true events and circumstances. I did indeed grow up in a cult that splintered off of Scientology. I was born in it and left when I was 17. I grew up with upwards of 20 kids. I had 2 brothers with whom I share a mother. The mother in these 2 books is not an accurate representation of my own mother, who was a mostly sweet hippie until her dying day. The mother, Miriam, in this book is a combination of several people I had to deal with. That said, I have done my very best to depict life in this cult accurately. I've also included many events that truly did happen, although in Beyond the Cabin, these events were compressed in time and space for the purpose of the story. All of that said, this book is a work of fiction. I have created characters that are a combination of people from my childhood and characteristics needed for the story. Those characters, both kids and adults, do not entirely or exactly depict people from the cult. What's more, the dramatic arc of Josh is not my arc as a person. It is a story. Additionally, Mary is a fully fictional character. I've based her personality and features on many people I've known for years, most particularly my wife, Anne Marie. In the cult, I did not form any romances. When I started conceiving the idea for a possible sequel to Beyond the Cabin, what worked in my head were the dynamics associated with leaving the cult and being a fish out of water in the wider world, as well as a romantic search for love. So, I've included a lot of truth in this book, but have fictionalized it all for the purpose of the story. To be specific, I was banished to a ranch in Arizona, although this was by my own design as part of my escape plan. While there, I did a vision quest that is 100% identical to what Josh does. I walked on coals, had a few cathartic experiences, and learned to really meditate properly. I also wrote a lot of love poetry. Yikes. Other specifically true things? More than one of the kids I grew up with joined the armed forces upon leaving. There was a dog named Bindi who definitely hated me. I was taken in and cared for by numerous sweet Christian families, most particularly by the mothers of my new friends. They provided such a welcoming space for lost Jared that I had to dedicate this book to them. As ever, this is a work of fiction. If anyone in the group that was once this cult sees themselves in it, that's not a surprise. But such is life. Acknowledgements. First off, I have to thank you for reading this and all of my other books. Wait, you have read all of my other books, right? There's a list at the front of this book. Go get those books right now. Or now. Okay, finish this section and go get them. Anyway, for real though, thank you for reading this book, and thank you for your ongoing support. I'm not embarrassed to say I need validation, and you reading and reviewing my books will never not be exciting and awesome for me. Also, as always, I thank Anne-Marie. She is my true love. I don't deserve her, but I'm sure glad I have her. And I'm delighted we have our 7 kids, Thomas, Hinsey, April, Lily, Nathaniel, Benjamin, and Wallace. They're each silly and brilliant and sweet in their own ways that bring so much light to our lives and happiness to my soul. Finally, I acknowledge God in heaven. Knowing I have heavenly parents who are mindful of me and who reach out when I reach for them has made all the difference. This has been Finding Home by Jared Nathan Garrett, sequel to Beyond the Cabin. Thank you for listening to this production, recorded, mastered, and directed by Jared Nathan Garrett. The end.